Oh man, oh man. Okay, how's everybody doing? Let me see. Um, make sure my sound is okay. Hubby and I are sick, so when he came home from work, he got right in bed. So y'all probably will hear him snoring, but that's okay. Okay. Um, we're gonna have a conversation, baby. We're gonna talk about it. Um, one of the reasons I'm talking about it is mainly because I saw a video pop up. Okay, it wasn't gonna be something that I was interested in, cared about. You know, everybody have a right to their opinion, and how they think about whatever. But the thing about this situation is that it doesn't matter what women say, whether they're older women, young women, right? Everybody has a right to their opinion. The issue comes when a group of black men come in and use it, what a woman has said, in order to further their agenda. Okay? Their agenda. And wow, like we have some people who like to act like there isn't an agenda against black women, but there is an agenda against black women. Ladies, I'm not sure if you know this, right? But you are target number one. What's going on, Cyber Dreams, Candy Can? Like, we are target number one, and there's various of reasons for that, right? Like, in the last decade, you have seen that black women have climbed this ladder of, we could call it success, whether you want to call they're getting their education, they're making a difference, they're getting the jobs, and so that's something to reckon with, right? That's some of these men who have the ability to succeed well above a woman just based on how they were born, right? Their gender. And when we look, we see a lot of women who have exceeded that. They have made the right choices. Like they made the right choices. So in a discussion where it's women talking about women, there's always some man in that. Right? There's always some man in that. So we're gonna go through a few things. When I was over there by Sharon earlier, Sharon mentioned some things, right? And you know, I have been saying this for a while, but younger people have not been taught that there's a difference between reality and TV. In fact, I hear people say comedians are the truth tellers, right? I don't know how that turned into where comedian are the truth tellers from where somebody may take something that really is happening in their life and add some shit to it to make it funny. Now, apparently, we're listening to the comedians. We're listening to people who still want to portray themselves as this part that they were playing that might be the better of them, right? The better of them. Like Phylicia, right? Example, right? When the men on that panel, what his name, Chicago Rilla, when we was talking and he couldn't even fathom, he couldn't even fathom that this woman would dress a certain way and be a certain way, right? And so I noticed that that's not just with the men, but that's with the women also. And it's because for some reason you can't part reality from TV. movies, shows, it seems to be very difficult with certain people, right? But I'm going to remind you, right? I'm going to remind you now, my generation, right? Those of us who are a little older and our parents who taught us certain things. I think I mentioned the first thing I remember. There's a few things I remember my mom teaching me, right? I remember like being really young, okay? And her sitting me and my brother down and explaining to us, hey, this thing is the TV. This is the TV. And what you see on TV isn't real life. These are actors and actresses. And so you're not going to be able to really do those tricks like my brother wanting to do, play cowboy and Indian, right? Which is pretty safe, but he also wanted to be, what's the name of it? Evil Knievel. See, that was the reason why you have to tell your kids this shit early on. Because your kids will break bones, kill themselves if you don't teach them certain things, right? This video this video that I'm doing gonna show a little bit of that. I'm gonna touch. It's gonna seem like I'm going off a little bit, but I promise you, it's the point that I'm driving is that we need to understand there's a difference between reality and not reality, right? Reality and those things that not reality. So my mom had to explain to my brother and myself, hey, you're not gonna be evil Knievel. Evil Knievel isn't evil Knievel. Right? Aquaman doesn't really exist. Spider-Man and Superman, these people really cannot fly. So don't think that you might end up being a special, team with the Legion, something Legion. I forget what it was, right? But they were like people with superpowers. And my brother, right? Because he's a boy, and he always thought he was gonna end up being one with superpowers. And it wasn't, you know, when I was younger, I thought that was crazy. I'm looking at my cousins jump off buildings and shit, breaking legs, thinking they can get on their bikes and do backflips in the air, right? Fucking thinking they're gonna be Evil Knievel and end up breaking something. I always wondered what the hell wrong with them, right? Even when I'm watching them try it, thinking these fools crazy. Right? But then I had sons. And one of my sons, I'm gonna see if I can pull up the video. Let me see if I can pull up this video really quickly. Me and hubby always laughed because this video reminds us of one of my sons. Let me see. Wait, y'all, something's playing. I got a video playing. I don't know where it is. Here you go. Okay. Okay, let me see. Give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna find it. uh, and I played this for y'all before, and when we found this video, this boy, he looked like my son. Okay, he looked like my son. We're gonna play a little bit of it. Man, it's funny, and it's gonna put all of this in perspective as to what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's go through the funny shit first before we get to the other stuff. Fair use.
What's up, YouTube? This is something that's been on my heart for a long time. And, all I ever wanted to be in life was a Super Saiyan. Ever since I was a kid, I used to always look up to Goku and Vegeta, Gohan. I used to just look at them and just wonder, like, how come I'm just a human being? I'm so worthless. Oh, what can I do? I can run, I can jump, I can flip. And it's just like, we are so limited as human beings. And I just feel like when I see superheroes, why can't we be that exciting and that awesome? Like, why can't
My son really thought he was going to have magical powers. And when he was really young, I would be like, I would explain to him magic isn't real, but you know, it's fun to read in books and to see it in movies. But okay. And my son was into the super sing and all that stuff. I guess there's a generation of y'all into that kind of stuff, right? He was really into that. And he really thought he was gonna get the powers like this young man right here. He was like, nah, I'm gonna work hard. I just had a conversation with my son the other day, y'all. And in a sense, he still have a mentality of the mind is stronger than anything else. He and I was talking for hours, and he was it was kind of still like this, right? A little bit. Like, and I asked him, I say, hey, um your mom been in pain for like since you were like 3. I said, I went through it. I said, so you telling me that I could will my pain away? And he kind of said yes. He even used that thing where, hey, if you in pain every day for all them years, are you really in pain? Almost like that, if the tree falls in the middle of the wood, but nobody see it, does it make a sound? And people get real conflicted on that. I'm like, it does make a sound. Just because you can't hear it doesn't mean it doesn't make a sound. Right? That's the same thing. You live in California, I live in Delaware. If there's a car accident right outside your home right now, you heard the crash and everything. You can look out your window and you see it. I live in Delaware. I didn't hear shit. I can't see it. Does that mean it didn't happen? Right? It did happen. Just because I can't see it and hear it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It will, because I remember when that question was asked to me in one of my college courses. And I was like, I answered yes, it makes a sound. And then the professor looked at me, looked at everybody in the room, and I'm like, does it? Right? I don't think he ever definitely gave a answer. Right? We discussed it, and there was never an answer provided by the professor. But I guess it's one of them things that you have to use your brain and they'll tell you what type of thinker you are. But the truth of the matter is, just because you don't hear it doesn't mean it wasn't a sound. That's just the realities of how life goes. But here we go.
I wake up and if I'm late for school, just teleport there and be on time? But I feel like, during that time of meditation and just thinking about it, I realized something. All of that is possible and more. It's all in here.
That's what my son still says today. All of it possible and more, and it's all up here. So I asked him, then why aren't you a millionaire? If it's possible and all it is up here, then why aren't you? What's going on, baby? Make that shit happen.
It's all in your mind. Think about anything that you ever tried to do. You thought to yourself, man, I could never do that. But then when you practice it, guess what? You got better at it and you actually achieved it, didn't you? It's the same thing when you look at superpowers. Of course, it sounds absurd when you first look at it, but if you try it, if you actually set your mind to it and believe, you can achieve it. I saw a Chinese man set a piece of paper on fire with just...
He said he saw a Chinese man set a piece of paper on fire. And he gonna talk But let's see him try it, y'all. He gonna tell us what his goal is. I fast forwarded.
This is my first attempt. I'm gonna turn the music on. Super Saiyan 3 Goku theme. This is it. All right.
He thinks, hey, I've been wanting to do this for a while. I've been practicing this for a minute, but let's give it a go. I think I'm gonna be able to Super Saiyan. And here you go.
All right. My name is Jalen, and I am a Super Saiyan.
And now all I can say is, where in the hell is his mama? Okay, and his goddamn daddy. But there is one way she comes in the room. Now we're gonna add, because I think this is the very first young man who ended up getting memes made out of himself. Like, people took his video and they it was crazy. We're gonna see if we can find it. Okay. Okay. This is the original, and this shit was 12 years ago. Okay. 12 years ago. Now, that's crazy. They made it funny. I think this was the first video I ever seen anybody do some shit like that. Okay. I think it seemed like it was a little more than 12 years ago to me, right? Yeah, it was well more than 12 years ago. It was definitely more than 12 years ago when that little boy posted that video. Okay. But I would like to see where he is today. If if anybody know, y'all let me know. But let's get back to what I'm talking about, right? So young boys tend to be into magic. Young girls, we're the same, but our magic is taught to us a little different, right? It so happens to be Cinderella and Beauty and the Beast, and what we gonna end up being, and that's why they like to use the word queens. Now, see, they probably was thinking, why is Bomb even bringing this up? Well, the word queen is always fucking used, especially when it comes to black women. Now that we're older, hey, queen, hi, queen, right? They got the ones who use it in a positive way, and then they got the ones who will say, you not no queen. And what I tell them is, you ain't no king, right? A king is looking for a queen. You ain't no king. So I just wanted to bring that up because in these Beauty and the Beast, and even in the Snow White, there's always some queen involved, and where some woman who got to be rescued by a man. See, that's why the men think they got to have the superpowers. They think they got to be tough, strong. They got to have the superpowers in order to get the women. Now, it doesn't really attach to women, but it kind of does because we could go back in movies and even cartoons. You will see where what his name was, that Bravo dude, Johnny Bravo, I think. That's my kids' generation, right? No, Johnny Bravo, I think, may have been playing even when I was a teen. I didn't look at TV, so, but I think I do remember Johnny Bravo, right? But he was, right? He was supposed to be strong, muscular, and it's about getting a woman. And the girls, whether we gonna be cheerleaders or whether we gonna be good at, you know, figure skating, roller skate, whatever, right? It always got something to do though, where we're gonna end up being a queen meeting a king. And a king is the only way we're gonna be able to be a queen. Because even if you were born a queen, it was due to your father being a king, right? Even if you was born a queen. But they know in most stories, she had to become a queen, right? In most fairy tales, she had to become a queen. And the way she could become a queen, the only way she could become a queen is to get a man. So when we think about that, you think about the mindset of children. But somewhere between children being children and them turning into young adults, somebody wasn't there to tell you that all of this shit is make believe. The real world is going to be kind of like a 24-hour clock, right? You're going to wake up in the morning, bring your ass to work, go and pick them kids up, and cook some dinner, and you go and go to sleep and start all over again. That is the world in which we live in. But when we kids, baby, we got lots of dreams. Lots of dreams. It don't matter what type of lifestyle you have, though. You're gonna wake up, and you're gonna wake up hopefully. Because if you don't wake up, then I guess your 24-hour period is over. Your day is over. Your days are numbered. It's over. So be gracious that you woke up. In today's society, people have different schedules, right? At one point in our society, people woke up with the when the lights came on outside, right? And you went to bed when the lights turned off outside. Due to modern technology, we ended up with electricity, right? Due to more modern technology, now people can work. You don't have to work a 9 to 5, but you could work a 5 to 9, right? You can wake up in the middle in broad daylight and get up because depending on what your schedule is, that's the only thing that's really changed. But let's get back on track. I'm gonna stop the share on this so we can start a share on something else. We're gonna get to the topic, right? But I just want y'all to know that the conversations that are being had is targeted at Black women, right? So no matter what I say as a Black woman, these Black men gonna use it to their benefit to attack Black women, right? If they say, well, Bomb, you're not over here scolding Black women, so you are the problem. And they've told me that so many times. And I'm like, why would I scold them on what? Like you would have to give me an actual woman, right? And for me to know what the situation is. And then I'm quite sure a lot of us will break down what we see wrong, right? What we see wrong and give her advice. But you're not gonna ever hear me give a woman advice on how she dressed. And that gonna bring us back to Rashard, right? Whatever her motherfucking name is. But I do want y'all to hear something. We're gonna bring it back in time, baby. Let me see where I have it at. We're gonna bring it back in time. I want y'all to hear this. Wait, did the sound play? Did I click the sound? Let me stop the share and do it over. Just in case y'all couldn't hear the sound. Yeah, the sound was clicked. Okay. Because I definitely want y'all to hear this shit. For all you women, right, who don't know who the fuck you listening to, right? Because you confused about her being Mrs. What the name? Huxtable, right? You confused about Bill Cosby, right? Because he's Cliff Huxtable in your mind. And she is whatever her goddamn name was. Can't remember because I didn't really watch that show. But I want y'all to hear this shit right here.
Purported quote, "Forget these women. What you're seeing is the destruction of a legacy. Seeing is the destruction of a legacy. Forget these women. What you're seeing is the destruction of a legacy. Forget these women. What you're seeing is the destruction of a legacy. Forget these women. What you're seeing is the destruction of a legacy. Forget these women. What you're seeing is the destruction of a legacy. Forget these women. What you're seeing is the destruction of a legacy. Forget these women. Forget these women. What you're seeing is the these women. What you're seeing. Forget these women. 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 What? Forget these women. What you're seeing is the destruction of a legacy, and I think it's orchestrated. I don't know why or who's doing it, but it's the legacy.
She don't know why, but you got to understand. A woman who says, forget these women who have come forward and said, hey, I woke up on side this man and I don't even remember giving him permission. Now, I want to be clear on something. Just because I'm at a party and everybody having a good old time, right? Everybody having a good old time doing whatever it is that they do. So in the 70s, right? I know that drugs was a big thing, right? The more wealthy you are, the more excess. I'm sure they had drugs everywhere based on what they say in their books that they've written, in their stories, TV shows, and even movies that these people spoke on in their life. Just because I may be at a party and you share your drug with me, right? Doesn't motherfucking mean that I gave you consent to sleep with me. When I was a young girl, I used to hear something called Spanish fly. They knew early on that if they gave this to a woman or even a man, they wouldn't remember shit. Now, just imagine you at a party and you get so fucking drunk. You don't remember nothing. Okay? You just be like, oh shit. You see that you're home, you're safe, nobody died, everything good. You thinking I must have had a fucking good time. You call your friends and they be like, girl, you was tripping yesterday. For real? Girl, you were wild out. We just had a good time. Okay. It's a whole nother thing though for men to know that they want to sleep with you. They don't want to go through the process of asking you and going through all of that. They just gonna drop some motherfucker shit in your goddamn drink and just wait. And then they want to escort you home. Now see, they not fucked up though. See, they knew what they were doing. Because, see, if they take that drug themselves, they too won't know what the fuck happened, how it went down, or even they won't even know how to make it happen. They won't remember shit. But so there's a difference in a man or a group of men and or women, because we're not gonna act like women was a part of this shit. They got women who hate women too. That's why you gotta pick your friends, baby. You gotta know that your friends gonna have your fucking back. Cause if she really don't like your ass will be set up in no time fucking flat. When she's supposed to make sure that you get home safely, she will not do what it is that she knew she was supposed to do. But I digress. People will play it though, like, oh, she shouldn't have took that drug. Everybody at this whole place taking the drug. Why isn't everybody ending up in the bed with somebody? How is it that this one particular man got lots of fucking women who said, damn, like, I I remember I had no problem getting the drug from him because that's what we were doing. But how the fuck I end up in this bed with this black ass nigga? Right? Women who have choices. See, you notice the women who came forth, most of them wasn't just normal, regular women. They were models. And you know, the thing about a model, she got opportunities just like others, right? A man of certain status meets a woman of certain status. He don't have the upper hand like he may want. He may have an upper hand with a woman who don't have a certain status, who trying to get her way up. But if you're talking about a supermodel who's already up there, she's already out there, she got fucking options all over the fucking place. Those are the type of women this nigga drugged. They willing to do business with him, right? Because he got TV shows and ideas of TV shows and all kinds of shit. Don't mean they want to sleep with him though. We had a meeting, you telling me about the business deals and shit like that, and then you tell me, hey, you one of those upper or something? Sure, why not? I take the little upper, and then, okay, I'm on my motherfucking way. Maybe I don't take it right then and there, right? Because I already know that I'm going to be too fucked up to do anything for the rest of the day. You offer it to me, I put it in my pocket for later. But some of them women said, while they was at meetings with him, out of nowhere, they don't remember shit. They would get dizzy and shit to where he's often to escort them somewhere. And then the next thing they remember is waking up on side of him or him being on top of them. And what this woman had to say about that, let's hear it again. Let's hear that shit again.
Who's doing it, but it's the legacy.
That was a misquote.
What you're seeing is the quote. Forget these women. What you're seeing is the destruction of a legacy. And quote. Forget these women. What you're seeing is the destruction of a legacy, and I think it's orchestrated. I don't know why or who's doing it, but it's the legacy.
That was a misquote. And that is not what I said. What I said is this is not about the women. This is about something else.
What you mean it's not about the women, lady? That's what the whole case was about. The fucking women. The women who said that this man took something from them. Right? I don't know if anybody, here has ever gotten something like that taken from them. It's one thing when he played some games and lied, you ended up with him, and even then you'll figure out a way to give yourself blame to that, right? You'll be like, my dumb ass. You'll come up with a way to blame yourself. It's a whole nother fucking thing though. When somebody took something from you, and you had no choice. You don't even know how the fuck it happened. You can't even fault yourself. Cause you're like, damn, I went to a business meeting to better my life, my career, my everything. How the fuck did that happen? Hey, I went there to get funding for this thing I'm doing with these children in this community. I'm making moves. And he, and he cool. He like that dad. You know what I mean? He that dad. He look at me. He never hinted that he wanted something. So I'm in his house. His wife in the house somewhere, some motherfucker where, and he tell me the only time you could come is in the middle of the night. Look, I'm a busy man. I got this meeting. I got to fly to that country. I got to do this and that. So I know, it's been hard. But if you want me to see your ideas so we can get this move forward, then you got to come. I only got time around bedtime. It's going to be like 10:30. I could give you like an hour because I got to head to bed because I got to fly out the next day. So you could just come over. The wife will be here, everybody, and we'll talk it through. She comes there. Oh, he's something like my dad. He ain't for the years that I known him, I never felt uncomfortable at anything. So when he asked me to just get in the bed, because he had this table sitting there, he like, get in the bed, come on, show me. She don't want to insult him. She get in the bed, fully clothed. I guess y'all have to go read them details on that. Because, it could sound weird to those of us who look at things a certain way. But if you look at things from a perspective, right, you might be able to see just how that happened. And before a woman know it, she's in a situation she don't even know how the fuck she got there and how to get out of it. Like, it's grandpa here. The fuck is grandpa doing right now? You so drowsy you don't even know. You went over there alive. You was woke. You don't drink, and all of a sudden you wake up the next day. And he acting like it was a great night. Thank you very much. I'll sign the check. Ooh. Yeah. Anyway, so let's get back to this woman though, because we're gonna hear what else she had to say.
This is about the obliteration of legacy.
The only one who could salvage Bill Cosby.
Baby, that's all she gonna talk about is legacy. Y'all didn't know? She talk about legacy. What it looked like. It don't matter what it truly is. Only what legacy means. How it appeared. It don't matter what it really is. Don't matter what it really was. It's about the appearance, right? I thought we had all agreed that that was a bad thing in our fucking community. Secrets. Shh. Don't tell nobody. Because secrets is the way people are able to do what they do. Oh, your dad is a great minister? Although he's abusive and shit. He's been creeping in all the girls' bedrooms since they were damn near born. That fucking don't matter. Nobody need to know. His name in the street is his legacy. Fuck what your legacy is, the remembering of your own father walking in your fucking bedroom, expecting something from you that he shouldn't have been. Fuck that. Fuck your legacy, your future. Fuck your past, bitch. Yeah. We forgot, huh? We forgot. Let's finish.
Cosby's image is Bill Cosby at this point, not Phylicia Rashard, number one. And number two, I don't even think he can salvage it at this point.
I couldn't believe it. He had drugged me.
All of this as 3 new Cosby accusers came forward at a press conference today. All of them wiping tears and claiming Cosby drugged and sexually assaulted them decades ago.
Next, I remember waking up in a bed with Mr. Cosby naked beneath his open robe.
Cosby was on top of me, kissing me forcefully. I remember thinking, why is he doing this to me? Even while wearing his wife's bracelet.
Cosby's attorney has vehemently denied.
I guess we gonna just say everybody lying, huh? But you know, some of them accusers been accusing him for years. Like it's on the record years ago. Some of them even got money early on. Right? The things where these wealthy men were able to get away with a lot of shit because they paid. In fact, the lawyers was in on a lot of shit, right? That's why even if they wasn't guilty, lawyer may have told him, look, it's gonna be cheaper to just pay them to hush them up because you don't want that in the public. Right? Which make it even harder to know what's true and not true. But what we will say is that if you do the little research, you'll see that he's been being accused for a very fucking long time. And this is the thing. He was being accused when he was Cliff Huxtable. Before he got this big, he was being accused. The internet just wasn't here. He was being accused.
Denied all claims against the comedian. Tonight, Cosby begins the first of 3 shows in Ontario, Canada. Megan Walker is organizing a protest for tomorrow night.
This is about something else. This is about the oblivion.
So maybe this wasn't about her, but why y'all think they want to hear from her and everybody who worked around it? They want to know, have you seen anything? Listen what she said. You could tell when she didn't give a clear answer. Let's hear what she said, y'all. Fair use.
Cosby crash and burn. Will his TV wife stand by her man?
You were on the set with him for more than a decade, working very closely with him. At no time did you ever see anything inappropriate?
What I saw was fun.
Look, she laughed, and she about to tell us what she did see, but she not answering that motherfucker question. Did you see anything inappropriate? You know how they gonna lay it on his wife. They put it all on his wife. Oh, I saw his wife around.
Fun. Never anything inappropriate. What I saw was work.
Oh yeah, it's work. That casting couch was work back then. These people come out in their books and shit and start admitting this shit when they get older, right? Get older, can't get any work. They start telling. Oh man, when them women came forward, right? Which a lot of women came forward after his case, right? On Weinstein's and shit like that. And even the biggest stars came out talking about casting couches. But even before that, grown ass women who was here before Weinstein was talking about what they was put through when they were children. And it's almost like I guess society just says, well, they got something out of it, right? Isn't that what the men tell us today? You're going to get something out of it. In fact, they use it against us. Oh, you want us to protect you? Then you better give us something. And we're in a different time in society where it seems like a whole lot of men don't want to catch up. Now, the younger men, they grew up with the younger women, so they understand. They just want to live their young life, being youthful, having fun, and all of that. It's these older men and these older women who sit down with you and just want to ruin everything. They want to start telling you how you should be thinking, how you should be dressing. But let's see. I did do a little research. Let's go see if we can find some pictures. Because, see, I think that these men, right, these men would have a different thought process if this woman hadn't started, to say certain things. So we're going to find her when she, young and pretty, right? Face full of makeup if it was in color, right? But now you got to understand how Bill Cosby had the money to make sure pictures disappeared and shit. But I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. Let me see. I found a few, very few pictures. Now, these men, if they'll be talking about, look, she for the streets. You can see her chest, cleavage. She for the streets. Oh yeah, baby, she gotta be for the goddamn streets, right? But what I noticed is most of the pictures here, there's hardly any men, no men, and it's gonna be her like in a family style type of thing, right? So that's her continuing to push that narrative. Right? She even started playing the old woman parts and shit like that. I liked her in The Beekeeper. It was good. Right? She get no small parts. But I'm just saying, like, let's see. When she was young, right? Back then, if we talking about the 70s, y'all think they were like thinking you showing too much shoulder? Because I can assure you in the 70s, them older women was like, you got to cover up. You don't show your back. You don't show your shoulders. Don't show the small of your back. Don't show no thigh. But I know, like, to us today, this would be very conservative. But back then it wasn't. Mm-hmm. Back then it wasn't. Okay. Um. So I understand she has a, a narrative that she pushing, right? It's beneficial to her, right? And you got to be a good actor to have pushed out of that mediocrity, right? Because you got to remember she didn't play that part in a very long time. And she really was on Broadway before, right? And to my understanding, she wasn't that good, okay? If you go through and see her in the show, I, you know, I never really looked at the show like that, so I don't know, right? But apparently she made it believable. I guess she was the mother most of y'all wish y'all had. Kind of unfortunate, right? Because I can assure you, I ain't never wished no other woman be my mother because they couldn't compare to my mother. You know what I'm saying? But I do understand that we all didn't have these great mothers, right? So I'm not gonna judge that, but it just amazes me how we don't know that this woman really wasn't. You know what I mean? Like her sister was the real known one. We all know Debbie Allen. You know what I mean? Uh, Debbie Allen, the dancer, the choreographer, you know what I mean? She worked for a very long time, and I think she's still working. She had her own uh dancing studio and every fucking thing. She got something to do with the choreographers who are the top choreographers today, either directly or due to her students becoming the teachers to those students. Okay? So when a woman who, even as recent as a few years back, was dressed like this, where these men would say, oh, she's for the streets, just because she's showing a little cleavage. Um, yeah, today, nah. As long as you talk about a black woman or a woman, a young woman talking about how they dress. See, isn't that something? Because I could swear, like, I know she ain't got on no bra. You can damn here see everything right there. This the 80s, maybe late, early 90s. I guess I could look. I'm just basing it on her hair. This is like the 80s. But let me go and see. I guess I could go and see what she got that award for. I can't really see what it says on there. I'm not sure if it's People Choice Award. Look like, yeah. Okay. So a look at Houston's on through the years. Let's go see what they got. They said she was in the Wiz in the 70s. And I'm Raising in the Sun. I saw that real quickly. I told you I read kind of fast, y'all. I don't. Houston. I thought they would have some more. Yeah, she got a Tony Award for the best performance in Raising in the Sun. Yeah, that's what it said. Yeah, that's short. I thought they were gonna show something more. They ain't showing shit. Okay. But I have nothing negative to say about the woman, right? But I'm also not gonna praise no other bitch. Y'all got me fucked up. I don't understand it, right? She's doing her job. Oh, and somebody didn't believe that because I don't have no reason to lie. I mentioned that my cousin was also on the Cosby show. Okay. I'm gonna Cosby show cast. I also told y'all that the guy who just played um what's the movie? I don't know. It just came out. Captain America is also my cousin. Okay. So here are the cast members. Oh. And here is my cousin. Okay. I don't understand why people why I need to lie. Okay. Her name is Sabrina. Okay. I haven't seen her since we were shit. Since she graduated. When she graduated, she left. She's older than I am by a couple of years. And we ended up having there was a birthday party for her grandfather, right? And we all were there. She was there. And I was still, if I'm correct, I think I was still in high school. She had already moved to New York. Okay, so she came down for the birthday party. Um, and let's see. Here we go. Where is she from? Louisiana. Okay. It looked like they say her family, she moved to Los Angeles. Did she go to Los Angeles? I thought it was California. I thought it was New York, but apparently California, which is where the rest of my family too went also. But she was in Los Angeles. Most of the other family members ended up in Oakland. Okay. Um, let's see. Not showing no pictures of the family, but I'm quite sure I could find and show you who her. I don't know if they have pictures of her. Let's go look. See, we got. Let's put family. No, they ain't got no pictures of her family. And she's related to me on my dad's side of the family. I cannot. Yeah, no showing the pictures of her family, y'all. That's crazy, huh? She ain't got no pictures of no family members. I know she was married. I don't know were they divorced by the time I graduated or not, but yes. Okay. Anyway, so I didn't hear her. She didn't mention because I wanted to find out. I called my mom. I was like, "Mom, hey, did she ever mention anything?" Um, you know what I mean? Like it was gone in the family. Hey, did she ever mention anything? Did he try to do anything with her or anything that we know? And as far as we know, she was quiet, lip sealed. Okay, because based on from my understanding, he was still taking care of them. You know what I mean? He was still making sure they was taken care of. I don't know how, but that's what it was rumored in the family. Okay. Anyway, now let's get back to Bill Cosby ruined all these goddamn actors and actresses. The only one he couldn't really take control of was Lisa Bonet, right? Lisa Bonet was like at the top, right? Because she was his daughter on the show, and then there was a spin-off show where she was supposed to be like the lead, I guess, right? Which is kind of confusing. But she was, everybody went to see that show due to her, and then you ended up loving everybody on that show, right? But I remember she made a movie. It was like in the Star, the Inquirer, the things my mom read, right? And 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 he was stern against it and ended up blackballing her. I ain't gonna lie, that movie was good. Okay, the movie was good. I can't remember the name of it. I know it was a movie based in out of Louisiana, like New Orleans, where had some voodoo involved in. I think it was like Angels, maybe Angel's Heart or some shit like that. Let me look. Angel's Heart, maybe. Let's go look. But anyway, I remember hearing about that. Well, my mom was talking about it and shit like that. I don't know what year that happened. I don't know. I think I was married, maybe. I know I was possibly in the army. I don't know, y'all. My timing. Let me see. No, I wasn't even married. Look, that shit happened in 87. Okay. I remember my mom talking about it. So 87, right? Which means I just graduated. And I never saw by I've never seen none of this. I saw Enemy in the State. She played a little bit of that. I saw Biker Boys, but around this time she was real big. Let's see what if y'all haven't seen Angel Heart. I need to go see that again because it was. I remember a little bit of it. And if I'm correct, it has something to do with some voodoo. And I think he had a problem because she showed like her breasts, maybe. Right? She was a young adult, beautiful. right? And which column was look, they had some good big people in that movie too. Mickey Rourke, Robert De Niro, Lisa Bonet. I don't know the rest of these motherfucking people because I'm not. But I recognize those two, Mickey Rourke and Robert De Niro, based off just their name. Sorry about that. Okay, I don't know the rest of these motherfucking people, but I did see the movie. It looked like it was from a book called Fallen Angel. Okay. Anyway, now let's get back to it, okay? Because there's a couple of videos that I want to mention. Let me see. Boom, boom, boom. I may have, let's go to my history. Because I'm going to show you that even Anton Daniels, I found Anton talking about it after finding this little clip from a group of idiots, right? Let me see. Did I listen to the interview? No. But we're going to play, because I did. Wait, I must be under another account. Yeah, I must be under. I'm not sure why that's not showing in my history. Today, it should be like today. Which says when I'm. Okay, yeah, here you go. Okay, so I found these idiots right here, right? And that's how I know that Anton did it, because it looked like they were reviewing it. So let's go. And of course, he said young women hate whatever her name is. I don't think anybody hates her. Why would
Pause. It's not pause at all. Classy lady, man.
But that's what black men do, right? The ones who are against black women. They most definitely would love to pit us against each other.
She is truly a woman of elegance.
Yeah, she really is. She's always represented that, and I believe that's why Dr. Cosby chose her to be his wife in the show. I believe that's why.
They don't know anything about what they're talking about right now, right? I'm gonna put it to a little slower than that. They can make their assumptions, right? But they would have to go into her past, right, to see if they know what they're talking about. The idea, how would he know anything about how they are, in their real everyday lives when he's choosing an actress or actor? That shit don't matter, right? So the idea that they say, oh, because she was wholesome and this and that, that's why he chose her. That's ridiculous.
Elegance.
Yeah. She really is. She's always represented that, and I believe that's why Dr. Cosby chose her to be his wife in the show. I believe that's why she's maintained her relevance to this day. Why she still stands as a wife, like Claire.
Look, he's wife-like, but she's not a wife though. See, in their minds, that's what she represents, and that's okay. It just means that they're mentally ill. If we keep it 100, right? Because they what the hell just happened?
Well, Elon Musk is essentially trying to buy a Wisconsin Supreme Court seat right now. Trump.
Yeah, I'm not sure what just happened. Hold up. I must have hit something. I don't know why that came up though.
That you're projecting to the world. That's not important to you.
See, so back to what they're talking about. They talk about what black women projecting to the world, but these two dumbass, lame ass niggas right now are projecting idiocy, stupidity, just like they're calling her Claire. Her fucking name not Claire, and I gotta keep looking at her name to even know what her name is, right? But maybe because I'm not a fan boy or fangirl, that maybe why I can see that people and who they play are not the same. I've never been a fan of really anybody like that, for real. So yeah, okay. And since I didn't look at the Cosby Show and none of them motherfucker shows, because I didn't look at TV much. And I've always said that. I didn't look at TV much, so it's not like I didn't watch it because I was against it. I was just, when I was a younger teenager, we was actively outside playing when I was a teenager. When I became an older teenager, then shit, when I got to go out on the weekend, they had teenage clubs. My dad would bring us skating ring, the teenage club called Masquerades. Like I was always somewhere with some friends or other family members. That's what my teenage years encompasses. And TV was not a part of that shit. If I was sitting in front of a TV, that's because I had no choice. Like we couldn't go out. Like I wasn't able to go out. We didn't have no cable. My parents didn't have cable until shit. I was in the army by the time they got cable. My sister is a different type of person than me and my brother. Okay, we ain't have no motherfucking cable TV. She had cable TV. She had the video games, right? And shit like that. In fact, I bought her very first video game, a Super Nintendo. Okay. I was in the army and I bought for her birthday. I bought her that Super Nintendo. I think that's what that thing was called. But here we go.
You know what I'm saying? And it goes further than just the person that she played. She always carried herself like that on and off screen. You know, you never heard a bunch of stuff about her.
Is she married?
Look, they think they know this woman. They like off and on screen. How you know you don't know nothing about this woman? Look, he even asks, is she married?
She was married to Ahmad Rashard. But yeah, Ahmad Rashard was an athlete. I thought he was only a commentator.
No.
He used to play something.
Yeah, he used to play.
But anyway, she's been the epitome of dignity and as
She's the epitome of dignity and da. So, you know, she is of a different generation, and those generations, which would be more like my parents' generation, right? That's what she is. They're not on the internet and telling all their business, because first of all, we ain't have the fucking internet since in our childhood, where you gonna see everything we did and everything we thought about it, what we think and shit like that, right? I don't know how old this woman is, but I think she's like my parents' age. She got to be in her 70s. Now she's a beautiful woman, but there's a many beautiful women in their motherfucking 70s, especially black women. Okay, let me go see if I can see how old she is. I don't know. What it is? CIA, right? Ooh. Rashard, here we go. I'm gonna just put this. Then she's a woman of money too, right? Which means if she did look bad, then I would question like what was you doing, sweetheart? Like black women with no money looking good in their 70s. But they say she was born in, where is that? So she was married in 72, divorced in 75, married again in 78, divorced in 82, and then married again in 85 and divorced in 2001. She's not staying married very long. And I'm not hating on that, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, she's not that wife that these men are talking about. She's the whole epitome of what a wife is. Not according to 3 men or even herself. Maybe the men loved the type of wife she was. Apparently, maybe she didn't like being a wife to them. Right? That could be it, right? So what else? I want to know her age. Let's see. Oh, she's 76, so she would be my dad's age. That's right. My mom would only be no, yeah. She's my dad's age. She's born in 48. Okay. My mom was born in 46. So there she go. She's a if I'm correct, they're the baby boomers, yes. Okay. So they're the baby boomers. And so here we are with these men claiming that she's this perfect epitome of what a wife is, a perfect epitome of what it is to be a queen, correct. To be a queen, baby. They're the baby boomers. You're a whole queen. Okay, you're a whole queen out. So they're the baby boomers. I'm gonna pause that. Let's go back to the video I was looking at. So something's wrong with these men, right? They're living in a fantasy world. They're living in a TV world. Okay, here we go.
As many people see as how a woman should be. So she stopped by the Breakfast Club and they talked to her, and apparently she had a couple things to say about the current state of women. Now, to be fair, they asked her. She didn't come up there pointing fingers at younger women. You know, they asked her straight up, you know, how do you feel about, you know, how things are going on with the world? And she had this to say.
You know, you came up in an era, Ms. Rashard, where dignity and grace were everything. So do you ever look at how wild Hollywood is now and you just think to yourself, boy, y'all got it easy. Y'all wouldn't have got away with that in my day.
Okay, so based on the information when she got into Hollywood, it wasn't, if I'm correct, Hollywood, she got in Hollywood. I could have sworn I just read it where it was not as far back as, you know, that's how they play with it, right? When you're a certain age, they play with you, right? And they start making it seem like you come from a different time. They do that to me too. Bomb you from a different time. I'm like, what fucking time? What the hell y'all think changed in the last 100 years? Besides technology. People are people. Humans are humans, right? Men are men and women are women. Right? Laws changed. So that's basically a lot of laws didn't change, giving women opportunity. Style changed. So back in the day, people didn't really have money. They didn't focus on clothing like that, right? You got your hand-me-downs and shit like that. But that changed so many years ago. That had to change, like, what, in the goddamn 70s? 80s for real. That's when the way clothing and people view clothing as a luxury, but also if it's a luxury, it's also the more you spend, the more important you look, right? AKA luxury brand clothing, right? Name brand clothing. That became super, super popular in the goddamn 90s for real, but I saw it in the 80s popping up. I remember in the 80s, Black people, we didn't really fall for that shit, but I guess all it took is for our dumbasses to have some kids, and then our kids fall for that dumbass shit. Right? With Jordache on your ass. The hell Jordache mean? Who is that? Well, I don't know who that is. Oh, okay. Well, why would I put that on my ass? But apparently, though, I'm only speaking for my area, the zone in which I grew up in, because when I hear other people tell their stories, it's different, right? When I hear New Yorkers speak on them and what they were doing, normally, though, those people, when I speak, they're talking at least 8 to 10 years after me, which 8 to 10 years is a big ass motherfucking difference, right? I don't know why they don't think that. So if I'm talking, when I say I was here from the beginning, and they claim they was here from the beginning, nah, baby, we both wasn't here from the beginning, right? When I say I was here, grown, or as a growing up kid, right? I'm watching and wearing bell bottoms, right? I'm saying disco was in, and we was dancing and watching Saturday Night Live and shit, right? Yeah. By the time some of these people be talking like they were there from the beginning, they be talking like they're there from the beginning. I'm like, no, you wasn't there from the beginning. And you wasn't there from the beginning, And by the time you was old enough to even know what the hell you was listening to, now you damn near 20 years behind. Right? Because you can't be 10 years younger than me, right? And then claim that you remember some shit that, because you ain't remember it from birth. So when I ask you how old you were and you tell me you was like 10 years old when you got into hip hop, you 20 years behind. Okay? You 20 years behind. And yeah, it'd be the worst conversations, right? Because even the people they listened to wasn't there from the beginning, right? They wasn't there from the beginning either. They still just barely about to turn 50 soon. But I digress. Let's go back into these dumbass niggas who living in their imagination right now.
Yeah, you'd have to look at Hollywood. I could look at the way young ladies dress. Mm-hmm. The young ladies are so beautiful. Mm-hmm. And I don't mean to be critical, and I hope young ladies listening don't take this as personal criticism, because I don't mean it that way. Mm-hmm. But you're young queens. I'm taken aback when I see on a college campus young women dressed in strips of clothing. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm maybe she talking about in person. Like I said, I didn't say it during this stream, but I live in Delaware, right? So we got Dale State, we got Delaware University, right? We got Wilmington University, we got damn, it's a lot of colleges around here, y'all. In Newark, Delaware is a major college area. It's right there. The university is just right there, right? And it encompasses a lot of Newark over there, on that side of Newark over there, right? And if I go out to a club, you're gonna have some university young women at the club, right? Because they're gonna go to the popular club here in Delaware, or they're gonna go to the popular club in Philadelphia or in Baltimore or DC, right? And so what I'm saying though, I don't know like what she's talking about, but young black women are not going to class in no skimpy clothing. And so to me, it sounds like she took a talking point and threw that in there. And like, for what though? For what? Can you see women getting sexy and going out on dates and going out with their girlfriends, going on vacations and stuff when they get all pretty, put on their heels and stuff? Yes. But you notice she mentioned campus. She mentioned on campus. And now out of her mouth to the world's ears, she just told people that young women on college campuses aren't putting on any clothes. Aren't putting on any clothes. Why? For what? Let me see what the question was again. Let me go back a little bit.
So beautiful. Mm-hmm. And I don't mean to be critical.
Yeah, pointing fingers at younger women. You know, they asked her straight up, you know, how do you feel about, you know, how things are going on with the world? And she had this to say.
You know, you came up in an era, Miss Rashard, where dignity and grace were everything. So
dignity and grace, baby. She got dignity and grace.
Ever look at how wild Hollywood is now, and you just think to yourself, boy.
He mentioned how wild Hollywood is now.
Y'all got it easy. Y'all wouldn't have got away with that in my day.
Hollywood. He asked how wild is Hollywood. And let's hear her answer again.
You have to look at Hollywood. I could look at the way young ladies dress.
She ain't even got to look at Hollywood. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me you ain't got to look at Hollywood, girl? You ain't got to, because that's where you would have, maybe your answer would have been a little more fitting, right? Be fitting if you're talking about how the women actresses and actors and the hip hop and even the pop stars, and right, If you would have went there where he asked you, then your answer would have been more reasonable. But she didn't do that. She went straight to attack the educated black woman. Right now, some people gonna say, "Well, Bob, why you keep saying she talking about black women?" Because we are talking about the Breakfast Club. That's what she is. We're not gonna act like we don't know who they cater to, who they talk to. That's why she's even being talked to there, because she's black. And so we're talking about our black people culture, black people thing, right? Our society, a society with about around us. But even if, let's say she wasn't just talking about black women, she still went to the educated woman, the one who's educating herself. Why y'all think that is? Because isn't that where they are focusing their attack on black women? Women across the board right now are being attacked. I don't even understand some women who don't understand that you think just because you're not black, you think you not being attacked. But no, you are being attacked also. You're just not being attacked by black men. Okay? You're not being attacked by black men, but you are definitely, if you are a woman in this society, baby, they keep talking about how they need more babies. These motherfuckers wanna tell us how to dress and then make us have their fucking babies. And that sounds crazy, because you would think since they want us to have their babies, they would be more lenient on what the woman want, right? If you want her to have your baby, then you might want to cater a little bit to what it is that she desires and need. But no, they want us to be needy of them. That's why they keep saying, when we say we don't need a man, but we want a man, they don't like that. They will argue that they want to be needed. And those are controlling men. They could be very dangerous type of men. Okay? Ladies got to listen to some of these men, right? You need to listen to what they're saying. And don't let them fool you, because you probably thinking, oh, he said that shit on the panel. Nah, listen. But he don't do that. You're not gonna do that in real life. Fuck that. Like, nah. Okay? These men will use their money against you. And they hate the fact that you can make money. You know, especially ones who want to go 50-50. They didn't want to go 50-50 instead of just saying, hey, we're a family. Hey, the electric bill do what we're going to do. So you can, do what you need to do. But nah, they want to go split down the middle, right? They'll say they make more money than you. But then they want you to pay equal. That's a motherfucking roommate. And I don't sleep with no roommates. We ain't sleeping together. In fact, I ain't cooking. If I cook, then you better have put some food money on the food, and then you're going to have to pay me. Unless you're going to cook tomorrow. We could take that. Oh, damn. I was supposed to make that chicken. We still got any sauce or anything for you, babe? Might need to make noodles. Oh, Lord, y'all. Look, I'm talking about cooking. And in the moment I realized I promised to cook the chicken. What time is it? I can make the chicken tomorrow, babe? I'm sorry, y'all. Just me talking about chicken and cooking just now. Oh, I did tell hubby I was gonna make that chicken. I was gonna stew it anyway. I'll make it tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow anyway. So when I get ready for that, I guess I go down there and start it, or when we get back, I'll start cooking right away. Okay, babe? Huh? Mm-hmm. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. Anyway, here we go.
Mm-hmm. The young ladies are so beautiful. Mm-hmm. And I don't mean to be critical, and I hope young ladies listening don't take this as personal criticism, because I don't mean it that way. Mm-hmm. But you're young queens. I'm taken aback when I see on a college campus young women dressed in strips of clothing. Mm-hmm. But more importantly than that, No man wants his woman.
No, look, that's what, look, she wanted to tell y'all right off the bat what's more important. No man wants you. Ain't that something? Now listen, listen. Unless these women are going to say that they dress in a certain way and no man is watching, we know the men are watching. They're not only watching in real time, but they get on Instagram and watch. They get over there on OnlyFans and pay to fucking watch. And yet this old woman right here want to now convince women that men are not watching. Right? Oh, but there's a little more.
To be out like that.
Facts.
Right?
So we're taking your calls, 800.
And then somebody say facts. And wait a minute. I know it can't be the men on the Breakfast Club saying facts. Have you seen their wives? Have you seen their wives when they were younger? Do y'all know anything about these motherfucking women? Because we already know, like, I'm not trying to throw him under the fucking bus, but I'm only gonna speak the facts, right? We already know the one who running that show over there, what he has done in his past, right? Very similar to fucking Bill Cosby. Right? Okay. He trying to get from under it. I think he paid. I'm not sure exactly how that got resolved. You know what I mean? But they got the resolved a few ways, because see, you can't pay a child. A child can't enter into an agreement. That's why these motherfucking stars end up with issues when them goddamn kids get older. Right? Because a parent may have taken money to right? To keep it on the low. But see, when them motherfucking kids become adults, then now they have rights. And they have rights to say, I don't know what you did, what deal you made with my parent, but here I am. And I'm an adult. And now you got to deal with me. And that's what happened with what his name, right? When that young girl became a fucking adult. But you know the worst thing about his situation is he told the fucking story. I remember hearing that man brag about meeting some young girls who was underage and taking them to a cabin or somewhere or someplace. It's supposed to be a party. He knew they were too young. That's why he didn't show up, pick up from the house. She had to meet him, right? And I remember him telling that fucking story. Now, back then, when he told that story, it wasn't, apparently, it was still that patriarchal bullshit where it was he, ha, braggadocious type of story. But it was funny because it was a real story, right? What's funny about it is all it took was some years where women are like, that shit ain't funny. Men become fathers and they realize, wait a minute. I may have thought that shit was funny when I was a young man, possibly participating, but I love my daughter. You don't get to mishandle my daughter like that. See, times has changed. The way we think have changed. It is caught up with a little bit with some of reality of using and abusing people, especially fucking children. I think somebody was talking about this the other day when they were making it seem like most people use and abuse children. I don't know if most people use and abuse children. I'm hoping that to be not true, right? But the only ones who feel like most people are doing it would be the ones who are doing it or think have that mentality. See, my thinking is the opposite. I'm thinking most people going to hopefully be like me, where you want to protect fucking children. You don't want to abuse children. I don't know what the facts are, right? We'll never know because we got too much of we got to keep up the legacy, right? Do I need to go back to that video? We got we got to go with the legacy, not the reality, but we got to keep up the legacy of a man who has been abusing women throughout time for a very long time. For a very long time, and being able to get away with it. And I always wondered, though, even when I was a kid and I would hear certain things, I always wondered, how are motherfuckers thinking? You don't know that the person that you're abusing gonna one day become of age? You think everybody gonna want to keep those secrets forever? See, what they don't know is the secrets end up killing people. Holding that shit in ends up eating up the person. The victim ends up eating that shit up if they don't go and talk about it. Keeping your motherfucking secrets is more harmful to the victim than anybody. And all she cared about was this nigga's legacy. Fuck Bill Cosby. And if you're not sure if he's guilty or not, then all you got to do is go and pay attention to the stories. Don't listen to the stories in passing, because if you listen to them in passing, people are giving you how they think about it. Don't go by how I think about it. Don't go by how she thinks about it or how some of these niggas think about it, right? Go and listen to the victims themselves. Go and see that there were reports made about this shit early on. Because these motherfuckers will lie and say, oh, they didn't come out till 30 years later. But if you go, you'll see that there was police reports done on this man for a very long time. There were people going to the police. And why didn't the police do anything? Well, why wouldn't it? Right? Why you think people get away with shit? They either got money to get it to go away, some kind of fucking way, right? All kinds of ways you might get it to go away. Like with Trump, right? One of his accusers ended up missing, just missing, because she happened to be, her parents wasn't from this country originally. So you don't know whether she was deported or whether she just came up fucking gone for real. We don't know, right? But what you do know is that you could go and see that there was a police report done way back then. 2 young girls, same weekend. And their stories, even though they weren't together when they reported, because their parents was in 2 different areas, it's not like they got together and came up with a scheme. Their stories were very similar. And all he had to do was have some fucking money for it to go away.
585-1051 and asking, how do you feel, Jess?
I feel like she definitely was spot on, even if it's not for a man, though. I mean, because I know that she turned to you, Charlamagne, and she.
And that's it right there. That's the problem. That's the beef that women have. Now look,
these 2 men. That's it right there. So when a woman say, "Hey, I don't know why these men think everything a woman does is for them," it's the most ridiculous motherfucking thing. Why would we go through life and everything we do be for a man? And which man? Right? Which motherfucking man? Like, I'm putting on clothes. Am I putting on the clothes for my man? Like for my husband? Or am I thinking about what the other men out there gonna think? Because think about it. Maybe my husband don't have a problem with it. And the men out there may. Right? Which fucking man? Say I ain't got no fucking husband. Who am I dressing for in particular today? And if I am doing it for a fucking man, then why are you being able to tell me that I'm dressing too skimpy? I don't have on enough clothes. It can't be both. It can't be both. You can't tell us that we dressing for men and then tell us that men don't like the way we dress. But the men don't like it, though. The men. So today, right, as the woman she is today, she gonna make sure her neckline is covered, right? But I showed pictures already with her breasts damn here fucking out, right? Her titty damn here out. No bra. So when she was younger and able to do it, and she was in that mood, right? Before the menopause, been sitting in for about 20 plus years, right? And that desire to be a certain way and may have gone away. And now she done settled into her, I don't know, whatever frame of mind she in. Now she want to tell younger women, right, who still got their loins grinding, and they, you know what I mean, they're not in no menopause, they ain't suffering with no heat flashes, and they still, be desiring this and that and the third, something that goes away with age. She and the men want you young ladies to act like older fucking women, but not really, though. Not really. This is a beautiful woman. She ain't got no man. I don't know if she got a woman, but these men act like she the perfect wife, even though she's not a wife. She got the right not to be a wife if she don't want to be a fucking wife. But here these men tell it she is a wife. Oh, she gonna always be a wife because in their mind she gonna be what the fuck they wanted to be. And listen, I had a discussion the other day, right? The other day I was on somebody else's panel, right? I was over there with John Gopp, right? And they was talking about I went up there to mess with them, to go over there and play with him a little bit and his people. And I go over there and because I'm a woman, y'all know what always comes up. Now, I brought it up because I went over there. There was a white man up there who I was going to kind of, I was roasting him and shit like that, right? But I was doing that as a proof of something, right? Because I was over there to prove black, not just black men, but black women something as well, right? My proof is, hey, these black men will put you down, ladies. They will claim you the ugliest, you the this, you the that, you the most unattractive. But white men don't see it that way. In fact, while we was over there by Sharon just last week, there was a white man up there, and he said it's all pink. And I think he had mentioned that he was a white nationalist at one point. He was a white nationalist who still had relations with women and black women. Now, isn't that something? A white nationalist who definitely believe in, hey, his people being superior and all that shit, still laid down and would lay down with a beautiful black woman or Asian woman or whatever. While these black men are claiming that black women are the ugliest and nobody want to be with us. So when I was over there, I was cracking on the white man, but he wasn't doing too detesting. Right? And the black men are the ones who prove this, prove that, but mostly it was a white woman. Now, let me tell you, so a white woman, I don't know why they get in my way. I don't know why you get in my way. I don't know. Like, these black men have must told you that you're the most beautiful one, but you're not. When they think of exotic, the only ones thinking of you as exotic is black men, but the rest of the world are not considering you to be exotic. When white men get with black women, they think that's exotic, special, and different. They really do, right? They'll have their children with white women, but when they get with other races of women, they think that's special. They think they done did something. They done overcame something. They it's something, right? And so that's how they think of it. They don't think of so this white woman, she goes on and I go talking, I start saying things like, yeah, these white men, they pay me to do this, pay me to do that, pay me to do this, right? I was talking about on the phone, by the way. I did say, hey, they would have me walk, through this and that, right? And then, of course, I'm not looking in the chat. I'm just basing it on what I'm hearing the men on the panel say, right? And then I'm going for the black man. The black man talking about, oh, you're a prostitute, you're this, yeah, whatever. Right? And Did you know I sold a little video clip for $35? I said, look, you want a clip of me, baby, send $35. Now they tried to play me, right? They sent me $20 and then they started to lie. The white bitch in the chat lying about she sent me the money and acting like I done kept her money, big fucking ass lying ass bitch, right? And I kept saying there's no reason for me to fucking lie. I ain't got to lie. I have fucking hundreds of thousands of motherfucking pictures, and I know I have thousands. I wouldn't go into the hundreds of thousands of video clips, but I got thousands, right? And this is the thing. They bought a little clip from me for $35. And they said, hey, it got to be a clip that we could share here on YouTube. And I sold them the clip. They ended up giving the money, even though she was talking about, I sent the money. Then somebody else said, I also sent the money. I was like, none of y'all sent me no fucking money. They were like, yeah, I sent them the money. They had a guy up there talking about, they said they sent you money. I said, tell them bitches to send you proof that they sent me money. The fuck I look like I ain't got to lie. But if you want it, you gonna send me the motherfucking money. They sent me the money and I gave them the clip. Now, they were playing the clip over there. Now, my point is this, right? So, I'm playing the clip. You can see exactly the clip, right? They were playing. I think they played it maybe a few dozen times back to back, right? Small little clip. I said, you send me $35, I'll send you a clip 35 seconds long. That clip was a little longer than 35 seconds. I think it's like a minute long, right? And what's crazy is this, right? Fucking men changes everything. Everything they say, that we don't like this type of woman. We don't like this. We don't like that. We don't like this. And then my goddamn Instagram numbers goes up. They start trying to get into my Facebook. I start getting notifications of them trying to join me over there on, I ain't even signed into that shit in a while, but I still get the notifications, right? When people try to get into Twitter and shit. So how is it that the men who do not like certain things, how is it that they go and search for these things? They go and search for them and they will pay for it. Not only are they searching for it, but they pay for it. Them women over there on OnlyFans is making money. The ones who are smart are making good money. The ones who just don't know what they're doing, they still making money. They just don't know what the fuck they doing. They wilding out and trying to figure out the recipe, and they don't know the recipe, so they just wilding out. They ain't got to do all that, right? They doing way too much. The ones who are doing a lot though, like they got to. It's that's when the men see, when men start controlling women and their sexual ability, their sexual energy, when they control it, then it becomes where they start calling you whores and shit. But when you start controlling your shit yourself, or some other woman come and educate you, then you become something like, what is her name, who ended up moving all the way to London and shit, right? This black woman, Josephine Baker. Josephine Baker and women like her. Black women from all over the world. And that's just the in the recent that I can think of, but they even had women of larger body shapes with big butts making money at things like the circus and is it the circus that go around, and other things where they go around and people pay to watch these things. Y'all, we used to be something they paid to watch. Whether you think that's good or not, or you indifferent, that's not the point that I'm making. Right? They're going to be men who want a woman who's dressed conservatively. I've had friends. I had one friend, right? In school, she would have on a long pair of slacks, a nice shirt, whatever color her shirt was. She had on these little flats that matched. And I always thought, wow, I like her style. Now, I liked her style on her. I was like, wow. I ain't like that style on me. That shit didn't go with me. I don't have the long legs, so pants don't look good on me. Right? Not until I start making my own pants. And if I don't make my own pants or get some tailor or somebody make them for me, I do not look good in pants, baby. I just don't. So I never been able to have a pair of pants, slacks that fit me out these short ass, stubby ass motherfucking legs. So anyway, back to what I'm saying. I've had friends dress conservatively like that and be whores, straight motherfucking whores. And when I call them a whore, I'm talking about an actual whore. Okay? I'm not talking about a woman freely expressing herself sexually with whomever. I'm talking about where you made an appointment and you know what I'm saying? So that's what she ended up becoming when she became an adult. Which is the weirdest thing because wow, like her parents and everybody around her was like, yeah, this is, and she gonna be this, and everybody looked up to him and shit. And wait a minute, as soon as she turned like 23, some kind of way, some dude got under her skin or did something, and she become the seller of sex for real. She get hooked on that shit. And she really selling sex. So when I call a woman a whore, the way I'm saying, and I'm not even saying that's a bad thing or whatever, because it ain't none of my motherfucking business. What she does with her vagina ain't got shit to do with my vagina. Okay? And so then they got women who dress wow, right? And what do we call them wow? I guess short dresses and shit, right? Short dresses. But since I'm short, my dress gonna be short, or it's gonna be very long. It's supposed to be like maybe to my knee, but it's all the way to my ankle because I'm that short. Yeah, that kind of. Or it's gonna be, a dress where truly, if I told you, it probably was a shirt that I turned into a fucking dress, or a skirt that I turned into an actual dress. I'm not lying. I had this black skirt that I would put up above my boobs, ladies. It was a skirt. It had elastic in the waist, and I would put that bitch all the way across my chest and put a jacket on. Nobody knew. Maybe even put a belt on with that bitch, man. That one of my favorite outfits at the time. But I used to go to work, you know what I'm saying? Cause I'm short like that. That's that skirt though, that was supposed to be like right under my knee. That motherfucker would be all the way goddamn in the middle of my calf, damn here, close to my ankle, because I'm short. And so, what am I saying? Because I'm all over the place, it may seem, but I'm not all over the place. Because this woman who knows exactly what the fuck I'm saying if she was listening, she knows that the way a person dress doesn't mean anything. I could wear one thing today, one style. I could dress very conservatively today and be something real scantily, showing everything the next day. And what the fuck does it mean about me as a person? Nothing. So when these men want to have someone like myself or this woman, right, on this screen, want her to tell women how to dress, they don't give a fuck what these women say. They just want somebody to beat up on women. Because if you really wanted a woman, an elder, to express to women about something, you would be telling her to say things about her personality. Maybe say things like, hey, a lot of these men may not like you being overly aggressive. You know, if she was maybe, hey, if you're looking for a man, it might be something you're doing, let's have a conversation. And maybe maybe you are being a little too loud. That's the kind of thing you would want somebody, to say if that's true, right? They got a lot of women who are saying, damn, like I didn't know. And it's not just black women either, right? Who's saying, damn, I didn't realize that I was raised a certain way, where I'm saving my money. I'm a go-getter because I know I got to go make the money because I don't want to be in the situation my family was in. And they realize, damn, I'm not even taking care of myself to look girly. I went on a date and the guy mentioned something about, hey, why your nails not done? And she realized, wow, like she never even thought to put money into her nails. And she realized that, hey, she realized that she needs to start taking care of herself and be more mindful of what maybe the men or others may think. Right? That's what she concluded. That's not what I concluded about her. I don't know the woman. But I saw a video like that. And it makes sense, right? When we become a certain age and we realize where we are in life, we do the work to figure out where we want to be in life and what do we want. And then if we take the time to analyze that, a lot of women and men will figure out what it is that they may have to change about themselves. I have always been the person to say, hey, I can't tell you what to change. It's not for me to tell you what to change. I don't know anything about you, but you know you. You know you. You know what you want. You know what your goals are, hopefully. And you know what you might need to do to get to where you want to be. And I hope you're not overreaching to become a millionaire. That might be something you might be able to attain, but at least start with the small little things. If you think you are overweight, then you will take the time to do what you need to do to lose the weight. Nobody is going to be able to push anybody into losing weight. That's something that a person concludes because they have to then decide on what do I need to change to help this. And it's not just as simple as not eating or not overeating. It's a whole lifestyle change. Right? I use weight because, hey, that's one of my things, right, that I suffer with through my life. I ain't find no suffering in it. When I ended up gaining the weight with my children, it just was what it was. I went from being the sexy as this to being the sexiest BBW. And I held it with pride. And then when I guess I started losing weight because I became more active, right? After my children was a certain age, then here I am. I had more freedoms where I wasn't just in the house, but now was going out to the gyms and shit, right? I was walking with my girlfriends around the neighborhood and I was doing a lot. And that's all I had to do was just do more. And then the weight just fell off just as quick as it came on. When I started to be more active, it just fell off. I really stopped drinking soda. That's the only thing that changed. I stopped drinking that fucking soda. Okay. The one thing that I don't want to give up right now, but I know I need to, okay? If I just drop the soda, that'll be the weight that I put on, right? I started drinking soda again, and I started putting the weight on. But see, I know this. And no, I can't blame nobody for it. I won't blame nobody for it. And if I decide to make a change or not, I guess I'll do what I need to do. But my point is, I can't start telling people they need to lose weight or you need to gain weight, girl. You too skinny. What kind of shit would that be? That's all fucked up. People don't need to be beat on to make change. An idea that people think that they got some people who might need what they call, like I purposely and know that I need some accountability. What does that mean? So when I, want to lose weight, I put the music on, I go downstairs and dance. I'm going to turn the webcam on. Okay? Because I'm going to tell you, if I don't have that webcam on, baby, I might not be doing nothing that whole song. I might do a little movement for a little while and be like, I'm gonna change the song. Then before you know it, I'm sitting there going through all the new music just to see what was released. And I ain't doing no movement. See if I turn that webcam on. Now, I know I can't stop until at least the song is over. It helps me with accountability that, hey, Bob, you out of breath, but bitch, don't you stop. Don't you stop until the end of this song. That's how my thinking is. That's how I work through what I work through. But everybody gonna have how they work through what they work through differently. If I go to the gym, right? I'm talking about like I gotta go to a class, right? I go and do the Zumba, right? Because I'm held, because I don't want to be the one stopping. And I'm like, nah, bitch, you keep going, huh? What you doing? Keep going. You don't want to be the only lonely one stopping. Keep going. You got it. You got it. Okay. Get on that bike. Okay. And them steps. I like that step shit, but my memory can't keep up. After like 8 motherfucking different things, I'm getting all fucked up now. You know what I mean? I might be turning the wrong motherfucker. Everybody turning the right way except me. And I think because I fear that has never really happened. But in the back of my mind, I always have that fear, and it stops me from doing things like that. So I kind of, when I do step, I'll do step. And then when it start getting real deep, I kind of leave in the middle of the class. I'll be like thinking, I don't want to embarrass myself. Right? Which means I instead of me just sticking in there and doing it and figuring out, nah, I let fear get me out of there. And see, we got a group of men who just want women to be beat up on, so they don't understand messaging. They don't understand messaging when it comes from a man or a woman if we're not beating up on somebody. So Sharon over there, he's talking, right? He's giving his opinion based on what he heard, as he has the right to do just like everybody. But some people want to beat up on him because he should be up there beating up on women instead of telling men or this other woman, like, hey, why would you be focusing just on how a group of college students are dressing? Right? Addressing. And then all it took was us to go through and look through her history, and you'll find that, baby, she is no Claire Huxtable, honey. Claire Huxtable was married to one man, had all her kids by that one man, and they lived through that. And Claire Huxtable, you understand? But you'll find that when you start putting that on people, they can't live up to that shit. Except she want to act like she live up to that shit. She's one of the most dangerous women out here. See, people don't understand how she could be so dangerous. Because when you start telling people that they could fit these perfect molds, then these men start looking for that perfect mold. Some of these women try to live up to those perfect molds, but fail in all types of ways. And then we end up with a whole lot of people just out here being angry and mad, disappointed in themselves and in others. And in others. See, her even acting like she's the perfect mold hasn't really benefited her. Only in other people's minds does it benefit her, right? She go on a show like this, they gonna show her absolute nothing but respect. That's a good thing. But I bet you she would have got better roles in the industry if she just wasn't stuck and glued to this persona. You know? It's a beautiful motherfucking woman. Still in her prime doing times when I'm quite sure that with a many roles she could have gotten. But we got to understand, these people was controlled by Bill Cosby. Now, when I mentioned earlier that Bill Cosby, that it was rumored, and I'm telling you that this was rumored in my family, that he was still taking care of my cousin. Right? Taking care of her. Right? I haven't seen her I don't even know if she's been in any movies, right? In a long time. But you got to understand, people say, well, why would he do that, Bob? Why would he take care of them? Why would he do that? That's ridiculous. Because, like she said, it's a legacy. It's a brand. The Cosby Show come back on, play in all these other countries, play in the United States over and over and over again. It'll go through generations, right? Because it is one of them shows that shows and portrays family in a good light without you having to be poor, right? It don't have any of those stereotypes of you having to be a struggle family, being poor, living in the ghetto, right? It is one of them things where I wouldn't have no problem with my children watching and my children watching and my children's children's watching. Just legacy. Like she said. If it wasn't for the nigga himself, right? Because it had gotten picked up and they was making money again. It definitely would have been something where we would have hoped for a reunion. Woo, a reunion. And you remember when COVID was here, them motherfuckers were reunioning and bringing old shows back on motherfucking what's the name of that thing? Not Hulu. That other one I have. Let me see. Y'all know I'm bad. I got it. The one I got to pay all that fucking money. My kids been having that shit since they were little. So Netflix. Yeah, Netflix. So that when those shows come back, right? The old ones, they get a little money. It's not too much, right? We found that out during COVID when these motherfucking people we thought was wealthy out here like that, because they've been in movies and shit. You found out they were getting $12 each episode, or you know what I mean? The $28. She was getting like $12 an episode. Now, if the episodes are running every day, right? Then 12, and especially some of them be back to back. I think like Raven, right? I think she used to come back to back. It used to be like 1, 2, 3 of them back to back. And so that's 3 times 12 times 7 days a week or 5 days a week, right? Times the month. And then if she had multiple shows, right? Or they were playing in different areas around the globe, then they getting money. So it's some money, right? But I'm not sure if y'all remember when this shit got out there and they put his ass in jail. There was a guy they found him working at the one who was played the part, who was married to my cousin Alvin. I think that was his name, right? Alvin was right here. If I'm correct, don't quote me, but I think it was right here in Jersey. Because I was thinking about going look for his ass. You know what I mean? Because people in the area here in Delaware and in Philadelphia, they were talking about the black people especially was like, oh, how could we donate? But and that's why I think he was in Jersey, but maybe it was Philly. I don't know. Okay. It could have been New York too. But I know it was in this area, right? Tri-state kind of area. And he was working at Home Depot or Lowe's. It was something like that. A show like that, where somebody went in there and they recorded the man and tried to make fun of him. That's fucked up. Like, I'm quite sure you could have, they could have did it a little different. But this man is working. He had a job. If I'm correct, that was around COVID too, right? So that means that a lot of people didn't have no jobs, and they was trying to get jobs so they could eat and feed their fucking family, and they tried to embarrass that man. Anyway, I say that to say that that's how it got put out there that some of these people were struggling, right? When they wanted to go and do other roles, right? Like roles. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. ROLES. Cosby would advise them against it if it didn't meet the qualifications of what he deemed to be conducive to his legacy. And the only way you could stop me from going and doing my career like that is you got to assure me that, hey, like, you gotta at least keep me good. I ain't gotta be wealthy, living in no mansion and shit, but I got to be able to have a house and some motherfucking food. So I don't know all the details, but I just heard, through the family that he was still taking care of them to a degree. To what degree, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, that woman, she's my dad's age. I think a little younger. Okay, her grandfather and my grandmother are cousins. Okay, first cousins. Her grandmother. No. I'm sorry. Her grandfather, and my grandmother were cousins, and he was the one who used to drive us to the skating ring. Okay, when I wanted to go to the skating ring, and I did a bus ride, I would hire him, and he would, of course, he family. He'd give me a good deal. Okay, charge me $100-something, right, for us to go to the skating ring and come back. I think it would be like maybe 5 hours, right? It take about close to an hour to get there, which means that's 2 hours coming back, and we'd be able to be at the skating rink for like 3 hours. Each car charges $100-something, and then I would sell tickets. I would sell tickets to everybody in the surrounding area, tell them where we're gonna pick their asses up and drop their asses off, and that's how we got to do our rides. Okay, through him. Anyway, let me stop the share. I'm gonna put the link up. Anybody want to come up and argue with me? But the thing is, we as women add into the fact, because nothing wrong with you disagreeing with me disagreeing with you. You can even disagree with my lifestyle, because why? Because if I put it out to the world, if I put information out to the world, everybody has the right to listen and make judgment on it. And I'm okay with that. And if anybody want to have a conversation with me about it, then that's what I'll do. Right? I don't have no problem with that. Okay? And I feel the same way. If somebody got their life out there, they want to go do interviews and shit, right? And speak on it. You don't know if it's charged. Oh, but that's this? Okay. I'll charge it. You should charge it. I usually charge it for your son. I don't even use my iPad no more. Literally have it every time. So I just charge it up for him. Yeah, it's dead to the world. Let's see what my son do. He come bringing it in here. As soon as Leak come here, he know Leak coming straight in to get it. And when Leak leave, he throws it in here dead to the world. Only for me to charge it. So when Leak come tomorrow, he gonna grab it. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna put the link in. Everybody have a right to their judgment. Make judgment on whoever you want, right? But when we break it down to people being judged just based on how they dress, it's got to be the most ridiculous thing ever, right? Everybody have different style of dress, right? There used to be a time if you had tattoos, you was the lowest of the low. And most of y'all motherfuckers got tattoos. Right? You'll notice a certain generation of us, we don't have no motherfucker tattoo. Okay? You're going to notice my generation, you're going to find more of us with no tattoos than those with tattoos. And even if you find those of us in my generation with tattoos, it's not going to be a whole lot. And it's going to be of a particular thing in a particular spot that's not seen. Okay, then I got the generation right after me. They may be Gen Xers, maybe, but they'll be the last Gen Xers. They're gonna be my younger cousins, right? They were my cousins, but they were too young to really play with us. But they would be around us because when we got together with F family, events and shit, birthdays and shit like that, right? So they were the younger cousins, and I found them to have tattoos. I got a cousin She got the tattoos over her breasts. I bet you, like, she got to regret that shit now. That shit is ugly, right? That shit doesn't age well, right? You got the tramp stamp. The tramp stamp go on the back. I ain't gonna lie. I thought the tramp stamp was cool. I figured, I was gonna go get a fake one, right on my butt so I could take some pictures. But first of all, I don't want nothing permanent. But it was mostly, I'm not into no motherfucking pain just for somebody to put some shit on my body. And then suppose they don't really know how to draw. Like back then, it was some ugly fucking tattoos. A generation of young artists came about and they started having real art. A lot of black people don't be giving no fucks. You'll go to anybody and let anybody put some shit on your fucking body. I done seen the ugliest motherfucking tattoos amongst us. I'm like, they ain't putting no shading. This shit look flat. It's already difficult, right, being black with the colors. So the minimum you need to do if you're black is to make sure that, number one, they know what they're doing, because we keloid, right? We'll keloid, you'll have scarring and shit. But number two, where even if you can't really get the colors, people, they'll know how to shade it right. And y'all think just because somebody's charging the most money or they got some pictures on their goddamn Instagram, and I'm like, the motherfuckers, if I wanted to act like I could do tattooing because I decided to learn on YouTube University and get the equipment, convince motherfuckers to give me their money so I could put them ugly motherfucker tattoos on them, right? Because I learned you ain't even got to know how to draw, because these motherfuckers will let this carbon copy type of thing go through a machine, a printer, and then they'll put it on you, right? And trace that shit, like the little ink. I'm like, I'm watching motherfuckers do this shit, learn this shit. That's how I know this shit. And as soon as they get enough confidence, they gonna say, yeah, I'll do your tattoo. And you think they giving half discounts because they beginners? No. They want to charge what everybody else charging, if not more, to claim that they better, even though they beginners. That's what young people are doing with their body. Giving it a piece of it to any and every fucking body. Right? My little cousin, she got these little cat paws on above her titties. She barely had titties, let alone. But then they put the little cat paw. Now, I ain't never understand it. I'm like, you gonna make it seem like a cat is touching your titties? Okay. I saw it, and I wasn't impressed. Okay? Cat paws right on her titties. Right above her non-titties. And the tramp stamp though, okay, that can look kind of hot. I guess it depends on how you get it though. I seen people with upside down one, right? Where the words is pointing down, right? Where if they walking, you can see what it says. I seen somebody with their shit upside down. And I guess she was saying if she ass up, face down, you could read it better. I'm like, girl, but is you gonna always be face down, ass up? I'm like, what is you thinking? Like, go get some paint. Let motherfuckers take time painting that shit on you, right? Or they got that henna. Henna lasts for a couple of months, depending on, how you take care of it and shit. I don't know if it's a couple of months. I know definitely for at least a month, right? A couple of weeks. I don't know about a couple of months, but it might be a couple of months. I don't know. But anyway, I was like, if I would get something like that, then I had to let a bitch be touching my ass to put that shit on. I seen somebody, she put a butterfly. Her whole ass is a butterfly. One side is one wing, the other side is another wing. And I was like, girl, what was you thinking? I mean, did it look good? Do it look good today? It didn't even look that good then. It was very ambitious though, and it was artsy, right? Her whole big ass was art, a piece of art. I was like, I think men thought it was a piece of art without you putting that big ass butterfly wings on it and going through all that pain, right? Shit. Anyway, that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother day. We done went through all kinds of shit. But so those of you with tattoos, though, if you go back in time, yeah, they thought you were criminals, you were lowbrow, trashy. Yeah, that's what they thought about people with tattoos. Biker gang members, all of that, right? I remember just not but maybe 10 years ago, there was a article where they were showing actual doctors with long sleeves, right? They were getting sleeves done and shit like that. When I let my sons get tattoos when they were 16. When they turned 16, I was like, you can get a tattoo. But they was only able to get certain type of tattoos and only in certain areas, right? It had to be something I agreed to. And they was happy with that. But my sons wanted crazy shit originally. I remember when they wanted a marijuana leaf. I'm like, you don't even smoke. What you talking about? One of my sons, he wanted his name. And my husband said, what, you don't know your name? What you need your name on you for? One of my, so we was like, you could go get a chain, a gold chain with your name on it. You know what I'm saying? You could get a bracelet, a leather bracelet with your name on it. What you need to put it on your body for? Then they would think about a crown. So I was like, I was okay with a crown, right? I was like, okay, a crown. We was okay with crosses, right? Something that when they get older, they won't regret, right? They won't regret. And so that's what parenting is, right? Parenting is you allow things, or you may not allow things, right? But at a certain age, them kids were going and getting tattoos without their parents' permissions. I don't know how they were doing it, but I wanted my kids to go to someone safe who were going to take care of the equipment, so we don't have to worry about no blood disease, no Hep C, or no HIV. Okay, and so I went with them and sat in that chair the whole time they was getting that fucking those tattoos. 2 years apart, I went twice. When my first son turned 16 and when my second son turned 16. I was sitting right there. And their daddy didn't like it. He didn't want him to do it. But what happened was he had promised. See, hubby don't remember this, but the kids was talking to him when they were around 12. They was talking about tattoos. And they were talking, and I was like, he was like, no. And I was like, nah. And they were like, they was talking about, okay, what age? And then hubby said, possibly when he's like 16. He said that. Hubby said that out of his mouth to my first son. And so my first son was excited. He like, yeah, I'll get a tattoo when I'm 16. He was 12. And I promise you, he ain't never forget that shit. Okay? He ain't never forget. I remember the month before his birthday, right? And his birthday about to come up soon, by the way. The month before his birthday, he mentioned that shit. 4 years later, right? Is that 4 years later? 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, 4 years later. Damn near up to the motherfucking date. My son was like, hey, remember, you said I can get a tattoo when I'm 16. And hubby was like, no. He told him the same thing he told him when he was 12. But I said, hey, you can't do that. You can't do that. You can't tell him he could get something 4 years later, and then 4 years is here, and you tell him no. Hubby said, yeah, I can. I'm the dad. And I said, yeah, but nah, we're not gonna do that. And hubby kept saying no, and I was like, I'm gonna make the appointment. I'm gonna do the research. I'm gonna find somebody. Hubby didn't like it, y'all. He ain't like it. Okay, that's one of them things we kind of was like, he was like saying no, and I was like, yeah. But I promise you I wouldn't have said yeah if he hadn't told my son yeah. Now, I've been a child before. And you know, the worst thing is when your parents tell you something and then they go against it. Some of y'all remember that, right? Some of y'all remember that. And I didn't find that this was a reason why we had to go back on our word. And then, you know, when he got his at 16, here go his other son 2 years behind him, and he couldn't wait till he turned 16. And him, me going through the same thing again. I looked for the same person who did my sons. They were still at the same place, but the artist was a different person. I asked them for their work. Let me see it. I asked them, let me see if you know how to draw. Let me see. And then they got the same exact tattoo. Both my sons got the same tattoo. He got the same one as his older brother. And then once my son turned 18, baby, guess who he didn't need no more? And see, that's what my husband, he never thought about the point I was making, right? When you can control things and you can kind of help them, guide them, let them know how important it is, this decision that they're making to put this on their body that's going to be there forever, and how they should cherish their bodies enough to do enough research to make sure that at the end you're going to be good. And because I did that when they were still under our care, then when they turned adults, they do the same thing. So they're not just making any fucking brash, harsh decisions and saying, hey, I got money, let me go get a tattoo. And by the way, I don't really know this person, but I seen on Instagram, I'm like, the fuck is an Instagram? Just like you could put filters on your face on Instagram, you could put fake ass art up on Instagram. You could put other people's art on your Instagram and claim that it's yours. I told them to go and meet them people, see their work, make them prove that that's their work, and make sure that whatever you get, it's going to be something that you do not regret later on. That's what parenting is. Now, if you're going to ask me about parenting, then I'll tell you how I parented. You can agree with it or disagree with it. That is on you. But I'd be goddamn if you want me to parent other adults. You want me to parent other women who only just out here having fun. If they want to dress how they want to dress, right? I have nothing to tell those women except, hey, sis, be safe, right? Make sure that whatever you decide to do, that you think through it. You know, a bitch she gonna put on them red bottoms, baby, and buy her a matching red purse, bitch. Okay, listen, that's because it's just clothing. If she decide to have it short or long, these men are saying women are for the streets, even when they dress hit their motherfucking ankles, just because it's fitted. He don't like that she got weave in her hair because she for the streets. Oh, what else they don't like? Oh, the eyelashes. You know what I mean? She for the street. Everything we fucking do is for the streets. She can have her money. She could go vacationing with her friends, and she for the streets. See, these men claim that women are for the streets just simply because he can't be with her. And that's what they're doing. Grown ass fucking men who shouldn't be worrying about women who he don't like, that he's not attracted to. He shouldn't be caring what she doing. He should be above that. He should be a man of whatever it is, right, on his purpose, and he shouldn't even see women he's not interested in. Because I can tell you right now, guys, in case you didn't know, the women, I've never really heard them say it the way I say it, right? But we don't see you if you're not up to par. You may remember that she walked by you and didn't say hi, but she don't remember because she didn't see you. She didn't purposely not say hi to you. She didn't see your ass, right? You want to know why she didn't see you? Because you just wasn't her type. You wasn't for her. Whatever she saw, didn't see, you know what I mean? In the moment that she saw you, for that second, she saw you wasn't her type. You wasn't anything she would be interested in. Whether, you know what I mean? She only got a second to make that decision, right? She don't really know you. So she basing it on your looks, just like you base it us, right? You look at us and make those determinations. We do it too. I don't know why these niggas really think women that we supposed to just give them all a chance. They also didn't know that we do consider looks, because another man, oh, these women don't care about looks. You just gotta have money. Now, I can assure you we care about looks. Now, what we determine to be nice looking and not, that's gonna vary, right? They got the women who say they like ugly men. What they mean by that is they like a man. I can tell you exactly what it means because, I've had conversations with them. The women who honestly say they like ugly men, they like the men who look like they're going to be good in the bedroom, right? Because that's what she says, a man who he's not conceited and going to base everything on just his looks. You know what I mean? Like, he not even trying to better no talents. He not caring about his persona, right? On how he treat others. He don't care about that because he's always had this thing called looks that he was able to get away with women approaching him or dealing with him just based on his looks. So we got women who say, nah, I dealt with those type of men. I don't want to deal with those type of men. Right? But she definitely don't want nobody who's unattractive to her. Right? People may not, I don't know what people think about my husband. I don't give a fuck. I can tell you that ever since I've ever seen him, he was handsome to me. And I never heard nobody call him anything other than that. But if I would have heard him say some shit like that, I would have punched that bitch in her motherfucking mouth. She better talk about her own motherfucking man or lack of. Okay? So this thing about, looks, there's been a many motherfucking men on the past I didn't see them. Like I actually was going about my motherfucking business, hoping to not see them. Right? Niggas had to jump up, and I'm short as fuck. Look, they jumping up. Hey, you see me? Hey, I'm trying to look all around this motherfucker because I don't want to see you, man. Sir, I'm married, and both my sons is right here. You're not even gonna be respectful to the fucking children. You think these niggas care about their children? They don't care about my children, your children. They don't care about their own fucking children, so they don't care about yours. And ladies, I hope when y'all choose these men to come in your life, if you got a child already by somebody else, please be careful, watchful. Okay, be watchful, because that's the most dangerous thing, bringing some stranger in and they don't be caring about their own fucking kid. And if a man tell you he got kids but you don't never see him with him, then you got to rethink your whole situation. Is this nigga even safe to come around yours? He don't care about his own fucking seed, his own DNA that's in somebody, right? That probably look just like him. And if it don't look like him, it might look like the mom, but it might act just like him and shit like that. You know what I mean? Or somebody in his family. He don't care if that fucking kid eat. He talk about some child support. You find out this nigga paying $25 a week. That nigga don't deserve no pussy. And if you giving him some, I don't know what to tell you. Ho, you need to rethink your whole pussy card, ho. You giving your pussy out to a bum. We're going to have to take away your queen card, ho. Some of these niggas getting pussy, they don't deserve no motherfucking pussy. What's the name of that song? Let me go grab it. We're going to grab the, I know who it is, right? It's, is it up? Is it up? And up? I think it might be the song Up, right? And what it is, that's Carly, right? Carly. I don't know if I might be wrong though. These niggas don't deserve no. I think that's the song. Am I right? I don't know. Let me go find. I'm gonna get it in karaoke, y'all. And these niggas don't deserve no motherfucking pussy. That's just what it is. Okay, that's just what it is. Let me see. No deserve. And listen. Stop giving them pussy. Stop. These niggas don't deserve no motherfucking pussy. They can't take care of their own kids. They don't give a fuck about taking care of the kids. Their own kids. You goddamn well no. He don't deserve no pussy. Am I right about this song? I might be wrong. I don't know why. I feel like I might be right, but I could be wrong. Hey. Oh shit! I gotta do it again. I started late. Why it seemed like it started early. I could be wrong. It's so low. It's so low on my end. Hold up, y'all. I gotta turn it up. That shit low. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think the volume was low. Once upon a time in an ugly home. Wait, I gotta get to it. Oh, there it go. Broke boys don't deserve no pussy. I knew it was this song. Okay. This shit fast too. Okay. Anyway, listen. Fuck the broke niggas, okay? Broke niggas might still be able to deserve some pussy. He might not have a lot of money, but he treating you well, and he working and giving you what he can give you. He's caring about you. He's very, nice to you. And he got, if you got kids already, he good to the kids too, right? But if that nigga is not taking care of his kids, okay, that nigga don't deserve no pussy. And if you giving him pussy, you don't deserve to have no pussy, ho. Okay? We gonna have to repo your pussy. Okay? We gonna foreclose on your pussy. And we gonna put that bitch on the market for another hoe. Okay? Who might be able to use it better. Okay? Do something better with it. I don't know. Okay, we're gonna give it something to these trans women. Some of these trans women, they would definitely bid on your pussy, hoe. Okay? I might be able to get some money for it. I might be able to get some money. Okay? Anyway, let me come to the chat. Oh man. Oh, I wanted to Bomb, speaking on songs, what do you think of the remix they made of you? They made a remix for me? Where's that, Candy? What you talking about? She said, Candy said, we short selling some that pussy. Lena, how you doing, girl? Y'all know I'm crazy over here. Y'all know I'm crazy. Hey, Reese. May your neighbors respect you, trouble neglect you, angels protect you. Oh man. Hey, Miss Not for everyone. How you doing, sis? Y'all know I gotta make the shit funny. We're gonna have us some fun over here. Okay, not make things too serious. But I think, a man who don't take care of his own kids, I would have been okay if hubby had, like when I met him, right? We were young. I didn't have any children. But if he had said, well, yeah, I have a son or a daughter, back home, and I'm in the army, to make sure I take care of, make sure they taken care of, I would have thought that was honorable. In fact, there was a lot of men, who were young, who were in the army, and they already had children, right? It was more men than women, right? Because in my generation, it was looked upon bad for you to have kids out of wedlock still, okay? But we, it's also as my generation though of teenage pregnancy becoming a thing, right? So it was a mixture. And the military wouldn't let you in if you was a woman with a child unless you signed your child over. You literally had to sign your children away. So I think I told you a story about a woman who I drove her and a kid. I helped her drive her kids to Chicago And we came back, and her husband was in bed with another. She already had like one, two. I think she had 3 or 4 children. She had 3 or 4 kids already. She went into the army with me. I could show y'all a picture of her. We was in basic together, AIT together. Now, we was in AIT together, but we had different jobs. So we both was in the medical field. That's why we was at Fort Sam Houston. And then she ended up at Fort Leonard Wood with me, right? So when we knew each other, so of course we're gonna be friends because we traveled from all these 3 places to, not together, but we ended up in the same places. So we ended up becoming friends. But she already had 3 children. Kids. That sounds weird when I say 3 children. I don't think that's right. But she had 3 kids, okay? And she had to sign them away. So imagine why she would get married, right? Because it was beneficial to her. She didn't even know that guy. Now, we knew the guy from Fort Sam Houston because he was at Fort Sam Houston with us. And that's why she met him. And then they ended up on the same post. And they didn't really know each other. They knew each other a few weeks, possibly a few months. And they were like, let's get married. She was like, sure. Okay. Because once you got married, now you could get your children. They'll give you housing. You could bring in children and everything. So once she got married, now they have the housing. I think he had children too from somebody. And when you're in the military, you for us, like for me, I never thought let me get married so I could get housing. Like what the fuck? I was cool in my in the I was about to say the dorm, but in the barracks, right? I was cool in the barracks. Now, to be honest though, my roommate was hardly ever there. She was hardly ever there. Okay, she was a weirdo. and then like she used to stay with her best friend. So she used to have her stuff there, but she was rarely ever there. So I had the room all to myself. So I guess maybe I was kind of a little spoiled, maybe, right? The rooms were supposed to be 3, but we only had 2 per room. And so we had space. Okay. And I in over there in our barracks. Hubby barracks was next to ours, and their barracks was all men. But my barracks, which was next to his, was men and women. Okay, so like they could have a man on the floor. He could be on the same floor as you, just in the next room. We were all adults. That was sped up, wasn't it, Reese? I thought so. Hey, Puzzle, how you doing? So, hey, Goon. Okay, Goon like white women. He said I'm one of his favorite white women. Okay, y'all, white, not white, but white woman. I'm one of his favorite white women. Oh man, you want me to play? What is Carly? Wait, which one? Charlie B. Wait, did you spell it wrong? Or wait, somebody said there was a. Oh, it's called Charlie B. Charlie. Wait, write the name for me again so I can let me see, y'all. I just want to make sure you because I never really heard you say C. What it is, CH, right? With an H. Wait, is it that white woman? Wait, let me see. Wait, let me take a way up though. I don't know if it's called up, but let's see who this is, y'all. Wait, let me see if I spelled it right. Y'all gotta spell it for me. Wait, you said play the song I tagged after bomb. Oh, I see. Okay, I got it. I see it. She trying to give him that pussy. Let me find me a beat. Let me see if I can put something on. I might be able, she trying to give him that pussy.
Doctor?
What you wanna do?
Doctor? Nah, bitch, I let JP know. Now, this is something I'm about to let y'all know, because I kind of scurried off on some shit. So Robin M is trying to give JP that fucking trim, right? She trying to fuck that nigga. And that's their way of flirting. Now, I know some of y'all say, Bomb, that's crazy, Bomb. Robin, why would she do that, Bomb? She calling him this and calling him that and calling him this. Oh, you mean like nagger? Ah, you just a nagger. Why, nigga, you just a nagger. Oh, you just a nagger. You ain't nothing but y'all naggers. You mean like that? Baby, I need some sound effects, honey. You mean, what you mean? You mean she can't be over there all under JP every time he go live, right? Calling him this, telling him that, telling him this, right? And she can't like it. That's her way of flirting. She want to be Flora 0.2. Not 2.0, because you know that would be too high for them bitches, right? She want to be Flora 0.2. And I know some of y'all thinking, nah, Bomb, why would anybody be interested in JP? You be shocked how many of these women done been with JP, baby. Okay? You only will know when he get mad at me, if something pop off, you know what I'm saying? If something pop off, and then we be wondering why he going off on her that hard and shit, because their relationship is a little more different than what you know. Little more different than what you know. He done had several fallouts with 7 motherfucking women who was all over there trying to get that nut. Oh, who was all over there trying to get that nut. And if I told you the names of these women, which I will not, right? But if I did, some of y'all would be like, nah. And some of y'all be like, those of us who reason be like, oh, yeah. Pockets. Now, Robin M, I said I was going to get to her. She easy. She trying to give JP that pussy, baby. She trying to give him that pussy. Let me find me a beat. Let me see if I can put something on. I might be able, she trying to give him that pussy.
And we want some pussy. And give him that pussy. What you wanna do? And give him that pussy. Robert M wanna give JP that pussy. I don't even need a beat hoe, cause you know that she's a hoe. But that bitch, I don't even remember doing this shit, y'all. Y'all know I'm crazy. Okay, I don't be remembering. If I don't be hearing it myself after the fact, I'd be like, "Oh, I did do that, huh?" That's crazy. Oh, that shit is funny. Who put that shit to the beat? God damn. Ah, that shit is crazy. I'm about to save that one, man. That might be why she don't talk to me. She must have heard it. Okay, somebody must have went and told her. Somebody went over there and told her that I said she wanted to give JP that pussy. Oh shit. I don't know why I don't get, like, they added me, right? But I do not get notifications. Look like they dropped it 2 days ago. I should have gotten it, but I didn't. Let me save this shit though. Okay. That's crazy. Let me see. Save. And I gotta save it somewhere. Let me see where I'm gonna save it. I had a little clip, but I think it's under another name where I save the songs that I make. Um, that's crazy. I'm gonna just save it. I don't know. I'm gonna make a playlist called Bomb Songs. I might have one already. But I don't think so under this name, Bomb Songs. I'm put 2025. And I'm not make it private. I'll make it just public. So in case somebody wanna go check it out. Anyway, that shit was funny. Okay. It looked like, well, I didn't do it to a beat, so they put a beat to it. Hey, give him that pussy. That's crazy. Anyway, how y'all doing? Okay, everybody here is sick. Well, my hubby, who rarely ever gets sick. It's almost like when he gets sick, I get real nervous because that man does not get sick, right? But I'm sick because of leaky, right? And then hubby last night, he was talking in sleep. He was tossing and turning and breathing heavy. And I was up making sure he good. And he had kicked the cover off him like he was hot. And then he started screaming, he cold, and he was doing some weird shit. And I was like, I was scared, right? Because I had the air on. I was hot. And I thought he was hot like me, which told me he was kind of sick. Um, I knew if he was hot like that, that means he was sick. So then he told me he was cold while he was sleeping. And I freaked out. I was like, he freaking out, taking up most of the cover off and only one cover on. And I was like, oh my baby, he's sick. And so I stayed up most of the night just listening, making sure he was breathing. I ain't gonna lie, I had bad dreams, okay? And I'm gonna have to start making him go to the doctors. These men do not like going to doctors, y'all. Now I admit I'm not a doctor fan, but I go to the doctor every month, right? There's things when they want me to go get tests for this and that. It take me a while to go get them, mainly because like I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. That shit came so fast, and I never went and got my X-rays. Right? I'm supposed to get X-ray and MRI. And I kept saying I'm gonna get it before my appointment. And then they called me today saying, hey, your appointment tomorrow. I'm like, oh shit. Um, so I'm gonna go and get the X-ray and shit done. I guess maybe tomorrow, right after. I think one of them I have to make an appointment, but one I could do a walk-in, right? I could just walk in and they'll do it. Yeah. I keep saying that, but I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna have to make an appointment, okay? Anyway, but I was looking at something online. It scared the shit out of me. It also had me thinking a few things, right? Um, so I found this black woman, and she is living her life in a car or a van. Now, I ain't gonna lie, she living a great motherfucking life, okay? Because apparently her YouTube channel got her making money where she is traveling all over. I remember her a few years back. She was in another country. I stumbled on her a few years back, like COVID time, and she was bald headed, and she was living in a whole country. And I ain't gonna lie, I ended up watching that whole, video, which was a long video. Her video was kind of long. It was very interesting, right? But it wasn't interesting enough to have me subscribe. Okay. But I stumbled on her video like a couple of days ago, another one, and I was like, oh, I think I remember her. And she's traveling, right, all over the US and in other countries. And first she was in a van, which I didn't know, because when I stumbled across it, she was in another country. Okay. Like one of them poor countries that we think is poor, where my ass need to go. But anyway, let me get to the point though. She has a good channel. Okay, I ended up subscribing like today. I said, fuck it. I like watching her. I watched her all last night. And it was good. Okay. Anyway, I started to think, if something happened to hubby, like, what am I going to do? And that's something I should have been thinking about for a very fucking long time. Every once in a while I think about it, but then it just goes away, right? Because things have gotten even more expensive since, like, my mom, right? Because my mom was okay even after dad passed away, right? And mom still had a job. Dad had already retired, but he had a job. Mom was about to retire, or she just retired, or she was about to retire. One job, but she had another job, right? And in my family was still living like a family, right? My sister never got married, so my sister lived with my parents, and then my nephews lived with my sister and my parents. Okay, my nephews, and my dad. But when dad passed away, what I got from that was, hey, if everything in hubby's name, I'm gonna have some issues. But it was something that she took care of, right? She had to go and put shit in her name and things like that. She didn't want to have to do that. You don't want to have to do that right after somebody passed away. Like right after somebody passed away, you got to go and take their name off of shit, because her name wasn't on anything. It's the same here, right? My name is not on anything. But I was thinking, remember I told y'all early in the marriage, and this is for those who've been listening to me for a while, I had mentioned that me and hubby got into an argument early in the marriage. I'm talking about so early. We didn't have children yet or anything like that. And I don't know what brought it up. I think because his mom had mentioned something, and I had heard the conversation. And people were going to war. Me and hubby was married, and he could have been shipped overseas to fight, right? And so I was like, I had heard that he had split up his insurance a certain way. And so I brought it up to him. I was like, hey, like, how is your insurance? And he looked at me like he was shocked that I asked him about that, right? Now, it's true. We was probably within a year of the marriage, maybe about a year in the marriage, right? And I don't know, like, white people, like, soon as you get married, insurance and shit, everybody get taken care of. But I guess in the black community, it's frowned upon, I guess, right? So I mentioned it because we like in the military, fucking anything can happen, right? Anything can fucking happen. So I asked him, and he's like, why? And he goes and tell me that, he got it set up. I think he if I'm correct, he mentioned that his mom get 50% and I get 50%, something like that. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah. And he, and I was like, why would you do that? Like, I'm your wife. Like, why would you give me 50%? He's like, why would you need more? And then he made it a thing like as if I was trying to get something out of him, right? Now, here I am sleeping with this man, right? Loving this man, like, shit. Look, I know we could talk about it 30 years later, but everything I was giving him now that I give him now, I was giving to him then more frequently. And I was in better shape. I was doing flips and flops. You know what I'm saying? I was a young and aggressive, and I'm like making sure he good, okay? So I know goddamn well. Anyway, my point is, I had said to him, but what if I end up pregnant? Like, you go over there, and while you over there, we find out I'm pregnant, and then it's me and I'm pregnant. And he said something that pissed me off. I told y'all, right? He said something that pissed me off. I'll never forget it. That's why I know this conversation like the back of my hand. Because it's one of those things that we talked about that gave me an impression that I didn't really like. Right? He was like, well, he said, I guess my it had to fend for itself like I had to do. And when he said that, you know, in my whole life at that point, which I was only about 19, maybe 20, okay? I was about 20. I never ever heard a person talk like that about their children. Like, all I ever heard growing up was, you want better for your children than you had. That's all I heard. That's how I grew up. My parents always saying, I want better for you, right? There was no excuse. I couldn't say just because dad didn't go past third grade that I have an excuse. And if I don't want to graduate, I cannot graduate. Nah, fuck that. They always said, you can't use what we did and didn't do because we want better for you. I heard that all growing up. So when my husband, tells me that, hey, my kids that have to fend for themselves like I did, y'all, he ain't never really lived that down, right? Because I told y'all, like, I put him on child support. We married. He like, I drew up an actual document. It ain't never go nowhere, y'all. It ain't never get filed with no judge, no nothing. I still got it today. I ain't never had to go and say, see, this is what he agreed. I made him agree that, bam, we gonna be married, but this is how this gonna be, okay? You gonna give me this amount of money every motherfucking month. If something go wrong, if something in this marriage go wrong, this is the amount you gonna pay me for our children. And any year that I wanted him to re-sign it through the years, he did. He had no problem just signing it. And I put it in the file folder. Right? I don't want there to be no somewhere maybe we in 10 years and he'd be like, well, I signed that 10 years ago, but Your Honor, I'd be like, I always thought, okay, we gonna do this. We're gonna do this at first we were doing it every year. And we stayed married. And then I think I got to doing it maybe every 2 or 3 years until my goddamn kids graduate. I think by the time they graduated, though, the first one, I think I had stopped getting them to sign anything. Yeah, I stopped getting them to sign things. But see, that's what happened. Like when we got to have some assurances. So here we are, though, now we ain't got no kids, right? So that means that paperwork is null and void. It ain't no good because he been here since the day they were born all the way until grandkids, right? A grandson. And now I thinking, what about me? Like, what if something happened to him? He's the breadwinner. He's always been a breadwinner. I've never been the breadwinner in our family. Even when I worked, and let's say I had a job making more than him, the only reason I may have been making more than him is only because he paid the insurance, the eyeglasses, the dental, the da 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 da. You know what I mean? And I never had to pay that. He always took care of that. He is surely have always been the breadwinner. And even if I, in our arguments through the years here and there, I may have said something, but I've always known he was the breadwinner. Like I said, I quit jobs for no fucking reason at all, just because somebody said some shit at the workplace and I told them I don't need this job. You know what I mean? Because I knew I had a husband. And but here we are. Here we are, 36 years in, and something happened to me, he gonna be good, right? I am very confident that him and my children, as long as he's here, they're gonna be good. He's a hardworking man. He gonna make sure they're good. And my sons are also gonna make sure their dad is good. And like, hey, if he give it a couple of years, he meets somebody else and he want to get remarried, I promise you, I'm not against that. I'm not gonna be against that. Okay. Because I know he's a man, and he's a man who like being a husband. He's one of the men who like taking care of his family. So, after I'm passed away, I ain't thinking about past that. He could do whatever he want to do. Now, but here's where everything gets all fucked up. If he passes away before I pass away, that's where, like, am I supposed to be relying on my sons, who I know, first of all, they both will band together, talk it through, and they will figure out how we all gonna live together, right? But hell no. I look, one of my sons will be worse than my husband. Monique's dad, he gonna be thinking he can control me, y'all. I'm not even joking. Okay. The other son, he gonna go to work, they're gonna pay the bills, and then nah. So I gotta start thinking outside the box. I gotta start thinking like for the future. You know what I mean? Because I know we talk about life insurance, but life insurance is not a lot of money, right? I ain't got no $1 million policy on no motherfucker body. But I should have thought about that shit many years ago. Like when we was in our 20s and 30s, we could have been paying a few $100s for $1 million policy. But now we're too old for that. Okay. So if you're younger, like if you're in your 20s and 30s, look for a policy that y'all know y'all can afford. That's going to be reasonable, where you're going to be able to at least take care of yourself for a minute until you get on your feet, right? If something happened to hubby, yeah. Whew. I've been thinking, like, am I going to be living in a fucking car? Am I going to live in a van? Because I've been looking at some of these people living in a car and in a van. Now the van, it don't look too bad depending on how big that motherfucker is. I'm even thinking about getting with him to talk about us buying a RV, right? We get an RV and then we can park that bitch in the RV thing, or we can travel once he retired, and if he want to travel and do fishing and shit. We could travel to every national park in the United States and drive there. You know what I mean? And he could go fishing and shit. But we got to do something because we didn't think this shit through right. You know what I mean? So if I'm giving advice to young people, it'd be some shit like that, like life advice. Like, how not to do with something that I did do or something I didn't do, or you know what I mean? I'm not gonna be telling y'all how to fucking dress. And anybody who requires me to tell women how to dress, fuck you. Okay? I don't know what to tell you. Shit. In fact, I need the young ladies to come, maybe possibly help me dress. Cause I ain't gonna lie, like after we get a certain age, I notice that women, if I don't get into some velour jogging suit, anything other than that, these niggas will be like, oh, she's an old woman trying to be for the streets. The only ones who don't get told that is like they gotta wear them dresses that covers all they turtleneck all the way down. But if they got a shape like mine, I'm still gonna be considered for this motherfucker streets unless I wear it going like a muumuu. It gotta be big and fluid, don't show my shape at all, which means you're gonna have to be hella motherfucker big, baby. Gonna have to be hella motherfucker big, not to touch on my curves. Okay, I got the curves, baby. Okay, I got the curves that'll blow some of these niggas' nerves. You understand? I had to wear a big ass camp like a tent. I had to put the tent in over my neck and just let that bitch just drape, baby. Okay? Other than that, they're gonna be saying, look at it. Old lady trying to dress for the streets. Getting the velour, and even in a velour jogging suit, I had one I bought from Avon many years ago. Oh man, I love that suit. It was the pants and the shirt buttoned down. I used to, oh man, I used to put on my boots and shit with that velour seat, baby. Oh yeah, me and velour have been friends for quite some time. I even have a velour jumpsuit in that closet. It's black, all black, and it has a little jacket to it to cover the, you know what I mean? It's tied around the neck. All the back is out, but then I have a jacket. So I had the jacket. It's like a crop jacket, and when I take it off, you can see all my back out. Yeah, okay, but they'll be saying I'm for the streets. Everybody for the motherfucking streets, baby. If you still got some looks about you, okay. Even the big chicks for the streets, the thin ones for the streets, the all everybody for the motherfucking streets based on these niggas. And I don't give a fuck what they say, okay? I could be for the streets. Fuck these niggas. What they need to know is that I might be for the streets. I'm for Edward Street, Thomas Street, all these motherfucking streets. I don't even know no street names, y'all. I don't want to tell out street names around my house, okay? But I'm for all the motherfucking streets, okay? But I ain't for them, though. Okay, I'm not for them. See, that's what women, when y'all start telling them niggas that, then they'll shut the fuck up. Then they'll switch to something else, right? Because that's how they do, right? Once they realize this has been taken by women, we usually are smart enough where we take their shit, right? Like bitch. You know? When they start talking about y'all call y'all shout bitches. Men used to call women bitches, right? When they got mad, they call it bitches. And women, we didn't like that. If a man called me a bitch, I would snap and beat that nigga across his head with something, anything. I ain't lying. That to me, that's like the highest disrespect coming from a man, right? But just imagine when the word bitch just become one of them things. What's up, bitch? What's up? I'm the baddest bitch. I'm the sexiest bitch. I'm this, I'm that. Now, man call you a bitch, you ain't thinking shit about it. Tell me, yeah, I'm the baddest bitch. See? They don't like that. So now they tried to reverse it and try to say, oh, y'all call y'all that bitch. I'm like, yeah, but I remember when we wasn't calling each other bitches. I remember when that wasn't a thing. And you men thought it was powerful to call a woman a bitch. And you knew it. That's the thing. They knew it. They knew those was like words that would get her furious, that would get her really fucking upset. And now they ain't got that power no more. They be like, you fucking bitch. And we be like, yeah, right, whatever. Yeah. So that's what that is. Let me come see what y'all talk about. Pin the link. Okay, let me put the link again. What's going on, Letitia? How you doing, sis? How you been? You been good? Y'all hubby sick. But anyway, that's the thing I want to say. Let me see what y'all been typing. Hold up. I gotta hold up. Wait a minute. Let me scroll these words. Minute. Oh, wait. Where you at? I gotta move you. Did I pin it? Yeah. Um. Okay. I don't know what y'all talking about. Esther, get a. She said the whole tablecloth. Oh man, a bitch Ty, how you doing? How y'all doing, ladies? How y'all doing? Hey, Mr. Music, I had to go back and listen again. uh, uh, I was I was gonna put the song back on, y'all. We're gonna put the song on. That shit is super funny. Okay. He was wait, what happened? Wait. Let me read. Let me see what's going on. Reese, he was a pedo, groomed this young sister while he was dating her mother. She came out and told her story, but of course, Sonetta protected him. He's another conscious uh, circuit lecturer. Wow. Um, I seen a clip of Kendra G's last night. It was the message dude come on with a baby as bait. What? You got the link? What's going on, Lexington? I don't really look at Kendra G. I don't have no problem with her. I think her should be funny. I just I kind of I think she's doing whatever she do over there. She's making her money, doing great things. I ain't got no judgment. I ain't got no judgment on no women, and I really ain't got no judgment on these men. They making their money how they make it. If you're not doing criminal shit, right, like crimes, but y'all notice that these niggas they be doing crimes, right? They want to harm people, hurt people, scam people, lie to people. I don't know. Like a woman could be over there doing her own thing, and then if she get with a scammer, everybody want to fault her because that's the last thing I heard about Kendra. Somebody was like, "Yeah, Bob, what you got to say about Kendra? Did you know?" I think that happened over here on my channel, as a matter of fact. And I was like, "Nah, I didn't hear that." But I was wondering though why the men was telling me this. You see what I'm saying? They telling me this so I could then go and make judgment on her. But what they don't listen to themselves. These men, the ones who seem like they cool, and when I realized that they're not so cool, just because they be over here with us doesn't mean that they cool. It doesn't mean that they like women, right? Because we caught a couple of them in other areas, and then when they all brought it to my attention, because all I need y'all to do is bring it to my attention so I can be like, see, hey, and then I can share what they saying, right? Like Mr. Kev with the twerking, even though he know where we from, right? The thing about that tripped me about that is that y'all, there is not even a baby in Louisiana, in New Orleans, Baton Rouge, you name it, you ain't gonna find not even a baby not bouncing, right? That is our culture. That is what we do, and we do it from infants. And the thing is, a baby is just a baby, right? Y'all ever seen a baby, the music on, and baby just bounce up and down? That's all the babies are doing. That's all the little girls are doing, right? The women, we're dancing. The men are the ones who look at it and sexualize it. See, mentally, though, they haven't grown up enough to understand what they are doing. See, even if I'm dancing, right? I'm dancing. Like I said, like I sold the clip the other day, right? And even the clip that was played in that song, y'all see me flirting around with my eyes, the glasses and shit, right? Yeah, that's mostly what I did a lot through all these years, right? Shit like that. And but y'all, I swear I could show y'all a video right here on YouTube. We go through the whole video. I'm gonna play the video right now, as a matter of fact. Let me go see if I can find it on YouTube though, without me going through my file. I'm gonna find it. Let me see. Let me see. And I am not gonna lie. In the comment, there is men talking about shit like she should be ashamed getting naked, right? They accusing me of getting naked, y'all. I swear to Jesus Christ. Let me see if I can find it. I'm gonna see if, because I used to have fan clubs all around the world, right? They had men who don't even speak languages that I knew, and they would come and ask for my videos and my clips, and couldn't they put them up? So there's a bomb cherry here on YouTube, and it is my video, but it's not. I don't own the account. And I think they have 2 B's, maybe. Let me see. I'm gonna see if I can find it. I'm gonna see. It's an account, and I think. Wait, how you got 2 lines? What's that? Oh, that's something else. Okay, let me see if I can find. And on that fucking account, there's a video that I did, and the name of the song is. I think this might be it. Yeah, here go the account right here. Okay, I found it. I'll show it to y'all in a second. Like I never lied about anything, right? And I always told y'all that all my stuff used to be here on YouTube. And YouTube never really, well, they do have porn, right? And that there is a sector of YouTube that has porn, y'all. Okay. But I never had porn, right? Here we go. So let me see if this is the actual video. This is the account, though. You see where it has 2 B's, right? Now, let me see if the comments pop up. We're gonna go through the comments. I think this might be the actual video. It's not even the actual video. The video was Love Faces, but this is very similar to what I used to do. Here we go. I don't know if he has the music there, but I hope not. Nah, it looked like, and if he did, this guy was from another country. He would put his own music to the videos. But as you can see, like I'm laying down and I would just be smiling, a lot of face shots and licking of the lips, kind of see. And that's pretty much is my signature, y'all. Like that's my signature thing. I would go in and out. And as you can, but this is not the video I'm talking about. There's another one. I'm gonna see. Because I responded to dude, right? And I was like, wait, look like the old dude who when this was. Oh, this 10 years ago. Okay. Yeah, I don't know who the account this is. See, I would play with my face. You could like usually you could tell it's early in the morning while everybody's sleeping and my ass on camera while hubby was asleep, right? No makeup, no nothing, just messing around. But anyway, and I always did this kiss thing, right? Men like that type of shit, y'all. That's the type of shit these men fucking like. Anyway, there's another one. Let me see. I don't know what this is. Spin that smoke wagon and see what happens. Okay, this is the video, but you see he changed the music. Let me see if I can find that comment. Nah, it looked like old dude deleted it. So in the comment, the man, he was like, oh, she should be ashamed of herself, right? He said that I got naked. He literally said, she should be ashamed getting naked. Here go this video. I guess I could play this because it's on YouTube, but I can't play mine because the song that I got is called Love Faces, right? These artists used to allow me to play their music, right? Like especially when it was new before it was released, they would send me their music, and then I'll do a little clip, post it up, and that's what they allowed me to do. Now, this is Love Faces, and if I'm correct, it's Trey Songz. And today I can't get away with playing nothing of Trey Songz, okay? So this person, I guess maybe he got in trouble for using it because I didn't get in trouble for using it back then. But and so he put some other song, but the song goes, um, oh, 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 and he talking about love faces, right? So that's what you're gonna see me doing. I'm getting off the party. It even tells the date. See, because these motherfuckers would like to lie, make it seem like I'm trying to make it seem like the shit is new. But you can, like my stuff was stamped. Okay, a lot of it was stamped, especially live. I was live webcamming, and Logitech. I think that's what I was using at the time. They would allow me to put like things up on it, and at the time I could only put like the date, the time. Okay, so I was live when I did it on my website, but then after the live, I would take it and clip it up and put it either on YouTube or on my website in a pre-recorded, right? That means you missed the live stream, but it's okay that you missed the live stream because now you could go and look at it over here where I may edit it a little bit and add different music or whatever I need to do to it. Okay.
Fucking with the hardest motherfuckers in the game. Fucking with the resonators, bitch, we taking names. Fucking on my high, now get the fuck out my way. I'm turning into wine
I don't like that song. I don't know what the hell that is. Okay. I never heard that shit before in my life. But you see, you're not gonna see past what you see now. You see my face. I told y'all I had lots of hats, right? Hats. I love hats. And I love chokers. It would be the middle of the night while the family sleep. Okay, normally when they was at school and work, I would be asleep. And when they're sleeping, I would be awake. Okay. And as y'all can see, it even tells you what time. It's 1 a.m. Look, 1:06 in the a.m. in 2011. 10/27, 2011 is when I did this. Okay. And even that clip that me saying you want to give that pussy, right? All you see is my fucking face and the eyeglass. I just did that like a couple of years back. That video might be about I think it was right before COVID, right? Maybe 2017 or 18 is when I did that clip. It's y'all, I can't believe 5 years has gone that fast. It just seems so. I'd be like wanting to say I just did that like last year, and then I had to think, nah, I haven't really been on cam really since COVID. Like I think I went over there like last year or maybe earlier this year. No, last year. I think me and old girl was going back and forth last year, and so I did a clip on my Instagram where I was like, Leaky, it was like a little skit. I was like, they say I'm old, they say this, da da. Leaky, go upstairs. My mom gonna put on the music. And he's like, no. And I'm like, come on, Leaky, go upstairs. My mom just gonna show herself. She's just gonna boom. And then he says, okay, he goes upstairs. I show him going upstairs. And then I put the music on so people can know that it's recent, right? So you can know that it can't be old if that fucking song is playing, right? And then I turn the camera at me. Like, I don't know what would change my looks. I mean, people can take a photo and edit it with however they want, right? Or capture, catch me looking a certain way. I mean, I look the way I look. It just is what it is. And like, and they can edit how they want. I don't be caring about that. Why would I care? But yeah. But y'all saw that video. You saw the whole video. I promise you, in that video, y'all didn't see past nowhere. I didn't even go past. I didn't go past my chest area. You didn't even see if I had boobs, if they big, small, or saggy, or whatever. You didn't see zero. And yet, these men will accuse me of being naked. I'm fully fucking clothed. And they still would say that I'm fucking naked. Right? And I keep telling them if they could produce one video of me ever, ever of me naked, I will give these niggas I ain't even got $1 million. So I guess me offering $1 million, they wouldn't get it, but they not gonna be able to produce it. Cause even and look, it's crazy. Cause these men have saw my shaving video. I know you women that haven't seen it. I don't expect y'all to see it. So I'm not gonna say go see it, right? I would never do that. But what I am saying though is this. Even in that shaving video, ladies, I am fucking dressed. I have on a dress, an actual fucking dress, right? That video was not on no sexual or nothing like that. It wasn't even for men. That was for young ladies, young girls, right? Who don't know how to shave, and I showed them how to do it. Why? Because I remember being a young girl who didn't know how to shave. Like my mom bought me the razors, and then that's it. You know what I mean? And I guess that makes sense. Like I guess it would be kind of weird to I don't know. Like I'm trying to think of it from my mom who was open, but I guess she wasn't that open, right? Um I don't even like how open you gotta be where she gonna show me how to shave. I guess I don't know. Like right? Because I try to think about it and see how, if I had a daughter, how would I teach her how to shave? And I guess I would, and I would start with maybe the arms, the legs, I'm sorry, the underarm or the legs. And what I would teach is that, hey, you know, you you need to have some shaving cream, which I did not have shaving cream. I had soap, and because I saw it, like I only saw people shave in on TV, like in the movies, like watching a movie. Or I watched my dad, right? My dad had this magic shade. That shit was strong. It's white in this blue and white can. And I would see my dad put that on his face. But after watching in movies, it looked like it was just lather of soap. So I would lather up with some soap and shave. And oh my gosh. Oh my God. Like the burn. I guess they call it burn, like it's like a shade burn, or because the way you kind of went, and it would hurt. It would hurt. And I shaved a lot too, y'all. I used to just be in pain for the first day or so, right? Until my skin was healed, I guess. Now that I know that now, I didn't know that then though. And so yeah, I would shave. I stopped shaving under my arm because it would hurt. So I started buying Nair. And that shit would burn. That motherfucker shit right there, baby. You leave that Nair on your shit too long. Woo, baby. And then I started using Nair down there, even though it said don't use it down there, but they knew we were gonna use it down there. I used it down there one time, and I ain't never do that shit again. That burn was too bad, okay? And see, so here I am, right? Being an educator of what I'm educating about, which is sexuality, sex, and stuff like that. I felt like if I'm a teach, I need to really be an educator, right? So let me teach the young girls who may not know how to shave. Then that's what I did. And all it took was one man to take that video and mix it up the way you want to mix it up and put it out there. And the weird thing is, though, they will all swear that it's some sexual thing. Remember, old girl, what her name? Jessica X was on this bitch. They was on this bitch for years, like a couple of years straight, lying to people talking about that I'm over there. And I kept saying it's a shaving video, but they kept saying no. They kept claiming that I was with toys. And now the thing is, she's a woman, so I understand if she didn't see it. What I didn't understand is, why are you lying? Why are you saying something that's not true? And that bitch kept, everywhere she would go, they would have her come, and me and her would end up going at it. Of course, I'm a win, right? She wasn't clever enough, but she was, she just had the accent. But She would always mention that. And then I would be like, girl, why are you lying? Nah, Bomb, I'm not lying. And one day, we was over there by Platinum Elite channel. This happened like 2-3 years ago. And she started telling people that shit. And I called her an absolute fucking liar. Now, the thing that got me, though, is that some of the men who know me for years, of course they want to go and believe Jessica. I have no idea why. They never caught me no fucking lie. So Jessica says, no, Bomb, I have the video. I said, you was a lying motherfucker bitch, right? Because I get serious because she been spreading this shit for years. I call her a absolute lying ass bitch. And the men come up, and that's what I like about, what his name? He be over there by Rashard every once in a while. What his name? He's from New York. He was up there. Now you gotta understand, all the men want to go at me, right? Because they believe Jessica. They believe Jessica. But Bomb, Jessica have no reason to lie. I said, but she is a fucking liar. So one of the men said, well, send me the video. She says, I can't send the video because I'll get in trouble for doxing. I said, bitch, I give you permission. If it's my video, you can send it to who the fuck you want. See, I can't send it to her because then he would claim that I sent him something different. So I said, send it. I give her permission, right? I put it on his video and I asked her if she need an email from me. I'll email you giving you fucking permission to send him the fucking video. And at first she like, nah. And then Platinum Elite started talking about, nah, don't send it, Jesse. Like I knew Platinum Elite knew she was fucking lying. That's why he started telling her not to send it. I'm like, nah, fuck this. So then, I forget that man's name. He's from New York. He came over here and we had a whole discussion on it because, like, that's when her ass up and disappeared when she got caught in that fucking lie. Right? Now, she was like, Bomb, I saw it. I saw it. I said, what you saw? You was playing with yourself with toys. I said, you's a fucking liar, ho. So then she sends the video to this guy. And once he get it, I confirm he got it. I said, you sent it to him, right? She says, yeah. I said, you got it? He says, yeah. I said, okay. I said, look at it, because you can't share it on YouTube. I said, and talk us through it. So then he opens it up, right? He's looking. He said, okay, I see you. And then he said, oh, I see you. And you got toys. And I said, what? And he said, you got toys. I said, nah, let it keep playing. Let it keep playing. And he said, okay. And it's playing. And then he says, you grabbed the toy. I said, I grabbed the what? And he said, oh, no. I said, what did I do? He said, no. And she's like, isn't it a toy? Isn't it a toy? And he's like, no, it's clippers, y'all. It's fucking clippers, like actual shaving clippers. It was red trimmers, y'all. It was no toys on side of me. I'm fully dressed. Of course, you know, I'm not dressed down there because I lather up. There's a towel. I show where you have a hot towel, you lather up, and then I show how to shave. And he starts talking through, oh no, y'all, she's only shaving. I said, did I touch myself, look at the camera, any sexual way or anything? No. Oh, really? You sure? Yeah. Boom. That's all I did. And I sold that video for $200, y'all. It went to I can't remember the actual site, right? I did the video, it's shaving video. Now they only grabbed me shaving down there, but I did shave my legs and I shaved my underarm and I shaved down there. So it was actually legs, underarm, and down there. But when I saw the clip, it looks like they only grabbed me shaving down there. That's crazy. I didn't do any talking or anything. All I did, they said they were gonna do the voiceover. I did see it, like after they bought it. and they posted it, and then they sent me the rest of my money, right? Which because I had to give approval. I was like, I got to give approval, and they sent me half the money up front because they didn't want me to say I wouldn't give them approval, and then I had their money. So they gave me actually they gave me $200 up front. I got paid $400 for that video. I thought it was $200. They gave me $200, and then the other half was another $200. I got paid $400 for that video. Okay. And these niggas been walking around YouTube for a few years claiming that that video is something that is not. But the reason being, I understand, right? I understand what I'm doing, how I'm doing it, and what I'm doing, right? It's all about capturing his attention and teasing him. But the thing is, I ain't got to show them a motherfucking thing if I don't want to. But in their minds, by the end of what they're doing, they done thought that these niggas done drip of having sex with me, right? And some of these men mind through the years, some of these men were claiming that I'm theirs. I told y'all, people to move to Delaware trying to get at me. People, like, I've had people show up. Like when I got doxxed here on YouTube, somebody showed up at a family member's house. This bitch doxxed my in-laws' house. And a man showed the fuck up. Right? I kept telling these hoes, girl, you nothing like me. Niggas really been looking for me. They really want me. And men don't just show up because they just want to meet you, because they've met me at parties, at different events all over, right? All over this nation and in other countries. And there is no video proof of me sleeping around with nobody. The only video proof you're going to see of me sleeping with will be Mr. fucking Bomb. And, you know, he's called Mr. Bomb not because he's going to be named after me. It's because the nigga he's the bomb. Fuck out of here. Okay? Mr. Bomb is the motherfucking bomb. They be like, oh, your husband is a cook. I'm like, why is he cook? Because he called himself Mr. Bomb Cherry. And I'm just thinking to myself, these niggas have, suppose I'm called Bomb Cherry, right? Because I am the bomb nigga. And maybe my husband is Mr. Bomb, because he's not Mr. Bomb Cherry. Nobody ever called him Mr. Bomb Cherry. Mr. Bomb. Maybe because he is the bomb nigga. Anyway, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. Okay. If y'all catch me in the lie, y'all let me know, and then I'll correct it. Okay? Let me know ahead of time before you put me on blast. Hit me up and say, Bob, I caught you in the lie. And I'm going to go live on it next Tuesday at 3 p.m. And I'm going to be like, well, you think I could bribe you? I could send you some money? You know what I mean? And you don't go live and tell anybody? And then we could make a deal. You'd be like, well, Bob, I think I might make some money if I expose you. I'd be like, well, listen, I'm going to pay you some money to keep the exposure unexposed. You know what I mean? Wink, wink. Don't expose me, sister or brother. Just give me an opportunity to bribe your ass, okay? I'm over here sitting on all these riches and shit. I got all this motherfucking money over here. Let me bribe you. I want to bribe you. Yeah, yeah. Can I just bribe you? It's fucking ridiculous. Crazy as hell. I'm gonna bribe your ass, okay? Don't expose my lies, baby. All you gotta do is give me a chance to give you some money. Now let's play this video again. Hold up. This shit is cool. Okay. Whoever played it, we gonna do it again. Okay, Robin, it ain't gonna never live it down. Not goddamn. I was thinking to myself, she'll live it down one day. Cause you know, but I guess she ain't gonna never live it down. Now I ain't gonna be able to say hi to her no more. Nah, Robin, I said I was gonna get to her. She easy. She trying to give JP that pussy. she bad. She trying to give him that pussy. Let me find me a beat. Let me see if I can put something on. I might be able, she trying to give him that pussy.
Doctor? Doctor?
Nah, bitch, I let JP know. Now, this is something I'm about to let y'all know, because I kind of scurried off on some shit. So Robin M is trying to give JP that fucking trim, right? She trying to fuck that nigga. And that's their way of flirting. Now, I know some of y'all say, Bomb, that's crazy, Bomb. Robin, why would she do that, Bomb? She calling him this and calling him that and calling him this. Oh, you mean like nagger? Ah, you just a nagger. Why, nigga, you just a nagger. Oh, you just a nagger. You ain't nothing but y'all naggers. You mean like that? Baby, I need some sound effects, honey. You mean, what you mean? You mean she can't be over there all under JP every time he go live, right? Calling him this, telling him that, telling him this, right? And she can't like it. That's her way of flirting. She want to be Flora 0.2. Not 2.0, because you know that would be too high for them bitches, right? She want to be Flora 0.2. And I know some of y'all thinking, nah, Bomb, why would anybody be interested in JP? You be shocked how many of these women done been with JP, baby. Only give him that pussy. Give JP pussy. Robin M want give him that pussy. Girl, you's a ratchet hoe. Okay? You wanna get that nigga your motherfucking pussy, huh? Girl, you need to stop it. Okay? Robin M is trying to give him her pussy. Okay? Jesus Christ. And y'all, listen, ladies, just watch. Just look. All you got to do is sit back when JP go live and just watch. She wants his attention every moment, every motherfucking moment. Right? Every fucking moment. And then every woman who got kind of a little close to him, she had even a problem with the woman. Yeah. This shit is funny. My hands be wilding out. Okay, I ain't gonna even be lying. I don't be remembering shit like in 2 days. People be like, they don't be liking me for whatever reason. I be really like, girl, what's your problem? Look, I was over there by Q Butter this weekend, and there was a dude. He was like, "Yeah, Bomb, I saw the video you did about me." I say, "Who, me?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Shit, that must have been a few years ago." He said, "Nah." I said, "Well, shit, I don't even know who you are, nigga." Okay. Apparently, I guess a few months, maybe about 7 months ago now, maybe. I don't even know. I don't even know when I did a video on that nigga, but apparently I came over here after being over there and I roasted his ass. Okay. For what? I don't know because I don't remember. And it don't fucking matter. Okay. So, when I was over there and I did mention Robin M name, I was cracking a little joke, based off Sharon joke. And I was like, what this bitch all sensitive for? Right? Why she so sensitive? All I said was, haha, Robin M. Right? And that bitch like, don't talk to me, Bomb. Bitch, what's wrong with you? Huh? And then I got to start remembering, because she was like, yeah, be putting people's name in titles. Ho, you should be glad I put your name in the title, ho. Like, this bitch ain't gonna act like nobody know who she is. This bitch been running through this part of YouTube for a little bit now, and everybody know Robin M. And we could name a few, right? Robin M, Sugar Bum. Like, there's a few women who are just the chat people, and everybody know them. And she knows this. So she should be glad I done elevated her to a motherfucking title, bitch. You should be glad. You should be proud, ho. Okay? But if you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. You should say, Bomb, why you put my name in the title? You know why I put your name in the title, ho, because I told you during the stream. Now, I may have forgotten. At this point, I forgot what the stream was about, ho. That's how unimportant YouTube is. That's why unimportant all this shit is. We cracked some jokes. I promise you, I didn't go too far. I never talked about nothing personal about you. I don't know nothing about you personally to even talk about it. And even if I did, I wouldn't talk about it, right? I didn't talk about no family member, none of that. Bitch, I just talked about you on YouTube, right? Whatever persona you have here that you created is what I talked about. You could be over there talking about these men, calling them all kinds of names. And even when you want to talk about women, the ones you want to talk about, you talk about. And bitch, you mad because I do the same thing? You can't be mad, ho. Or you can't be mad, ho. But I'm going to tell you who gives zero fucks. That would be me. I give zero fucks. I gave so many zero fucks, like disappearing fucks, like unexistent fucks that I forgot that I even did the stream, ho. Okay, I forgot that I did the stream, forgot why I did the stream, and I don't get no fucks. Okay, that's how many zero fucks I give, cause it don't matter. Now, if I really started really, doing some shit that's appalling, right? They do have some people doing some appalling shit on this shit. I'm not one of them. If you mad at jokes, then ho, he, ha ha, your ass off of fucking YouTube. Okay? But I watch y'all in some spaces where these motherfuckers be doing the most, the absolute most. Y'all be over there eating that shit up. And then when I am doing my little skits and shit, right? Then it's a problem. But you ain't gonna tell them bitches nothing. Them bitches dox your ass, you just gonna be doxed, toe. Okay? And you ain't gonna say shit to them, but you mad at me, telling me not to say your name, bitch. I'm gonna say your name every day. Now I do know why I did that skit with the pussy thing, right? Because she was on that bullshit telling me I can't say her name. And I decided to say her name, say her name. I tried to tell her not to fuck with me. Cause I'm gonna say her name anytime I want to. And she can't do nothing about it. Boo. Okay? That's just what it is. And these crybaby ass motherfucking hoes be acting like they're the strongest and independent, and they be acting like they got it, and then they cry babies. When I go and tap them on the fucking shoulder, bitch, all I did was tap you. I went like this. I walked up behind you and tapped you on the shoulder and said, here I go. I said, boo. And you turned around. You wasn't harmed. Okay? You wasn't even scathed, bitch. You just got laughed at a little bit. Everybody know I'm crazy. They know we just having fun. Nobody took what I said serious because I didn't say anything that was serious. But I do really believe that you want to give JP that pussy. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have put that on you, but I have assessed the situation, and I see that you behind Flora. Now you're gonna be Flora, like I said, Flora point 2. So, and if JP, what you know he get turned on by what you're doing over there, right? JP says he like women to be like that, and she really gets under his skin. And he'll take a wrench and then he'll give it back to her. And she knows it because she playing with that nigga. It's like her playing with her pussy in front of him. Like, come get this kitty. Come and get this kitty. Meow. I got this kitty over here for you, JP. And JP just keep getting played with. Okay? And I tried to tell him all you got to do is offer that dick. And she coming. She going. Okay? Fuck out of here. Look, y'all know I know how to tease motherfuckers. They got all kinds of ways of teasing motherfuckers, right? And that's what she over there doing. She teasing the hell out that man over there, y'all. She over there trying to get JP that pussy. Oh, man. I like, God damn. I noticed it a long time ago. I didn't put on blast like that. I also saw that with Flora. Okay. Giving out that motherfucking pussy. Hey, Nate. Hey, Brownie. Brownie. You ain't see the song, Brownie? Girl. They done made a whole remix of my song, girl. Let me play it again. That shit kind of cool. Okay. And then I'm going to leave it alone, right? But the song kind of just brought me back that little bit. Okay, because she be whining. They be over there crying, girl. Why they crying? Don't even know. And then the dance, these motherfuckers, whoever made this shit, baby, they funny. Nah, Robin, I said I was going to get to her. She easy. She trying to give JP that pussy, baby. She trying to give him that pussy. Let me find me a beat. Let me see if I can put something on. I might be able, she trying to give him that pussy.
Doctor?
Nah, bitch, I let JP know. Now, this is something I'm about to let y'all know, because I kind of scurried off on some shit. So Robin M is trying to give JP that fucking trim, right? She trying to fuck that nigga. And that's their way of flirting. Now, Robin M, I said I'm gonna get time. She easy. She trying to give JP that pussy, man. She trying to give him that pussy. Let me find me a beat. Let me see if I can put something on. I might be able to, she trying to give him that pussy.
Doctor?
I can't lie, that damn cat on that damn table doing the twerk. That shit is super funny. Oh Lord. Robert M wanna give JP that pussy. Oh my God. That shit is super funny, man. Okay. Lord have mercy. But y'all, I gotta go find something to eat, okay? Because I did not cook. Now, I made some spaghetti and meatballs last night on Leaky behalf, right? Leaky came up here and I looked at him. I said, Leaky, he asked me for a piece of candy, which is not abnormal, but I was like, where your daddy? He was like, Dad, sleep. And I said, Leaky, you hungry? And he said, he looked at me and thought about it and he said, yeah. I was like, oh, okay. So that's the thing about living with family, right? Because we all live together. If one drop, how should I say it? If one drop the ball, right? They got others to pick that motherfucker up for you, right? That's what make kids. Kids are hard work, y'all. People always want me to comment on parenting and shit like that, to a degree. And it's not easy even with two parents. It's not easy as a single parent, right? It's not easy when you're co-parenting. Children is a very difficult thing to raise, right? They're different people, they little humans, and they be having their feelings. And today, we do raise our children differently than I was raised, right? Like my mom, I was kind of raised, I'm still of a generation, but my mom was a lot more lenient, y'all. She was like ahead of her time. There was a group of women, young women who was young, and I guess based on how they was raised, they made decisions not to raise their children that way. So I think that's where I get, my mom from, right? So my mom was lenient. She was the type who considered my feelings, as children. But I heard a lot of adults, whether they were my mother's age, older, or even younger. Like I have some younger aunts, right, who was wild, y'all. Listen, that's why, look, I know I see things differently than some of you maybe. I don't know, right? Based on some of the shit I be hearing, I just surmise that, but that might not be true, okay? So I'm just basing it on what I see some women say. But I have an aunt. My aunt, I'm not going to say no names because I don't know if they, be listening, right? So I'm not going to say no name. I have aunts. I told you I have aunts who's young as me, younger than me, and some aunts who are older than me, of course, right? They just my mom's younger brothers and sisters. Okay? Some of them, my grandmother was still having kids in her motherfucking 50s. So like I said, I have uncles and aunts younger than me. But I'm talking about the ones who are older than me, old enough for me to be at their house with their children, right? But younger than my mother. And what I'm telling you is my mother always was open with me. And she used to tell me about she used to tell me about her time as a kid and her younger siblings and even her older siblings, right? And so it was amazing at some of the younger siblings or even the older ones who was wild as fuck, right? I don't know why people think that today's generation of young kids are wilder than they were back then. They were not. First of all, a lot of secrets, a lot of forced marriages, right? We all heard of shotgun marriages and shit. Did somebody have to literally pull out a shotgun? Sometimes. But the thing is, back then, if you got a young woman pregnant, your ass was getting married and you knew it, right? For the sake of your family, you get married. And they ain't had to pull a gun out on your ass, but you knew that if you didn't, that your ass might not survive. Okay, you knew that you might have a gun pulled out on your motherfucking ass, and that's the truth, right? So anyway, I have an aunt, and she was wild. Like even I was able to see it when she was an adult. She was wild, right? As me being a kid, but she was the same one who would tell me that I need to be this certain type of young girl, right? She like I heard things like you wild. The fuck? I was so young I didn't even know what she meant. Now I can kind of suck it up to maybe she heard that growing up and she attributed that to me. I was a tomboy, but she was a tomboy too. But there's a difference in my tomboyish and her tomboyish, right? And maybe the difference was age, right? I was accused of being a tomboy when I was a fucking kid for real, right? By the time I became a teenage girl, I'm now wanting to be pretty. You see, so I'm no longer, I'm wearing dresses, right? I rarely wore pants when I started high school. My tomboy years was when I was a kid for real. You know, like I'm 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right? By the time I turned 14 though, I'm noticing boys. So now I want to have my face done, my hair done, you know what I'm saying? So my tomboy years left, but my aunt, based on what I heard, was she was still playing the tomboy role as a teenager because that was her way of being with boys. And that's how she ended up pregnant. So my tomboy years was me out there playing football, kickball, basketball, and volleyball and shit. And I actually played sports, right? And I was good at sports. My aunt idea of playing being a tomboy at a certain age was her getting pregnant. So here I am, young, like 10, 11. I'm out there playing with my cousin and my brother. Maybe the neighbors out there playing too. You can see us in the street kicking the ball and shit. And she like, you fast. And like I told you, I was so young, I really thought she meant that I was fast, like, because I was fast. You see what I'm saying? I was out there beating them all. I was even tall for my age, y'all. I've been this height since I was like 6 years old. 5 years, like Leek is tall for his age. Hopefully, he stay on his growing. Hopefully he don't stop growing. I really stopped growing real young, right? So here I am, taller than all the boys who was in the family and shit. And I was fighting other boys for my boy cousins and my brother. They were scared to fight the white boy. And I'm like, come on, I got it. And my uncle was like, nah. The white boy's daddy was like, nah, he can't fight no girls. And I'm like, well, he ain't gonna fight my brother nor my cousin. So come on, let's get it. You know what I'm saying? I was a real tomboy, fucking real. But anyway, and I fought but when I became like high school, I wasn't fighting no boys no more. But see, let me get back to the story though, because I went off, right? That aunt is the one who will call me fast. That's the aunt who also started, like when I would go stay at her house, she had me cleaning, right? The boys were able to wake up in the morning and go and play. Now, mind you, I'm just like 1 year. I'm 1 year older than one of my cousins. I'm a year and a half older than my brother. So we all about the same age, right? I'm just the oldest. How in the fuck though we all get up and they able to go outside like Christmas Day? They could get up in the morning and just go with the gifts. but I'm the girl. She ain't even got no girls, right? It was almost like at some point I started realizing, but remember I was a kid, so kids are kind of dumb, right? We kind of dumb. We're very forgetful of shit. But I would go over there and then I would end up being the one who have to make up all the beds, like all the beds, and wash all the dishes and do all the cleaning. And while everybody else outside, the boys are outside, all my cousins and my brother outside. And because I'm a girl, I got to do all this. Every time, you know how women say kids are dumb. Because I realized that almost every time I was there. But when it was time to go by my aunt, I was like, yeah, we're going to go by aunt. Just for me to go through that again and again and again and again. And so that's that thing where women of a certain type of woman who knows better, right? Who didn't like people judging her, and they'd be the first ones. They'd be the first ones who judge you. And so I wouldn't want nobody to judge my daughters. If my daughter was deciding to be free with herself, first of all, I would have talked to her early on, told her she's important. You know, some of the things I suggest, some of these women were like, hell nah. And I'm like, okay. Like, I can only suggest it, right? The boys, I always knew that my sons could possibly need some goddamn lotion or some baby oil. Or I don't know. I didn't know. I never really thought about it fully. But at some points, if they was in the bathroom an extra long time, I was thankful that we had, 2 bathrooms. Okay, I couldn't even imagine being in the house with 1 bathroom. Okay, especially when they became teenagers. But I just, if they're in the bathroom, I'm just like, okay, let me walk away, go by my motherfucking business. Right? I think most of us, even the women, if you have sons or will have sons, you'll just be like, okay. When it comes to our daughters, though, we can't even fucking imagine. We don't want to fucking imagine nothing, right? We don't want to imagine that she could be touching herself, this or that, and third, right? You almost don't want to give her no privacy in a room, right? She got to have a door open. No, you know what I mean? It's all kinds of weird things that happens with girls that may not necessarily happen with boys. And so I remember being on here a few years back, and we was having a discussion, and I asked a few women, hey, you ever thought about, when your daughters become of a certain age, you ever thought about getting them a toy? And it was absolutely not. I was like, what? I won't be a part of it. You ask her about her sons having sex early, though. She think it's just a boy thing. I'm like, but you forgot when you was a teenager of a certain your hormones raging, shit like this. Now, maybe it was just me, but I could promise you I was a tomboy. I don't know what the fuck was going on with my body. I don't know what was going on with my motherfucking body. Okay, but what I do know is I knew I had to stay away from the goddamn boys. Okay, and it was hard. It was hard, y'all. Okay, now I know we don't want to. Some of us don't want to tell the truth and shit. That's why I will tell my truth. But it was hard, and the thing that kept me from being away from the motherfucking boys at a certain age was the thought of having a baby. Like, oh my God, no, I could get pregnant. Oh, that thing could get me pregnant. Oh no, I could get pregnant. Right? That dry humping and all that shit that was happening though, that was happening. Right? So I'm just being honest. Is it everybody's truth? No. It surely is a whole lot of motherfuckers' truth though. And the reason why we know that is because there's a lot of pregnancy. There's a lot of young girls losing their virginity at very young fucking ages. So what are we saying? Like, are we saying that everybody's being forced, or like what is it? I don't know. It might be something we think about. I guess it would be, I don't know. Like, I guess it is. it's just one of those things, that if I had a daughter, I ain't gonna lie, I think I would have got her like a bullet. I think I would have got a bullet. One of the massage things that, people be claiming is for their back and shit. you know, y'all, I remember being a kid and my mom having one of them white plastic things. I was so young. And my mom did tell me it was for her back. When you just imagine when I became old enough to realize, oh shit. or how about this? How about that orange bag in the bathroom that I watched some of my cousins blow bubbles in? They use that nostril thing, blowing bubbles. I watched them all. I ain't even gonna fucking lie. Oh my mother. Oh man, my cousins used to be in the bathroom, right? Blowing bubbles with that nostril shit. Even I was so young, I didn't know what that thing was for neither. But I am thankful that I never played like I was Aquaman and that I could swim underwater and shit with that thing in my mouth. But Lord, I just wonder how they think today, knowing that they put that thing in their motherfucking mouth. Oh, and by the way, that thing is used for enemas too. Woo, baby. One day I might call my cousins and ask, "Hey, you remember when you put that thing in your mouth?" Oh, Fearless, how you doing? As a young woman now, if I had to give myself some advice, oh man, I don't know if that would be fair. I think like advice. I think I would be a whole different person if I was able to go back and educate myself on some things. So I know it's not fair, right? But I wouldn't. First of all, I would be less trusting of men. Like I had to learn valuable shit because I had such trust in, like, because there was always men around, who I kind of trust. Some of them didn't deserve no motherfucker trust, and I shouldn't have trusted them, right? Um, and yeah, and as it relates to like sexuality, though, shit, man. I look, um, where there's a way, right? When there's some things around, there is a way. Okay, I'm not gonna speak too much on me, uh, but yeah, if I was able to go back and say, hey, look at this thing. This thing vibrates. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. This thing vibrates. You don't need nothing to enter you. You don't need this. You don't need that. You don't need nobody who's not gonna care for you and your body to be touching your body and inside using your body, right? And because that's young boys. So young boys are a little tricky, right? Because like my sons were like truly thinking they were in love when they was a certain age. So I'm not gonna say that they were the type who were just looking for girls for sex. I don't I don't know that to be true or not, right? I don't know that to be true. I don't know. I've never been a boy, so I can't really tell you. But I can tell you that both of my sons have had their heart broken by some young girl, right? I'm not saying that was bad on her part or nothing. I'm just saying they really thought they cared about that person. I don't know what happens in between, like when men really feel like they care about somebody to when they become a certain age and they realize, oh, all women is for is sex. I don't know if society is the ones pushing that because I never pushed that to my sons. I always taught them respect. Right? I remember when one of my sons, I noticed he only was liking Latino girls and or white girls, right? And I remember asking him, "Hey, um, you got any black girlfriends at school?" And he was like, "No." I was like, "Why not?" And he's like, I don't know. I was like, and then that's when I started with my sons telling them that black women are beautiful, right? Now, y'all do know when we younger out, we got pigtails, right? We got the ponytails. Our hair is different. White girls' hair be loose, right? Their hair be loose and shit. And so I think, like, I don't know who told them that that was beauty, but it was my job to say, hey, little girls, black girls be having their hair all styled and everything differently. That's normal. That's beautiful. That's pretty. And so I started on that, because if I let society tell my sons what's beautiful or not, then unfortunately, the media doesn't show black women as being beautiful. It doesn't show us as being beautiful, right? Unless she light skin and shit like that, which I can't help my skin color, so I just was like, nah, dark skin is beautiful. Like nothing's wrong with that. You know what I mean? So I kind of really push that black women are beautiful because they are. Hey Taylor. Hey Tay. So I was like, and then before you know it, I started seeing the young black girls. You know what I mean? I started seeing the little crushes on the young black girls. So I never told them they couldn't date who they wanted. I never put a color on it, but I kind of did like promote black women, black girls. I did. And that's my motherfucking job. Okay? That's my motherfucking job. It don't matter if I'm light skinned or not. I'm still a black woman, and I let my sons know that. I had that kind of conversation also because one of my sons used to be joking, and he would say that his friends tell him that his mom's white, and I said, "But I'm not white, right?" And then I would have them conversations, as they were growing up, and I'm like, "Mom, your mom just light skinned," and I'm like, "But I'm a black woman for sure."
Hey,
Right?
Mom.
Hey, Taylor.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm all right.
That's good.
All right.
I'm sick, girl. I always say I'm good, even if I'm not good, but it's okay.
I'm
Me
sick
and
too.
hubby sick.
It was like a really bad. I don't know if it was a sinus infection or
Oh
it
yeah.
wasn't COVID or anything like that. I just got real sick.
Yeah, that's what I don't think we have COVID. I think, like you said, that thickness in the nose and shit.
Yeah.
And I ordered some stuff. I'm waiting for it to come. Uh, um, what is her name? Puzzle. Puzzle told me to get some stuff called Mullins,
What they
and
called?
it's called Mullins, and it's to help clear your lungs. It's like a drop. It says
Is that a
drops.
Chinese herb?
Um, I don't know. Let me see. I think I have it up. I might. Let me see if I could.
I think I'm gonna start. Getting books on different
It is a
herbs
herb,
and
though.
shit.
It is a natural thing because some of y'all into the natural stuff, and
Yeah.
so it is some type of natural herb type of thing. But it came in drops, and I think it come in a tea also.
Okay.
Yeah. And Fearless, Jim said, get all of oregano and take 3 drops per day. I think when I was looking at all of them, one of them did say that it had oregano in it. But yeah, I don't know. Like it changes. The weather changes from here. Like cold, it might be kind of okay one day, and then it dropped all the way in the 20s last week.
20 degrees?
Yeah, it's still cold up here.
Yeah, that's cold.
And
Ice.
yeah, I think it was like in the 40s during the day, but at night it dropped to the 20s. So, but so hubby's sick. I gotta take care of him. So I'm waiting for that to come. I think it said it'd be here tomorrow. I think
Okay.
because but yeah. How you? Everything good?
Oops, yeah, everything's good,
That's good.
Had a
What you
day.
think about that toy thing I was talking about? Did you hear me when I was talking about that?
The toy?
Yeah, for girls. Like, so if you was a teenager, right? Let's put you at 16,
Mm-hmm.
and your mom said, "Here you go. And it ended up being the rose.
Okay.
What do we think about that when we think about our 16-year-old self? Like,
oh my gosh. I don't fucking know. I don't know. No, like my mom,
Huh?
my mom would try to talk to me about like sex and different things like that, but it was kind of like too awkward. So I was like, she would see I was visibly uncomfortable, so she would not bring it up. But listen, I knew a lot. I knew a lot unbeknownst to her. But I don't know. It's just weird. I just thought it was weird talking about that with your parents, but I don't know. I don't know. She gave me a rose. I'd have acted a motherfucking fool with that shit. But I don't. Oh my god, I don't know. I would kind of, now that I think about it, I think I would kind of be disgusted a little bit because I'd be like, you know what? You're my mom. Like that would be like me finding a dildo of hers, right? Like if I find a dildo of hers, I would be so fucking disgusted with that shit. I'd be like, what the fuck is your problem, lady? Like why you got these things like that? And but in my mind, that's my mom. Forgetting that my mom's still a woman at the end of the day. That's
right,
just
right.
Just be like, ew. But if she would have gave me a rose at 16, I probably would be mortified.
Yeah, but with boys though, right? When we know that they get your lotion might come up missing in the house, you'd be like, God damn, I just bought some lotion, a whole big ass thing of lotion just 2 months ago. How now? And nobody says anything. Nobody's mortified that he might be in the bathroom a little longer than he should be. Nobody's mortified that he's in his room with his door closed, in the middle of the day. But when it comes to us as girls, it's thought of as different. But like Reese said, when I did found Spencer's when I was a teenager, okay, and that's when I learned. I think that's when I learned with that thing my mom had she claimed was a massager years ago, and I saw that thing in there, and I was like,
why you say no goddamn massager?
Oh man, my mom threw up and down. But Spencer's ended up being my shit. But yeah, like I told y'all, like a vibrating thing. Shit.
See, when I first learned about clitorial like stimulation, listen, I was in my room having a good time by myself before I even started like having actual sex.
Right.
I was like, what the fuck is what this supposed to do? Like it felt like I had listen, I was like, it feels like I gotta pee. Like, why do I gotta pee? And I'm like, no, you ain't gotta pee. That's that,
Yeah.
That's that stimulation. But I didn't realize, what is this car doing? I didn't realize that the clit had like thousands of nerves in it, which is why it's just like, god damn. Like, like it's just,
yeah.
it's just like, oh my god, like, but I don't know. My mom really never, she just told me, hey girl, you better not get pregnant,
Right.
Because if your ass get pregnant, she said, your life is over. I was like, damn, for real? So I just did what she said not to get pregnant. I did. I mean, I did everything else that she told me not to do, but
except get pregnant.
Except get pregnant, right?
Yeah. Now I was deadly scared. I was scared because my mom always told me like the truth. She said like a guy could just put it in and the pre-cum is enough, right? And these men, you touch them and shit, because they always want you to put your hands in their pants and
You
it be
touch
wet.
them and they ass busted.
Yes. And so I'm like, oh no. See, that's us as little not knowing nothing. He not knowing much, we not knowing things. And yeah, my mom was open to those type of things. Of course, no toys or nothing like that, but um, I don't know. I guess nobody. That's why nobody was able to convince me and trick me into doing it way when I was younger, like that. The ones who did, they took. You know what I mean? They forced.
Right, right.
Yeah. So
I was a little hot in the tail bomb. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Um, I I started having sex at like 16,
mhm.
17. So
Okay,
I was
that's not too bad. They have a sex way earlier than that. I knew some who was having babies at
right, which I
14.
found out that people having sex way earlier than that. But
Mhm.
you know, the first time I did it, I was like, I could go a lifetime without this motherfucking shit. Like, what the fuck was like? I swear to God, Mom, I was like, what? Like, okay, I could just get off by myself. I don't need you in
Right.
this situation. Get the fuck away from me.
That might be
But
what
you
we got
know,
going, right? A lot of women who realize, okay, I could still, be satisfied without you, because the men, the ones who not taking the time to learn, just like they got to learn how to repair a car and handle a computer, they got to do that with our bodies. But
right, and understand that not every woman likes everything. Like you may, you think you jackrabbiting and you think that shit is just fire, and it's not actually.
right,
You know,
yeah,
it's not like where you gotta go? Like why
yeah.
are
Where
you
did you go? What is you doing, fool? And he breathing hard and shit. And I'm like,
and he breathing all hard on you,
all his
sweat,
weight, all his weight on you and shit.
belly on you and shit, and he like
Oh, oh.
just like
They should be so bad. God, they be thinking they doing something too. And then even when you try to tell them, then I know what I'm doing.
I'm like
Not,
clearly, evidently you don't because I'm like, and then they blame you like
hmm.
they get mad at you, and I'm just like, what the? Okay, well,
Yeah, man,
be
it'd
the
be
last
bad.
time.
Mm. I gave my son some books. I already had the books, right? I was already educating. I didn't go to them and say, sit down, mama, your mom gonna give you a lesson. Nah, I just made them readily available. Like, hey, you ever seen this book? And I left it there. Now, do I know if they read it or not? I don't. Right? I don't know. I don't know nothing about it. Um,
Right.
but if they want to learn, they ain't have to really talk to me or their dad. They could have did some reading. And then their generation has been on the internet. My kids had internet when they were born. I was like, when I was pregnant, I was on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So they were always had internet in our house. He said, remember the deadline he gave the second baby mama? Oh, I got
Ooh.
it. What y'all? I think they might be talking about Dr. Umar. I see that Reese said that his daughter came out gay recently.
Oh yeah, I did hear that.
Mm.
Yeah.
Now, I know he ain't gonna be happy about that, but hey, he ain't got no saying who she is as a person or nothing, right? He wasn't there.
Yeah.
And she's young. So what I found is all my little cousins. And when I say little cousins, I'm talking about the late millennials. Actually, yeah, they late millennials. They're not early millennials. So they in their 30s, right? 30s and younger. All the little girls ended up being, I guess, bisexual. It's almost like it's a fad, right? Um, a fad. So hey, and or maybe it could be not a fad. It literally, I guess, it could be a thing, where people not really caring who they love, right?
Yeah, to each his own. Like
Mhm.
me, like I could fool around with a girl.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I couldn't be in a relationship. That's just too much estrogen. Um, just too much estrogen flowing around. I don't think I could be in a relationship with a woman.
Yeah.
But yeah.
See, I think that's great. I think when people are not limiting themselves, right?
Oh yeah.
The men, on the other hand, they are. That's why they're angry, right? I just heard what our vice president said. I heard what uh with that Doge girl, guy said, right? When they are literally talking about women having babies, that keep coming out their fucking mouth. Okay. Um, the women who want to have babies will have babies. The women who want to be with men will be with men and have babies. I guess I don't understand what they're concerned about. If the
I think they're talking about the low birth rate. Women aren't
right,
having enough quote unquote children, which I'm just like, I mean, what if she don't want fucking kids? Like, what if
exactly.
that is
It's not
the path that she chosen?
it's not affordable, first of all, right? And if you think about it, like I when I think about it, I'm like, oh, shit. It's hard out here having kids.
It
It's
is. That's
expensive. Yeah,
and people want to shame you, talk about like, well, your granny and
fuck that.
pappy had 14 kids and then they didn't have no money. What the fuck? This is 2025. Like, ain't nobody trying
Exactly.
to be in poverty with no goddamn 14 kids. Are you out of your fucking mind?
Not even only that,
These
but Granny may have had a house. Like it's a lot of things that have changed in 40, 50 motherfucking years. Like
exactly,
I remember rent being like $300 in some places.
exactly.
More than that in others. And now in those places where it was $300, them motherfuckers want $1,100 for that same one bedroom or whatever. That's a big ass motherfucking difference. And
It
money,
is.
yeah, that's a big difference.
Like the studios, like a studio out here, because I was looking for apartments because I'm getting ready to move. Um, but the fucking studio out here, and I saw it
Mhm.
was running like $1,400 fucking dollars. I said, I know you fucking lying. Um, I know you fucking lying for a studio. So like, imagine having a kid, in the
Yeah,
mix of that, and then you're working. That's why a lot. That's why a lot of I understand why a lot of women that do have children that only making minimum wage. I understand why they just choose not to work at all and just get like Section 8 or food stamps or welfare or whatever because the amount because you working at Walmart making fucking minimum wage, you're not even working the full 40 hours because they
right.
purposely make sure that you don't go over 40 hours so they don't have to give you benefits. Um, so you're working that just to put them in fucking daycare. And these daycares are running anywhere between 250 to almost $800 a fucking week. Um, so but
Yeah,
like what is she working for?
that's
You
right.
see what I'm saying?
I listened to a white woman and she explained it. Now, when you listen to black women say the everybody going up in arms, right? Oh, you using our system, you're gaining the system. But this white woman, when she said it, everybody was like, "Oh, yeah, she right." Ain't that fucked up? So what she said, she may get a raise. She got a raise, right? And the raise may have given her an extra $1,000 for the year. But once she got that raise, she lost some food stamps, right?
Mm-hmm.
She lost the food stamps and the medical care, which
Mm-hmm.
now she gained $1,000 in her pay, but she went
For that year, right? 1,000 a
yeah for the
year.
year, yeah for the year, but she lost $3,000 due to
Mm-hmm.
not getting the food stamps no more and losing the benefit, the medical benefit, because now she had to she had to pay for benefits because she no longer qualified for Medicaid no more. So she ended
Mm-hmm.
up losing actually $2,000 because she got the 1,000, She increased by $3,000 with the medical and the food, so she end up behind $2,000. And so that makes sense. What they purposely tell you can't make this. As soon as you make this dollar over, we're gonna take you off this. And so you either gotta decline that raise, or you're gonna be more in the hole. And they say that it costs more. Y'all do know poor people, we pay more in our water bill, electric bill. We pay more per wattage than wealthy people. We also
Yes,
pay
the fuck we
more.
do.
We pay more in a lot of things, right? Interest rate, and they'll claim because you got bad credit, but even if you have good credit, but you're not making a certain income, they're still summing up to your debt to income ratio. You don't make it enough. The people with the most money, they getting all these benefits, right? Switching credit cards to this one and getting free mileage, free this, free that, while we pay interest. So it costs more money to be lower class or even middle class. It costs more money. And what they've determined, where else can we go? Like, how much higher could rent possibly go before everybody is like, what
It's
the
crazy.
fuck?
It's crazy. Like I do know in certain states to where, like, if you want to live in the middle of fucking nowhere, be my guest. But ain't nobody trying to live in the middle of nowhere. That's the thing. So of course, like, the cost of living would be relatively more cheaper. But when everybody's in like a metropolitan area, it's more expensive. Which I mean, I understand it, but it should the a studio should not be $1,400 fucking dollars.
That's crazy as hell. But if you got a hotel room look at hotel rooms. A room for a fucking night is damn near $200. That's fucking ridiculous.
It's crazy.
That's crazy. So it seemed like once one thing go up, everybody want to go up, right? Childcare. Like if I did home daycare, the first thing I'm gonna look and see how much everybody else charging, so I can compete. But that's why things keep going up, right? That's what I watched through the years. People competing with others, and it's crazy because people are homeless. I'm watching people living in their cars. You know what I mean? And people
And
thinking
did you
about it.
hear, Bob? Did you hear that they're not renewing certain people a lot of people's like Section 8 vouchers and contracts?
That's fucked up. What they gonna do with them people?
I have no idea.
They
I
do.
know out here, there are like areas that you can live in to where it's based on your income. So
But it's
like
hard.
it's only like $900, then they'll be like, okay, your rent, we'll only charge you $450 in rent, like that. But it, it's crazy.
But you know they're gonna change, right? Because those are government. So the reason those places are like that is due to the government. The government gave them the money to help build those apartments or homes, and with that help from the federal government, they promised to leave a certain amount of homes or apartments for low income people. And so now, if people don't understand, right now, I was on a panel, y'all, where they was absolutely against government fucking workers, federal government workers. They was
Bob,
making it
don't get
seem
me
like,
started. Do not fucking get me started on these people talking about government workers, please.
girl, they attacking them as if they are the enemy.
Listen, I am a federal worker. Li- People, listen. First of all, I said this on my live stream a few days ago that they were talking about like all this fraud and money that's being misused or misspent or all this other shit. My thing is, why aren't people being brought on criminal fucking charges? Like, if you know who the fuck these people are, or if you could, based on a bank account, if you could trace, okay, this money is going into this bank account, okay, this is with this company, okay, this is going to this person. You could bring somebody on fucking criminal charges, right?
Yeah, but they
So why
lying though.
aren't they bringing on people on criminal charges if it's all this fucking defrauding going on? They're full of shit.
Yeah, they full of shit. They keep changing. The price keep changing. The amount keep changing. Right? They keep making shit up, and so they could just end these programs. Why would you end the program? Why wouldn't, like you said, why wouldn't you go after the ones who have these fake fraud accounts? They claim that there's people who are 100 and something plus years old, damn near 200 years old, getting checks.
That is
Them
a lie
guys.
from the pits of fucking hell. They can't verify. Listen, with Social Security specifically, like the Social Security Administration, like a lot of people don't realize that they have millions of Social Security numbers within their system that has not even drawn benefits before. So Social Security only holds the number, okay?
Right.
They can't verify that this person between 100 to 150 years old or 200 is getting all this. They can't verify that shit.
Girl, they make up all kinds of shit, right? It's been about 10 years now. 10 years ago, they listed me as dead. It took 3 months to get that shit straightened out. And I'm lucky because I've heard of people who could never get it straightened out. Okay. I don't know how, and like when I saw something on the YouTube, right, where the person say they can't get it straightened out. I don't know, because mine wasn't that hard. It's just that I had to figure out who listed me as dead, right? So, I get a benefit. I get VA benefit. That's how I noticed. Hubby went to go get the money so we could pay the rent.
Right.
And he said the money wasn't there. I was like, what you mean? So I go downstairs rambling through the mail. So she like, what the fuck happened? Like, did the VA send me something I don't know? And I ended up with a letter saying that I was dead. But and not only did it say that I was dead, it told my husband that it was gonna take money out our account. Because it had listed me as dead for like 2 months. And they said that I had gotten checks for those 2 months. And so they were gonna take not only take the check, wasn't sending no more checks, but they were gonna take that money from him. And ooh, girl, like I go crazy, right? I call the bank. I'm like, hey,
that's right.
They tell me they sent the check back. I'm like, why would you send the check back? I'm alive. And so they fixed it on their end. And then I call VA and I say, hey, I'm not dead. So they resend the check to the bank. And then the bank resent it back to the VA. I said, what the fuck? Like, I got this straight. I called y'all, I called them. And they was like, yeah, but the bank, they say, is not what we doing. Something is changing it, saying that you're dead. Right? VA still sending the check. The bank getting the check, but the bank kind of sent it back because I guess in their banking system, it shows that I'm dead. Right? So then I find out like it took 3 months. Right? Because when I thought it was fixed, I kept waiting for the check, then the check didn't come. Then I would find out, oh God. So I had to go to the Social Security building and prove who I am. I asked them, how could you how simple is it for people to list me as dead though? Right? And they said it could be simple. It could be one Social Security number off.
Yeah.
Somebody died and it's just one Social Security number off and they list me as dead. Wait a minute. Now that I think about that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's some shit. Wait a minute. I'm about to ask hubby. You know, me, my brother, and my dad, we have the same. Our number is all only by one number. Because apparently my dad didn't get a Social Security number until my mom applied for me and my brothers. Which mean our number. And now I'm thinking
so he never had a social?
No, back then you didn't have to have a social. All this system and shit is like new. My dad never had a Social Security. He was a grown ass man. Me, my brother was born before my dad got a Social Security card, y'all. You know you have to apply for a Social Security card.
Right, because now what they do is from what I heard is that like if someone was born, like a baby was born, they'll submit like the Social Security number application to the office, and then they'll mail you a card like some months later. That's what they do at the
Um,
hospitals.
or is that what they're doing now? I know they
Yeah.
give you the application if you want it, but you won't have to fill it out. You know, you could use because you could use that baby footprint as proof of birth for a while. Really, not until that child go to school, and really not even then, right? Not until it's unless you got to go get some social services, they might start asking you for actual social security number. But let's say you have a, a, a child and you don't need no social service because you got a job, y'all doing well. A child don't need a social security card until you go to get a job. To be honest, so and you could get that at any time. You know, you don't even get to start building credit until you're 18. So yeah, you could be without a social security card growing up. Remember that young girl, that the one who found out her mom kidnapped her and shit.
Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, remember she kept wanting to get a job, and her mom kept coming with excuses through all them years.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's because her mom never applied for, which is weird because I'm shocked she didn't. Because there's some things she could have probably did back then to get away more cleaner. Because it is kind of, people can have a child at home. You ain't got to have a child at the hospital. Like, you can literally have a baby, and I come and get it from you, right? You give it to me, and I go to the hospital and say, I just had this baby.
No, that's true. That's true. That's what a lot of people do home births.
Yeah. It's probably
No,
better to do home births.
right.
For black women, especially for black people, it's probably better for us to stay from, away from these motherfucking people, or find somebody who gonna make sure you good. Because from my understanding, they don't believe that black women, I guess this thing of us being strong, and they don't believe that we're in pain, or they always accusing us, if we are in pain, they're accusing that we must be addicted to some type of drug, and so they don't
Right.
want. So yeah, we get it coming and going.
Yeah,
A
that's
woman.
why I hate going to like I have a better OBGYN now, but when I first started going to the OBGYN, I
Mhm.
remember this lady made me bleed
Oh God.
when she did my first IUD.
Mhm.
This was when I was real young. And that shit, whoever ain't had, listen, if you had an IUD placed before, that shit is horrible.
Oh
Okay?
God. Ooh.
Horrible. Um, I have one now, but it wasn't as bad as it was the
Back
first time.
then.
But this bitch made me fucking bleed. Like she um she had to do the shit twice
Oh
because
my God.
listen, I was in tears. I was so upset. And I was cussing. I was
We
just
gonna
like,
have to. We gonna have to see when we have daughters, right?
right.
Because I have no daughters, and then even if I had daughters, I wasn't educated enough back then, right? But we gotta protect our young daughters and shit, because these motherfucking doctors are doing all kinds of tests on us. They all know tests, right?
Uh-huh.
Cause how you a fucking doctor possibly doing this shit? How is it that you do this shit wrong?
Listen, I was heated, bomb, because she had asked me if I gave him birth before, and I'm like, no. So I guess she used the wrong thing, like I guess
Oh
the
my
wrong
God.
tool, and was using it as if I fucking
Had
gave
a
birth
baby.
before.
Oh my God.
That's why I was so much in pain,
Mm.
and like
That bitch
even
knew what she was doing, man.
right. So
You know
after
why? Because if
she,
she obese, she knows that you ain't have birth. As soon as she looked down there,
yeah, it was some Indian bitch.
yeah,
Um,
they knew they the most haters of black women right there.
yeah, this is Indian bitch. I was heated, and I was just like, I was like, I want to speak to somebody, someone who's above you, because you like I don't know what your problem is. I told you it was hurting. You ignored me. You
Oh
told
my
she saw like
God.
she said that she gave me beforehand she gave me some ibuprofen.
What?
to alleviate the pain.
Oh
I
man.
couldn't walk for at least like 3 days. Like I had
No,
to
this is my first
take
time
time off
hearing.
work. Yeah.
I never heard. And Reese just said that when she had a C-section, her first one, she felt the whole thing. These motherfuckers is purposely doing this, y'all. First of all, there's no reason for you to not have been numbed, but you don't feel no C-section.
Right.
Okay? But you got to understand, they getting away with this type of shit. I told you that time I had a stitch that didn't dissolve right on my, when all them nerves at, girl. I had ripped when I had my son.
You had a what?
So I got ripped with my sons, both of them. But that area where you say all them nerve endings, it was torn. So I had a stitch there. I had stitches. And one of the stitches was supposed to self-dissolve, just dissolve, where you don't have to go get them out. But this one stitch didn't dissolve and it had started to heal. My skin started to heal around the stitch. So every time I would move a certain way, girl, pain would shoot through my whole fucking body. That's how I know that that nerve endings is all through our body. Pain would shoot throughout my body when I would move a certain way. I was scared to move at all. Hubby takes me to the emergency room. I'm telling him, oh my God, I don't know what this pain is. It's just so terrible. This was worse than having a baby. And that doctor took me to a whole part of the hospital that was weird. He wheeled me, right? I was on the bed. He wheeled me through some plastic sheets and shit. I'm thinking to myself, I know it might be Saturday, but this is a big ass hospital. How is it that we on this side of the hospital, right? Now, I ain't gonna lie, I was in pain. I just wanted him to help. But I also noticed there was no women around. You know what this motherfucker did? So he kept touching it, and I would, as soon as he touched it a little bit, I would scream. And I was like, oh my God. And then he would say, I can't do nothing. Like, I can't do nothing. I got to get it. I'm like, but it hurt so bad. It hurt so bad that I said, forget it. I said, forget it. You know what this motherfucker did? He walks out the room, act like he conversing with other people, which there was no other people around. He comes back and tell me, well, I can use something to numb it. And I fucking look at him. The fuck you mean you could, in my mind, I'm thinking, what you mean you could use something to numb it after you got me in extreme pain over and over again, telling me there's nothing you could do. Now, when I'm about to leave, now you can numb it. We got to be very, listen, if something don't seem right, stop them in the midst. Something, if you feel it, and they ready to start doing something, say, wait a minute, I don't know. I never heard nobody be in pain with an IUD. My mom told me they got all kinds of different ones now. And I'm telling you, y'all, when we young and we black, them motherfuckers is doing all kinds of shit to us. And if they can do it and claim that, they was able to do it, they will do it.
Yeah, I have not felt no pain like that ever. Like even this second time around when I got the IUD, it wasn't painful at all. It was discomfort. It was there. It was uncomfortable, but it wasn't like
pain.
It wasn't unbearable,
Right.
But this bitch, that bitch, I was heated. I was like, I will never come back here ever again. Never.
Yeah, we got to be very careful.
And then we need to go through that shit.
We need to also we need to educate the community, right? I used to live in the community. I told y'all before we moved here, and I used to give information, but I don't know what it is about black people, right? Like when a black person giving the information, then they got to be wrong, because they would. I know some people every time they got sick, they went to the emergency room, and I asked them, why you go to the emergency room? Call a doctor. Nah, I can't get a doctor. What you mean you can't get a doctor? I don't want to go to the clinic. I said, you don't need to get no clinic. What kind of insurance you got? I'm on Medicaid. I said, shit, Medicaid, to be honest, is the best insurance there is.
Yeah, they take Medicaid everywhere.
Every fucking where. Every motherfucker where they take Medicaid, right? And on top of that, you ain't got no co-pays to be worried about. You ain't got this to worry about. Now, y'all, they even let y'all get over-the-counter medicine. They give you a certain amount of money per month so you won't have to go to the emergency room just because you might have a headache or something, right? Or cramps. They know that people might not have money, so they give you like cash on something. I forget what it's called exactly because I never used it, right? But I do have it. And they give you so many dollars per month, and I think every quarter they give you so much money per quarter where you can go to the drugstore and get over the counter medicine and different things you need, which is good, right? Because if you just on food stamps, then you might not be able to get pads. You might not be able to get, you know, uh, medicine for your back and things like that, over the counter medicines. So it's way better than it used to be, but people don't be knowing of these services. Like you can also see a doctor over the phone if you're on Medicaid.
Yep.
You don't even have to go in if you don't want to. And I just found out you don't even have to go to them what they call them quick things, those the ones where you can just pop up. They'll see you over the phone too. You go to their website, you log in over your phone, and them motherfuckers will see you over your phone. You ain't gotta leave your house. And Medicaid will pay for that shit. Okay. They rather you go there than you go to the emergency room. The emergency room gonna charge a whole shitload of money. Okay. They charging $500 for one aspirin and shit. And then don't call the ambulance. They would rather you call and they will pay for you a Uber to the emergency room. Let's say you do have to go to the emergency room and you don't have no ride. They will Uber you there. And if you pay it out of your own pocket, they'll give you that money back. Cause they don't want you to pay $1,000 on a ride. I call the ambulance. I'll be like, fuck it. Like, okay. I'm like, you come get me, shit. And because I think that's how I'm gonna get in sooner, right? I know how the tricks. The tricks is if you walk in that bitch, you might be seen last, okay? You go in the ambulance, they gonna check you in right away and see what your issue is. And then they're gonna put you in line, but you will still be ahead of the motherfuckers in that lobby though. Shit. What's going on, HD Bomb?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, they
crazy.
trying to get rid of everything,
They
HD Bomb.
are.
Yeah, but it's gonna come back. Now we do know as Americans, people they're gonna be scrambling for a while. I think he's trying to start a war here in the US. Cause you gotta understand it's a lot of white people who thought they wouldn't be touched by this shit. They either got touched because they own them services or they got touched because they work for the government and they lost their motherfucking job.
Listen, I don't know why people are against federal workers so goddamn much. I really don't understand it.
Cause of them, right? We watch a group of people lie to the American people, and they was able to turn damn near a whole country against actual country members just based on where they work, as if you are the one stealing the money.
Right. And what's crazy is that I heard somebody say that federal workers are overpaid and they don't do nothing. Listen.
Yeah, that's stupid as hell.
95% of you dumb motherfuckers on here couldn't do my job. I guarantee you that. A lot of y'all can't read. A lot of y'all are slow. Bad comprehension. A lot of y'all couldn't do my fucking job. So referring to you don't do nothing, I fucking beg to differ.
You know what's funny though? Because let's say I go and apply for Social Security, right? Everybody and their mama heard that it might take you years to get approved for Social Security. Right? If you don't listen to me and put in your application the way I tell you, you guaranteed a 3-year wait. Ain't nothing gonna help it. I can get, huh?
You're gonna be waiting a while.
Yeah. Now, if you do it the way I tell you, you'll get approved in 3 months. Okay.
What you do, Bomb?
So the difference is, when people go and fill out all that paperwork, they don't have no proof with their application, so they turn in the application, and then Social Security didn't have to go and pull all your records from all your doctors, and that's gonna take them over. But they gonna deny you within the 3 months because they're gonna look at the application, they're gonna say it's incomplete, so you're gonna get denied right off the jump. And now they got 18 months, right, to go to the second step, and then if you get denied there, now they got another damn near 2 years, 24 months. And so it's almost guaranteed that you're gonna definitely be waiting 3 years. But so that's already a long period of time for somebody who may really be sick. They just didn't fill out their paperwork right and they got denied. Now I'm talking about disability, right? I'm not talking about the Social Security one where it's your job, where you earned the money. I don't know how that would work. Okay, I don't know nothing about that one. But I'm talking about the disability side. So so now we're not gonna have no people working, right? We're not gonna have the people who gonna go and pull the paperwork, the people gonna look at the paperwork and file it, the people gonna scan it in, or where it need to go, the people gonna do everything. They're getting rid of all them motherfucking people. And then who they gonna hire? Like, how long it gonna take them to hire new people? And are these people gonna be qualified? And how we know they're gonna be qualified? Who gonna teach them how to do the job? Like, this is a big mess this man is creating. Our government has been working where the money is all fucked up. Is not with the people who work the job. It's the way our government is not holding accountable the fucking people they gave checks to. Like, let's say I go and I say, hey, I want to build affordable housing here in Delaware. The government will give me the money, right? They'll give me the couple of $1 million or whatever millions or billions of dollars I request. And then though, suppose when I build, I don't really build affordable housing, right? It don't meet the criteria. It don't do this. It don't do that. And instead of them holding me accountable and saying, hey, nah, you give us some of that money back, or this or that or that or this. They don't do that. They let these people steal that money, take that money and funnel it other places. And the states are responsible for a lot of that shit. The states get involved in this shit, and they are the one. Our states get lots of money, y'all, for the poor people, right? For low income people. Some of these people get millions, if not billions of dollars, some of these states. And they, though, get to decide where to put that money. So let's say, like Mississippi, right? They decided to put the money they got for low income into building a tennis court for a school, a tennis, for them wealthy people to play. That state had the right to do that. And that's why who we vote for is important, because that money that was supposed to go to poor people for roads and safety and housing, them motherfuckers get to spend it the way they want to. And then they got some friends who own these companies who they'll contract for this, that, and the third, but the contracts ain't getting filled because they do what they want. That's where that fucking money, a lot of money is going. And that's what they're doing. Republicans love breaking shit so they can privatize everything. Now, Democrats come in and we give, right? But we also we'll limit, right? They the ones who said the work program, here you got to work before this. You'll find that there was always a Democrat, but it was always the Republicans who always was giving free shit. Like, hey, even the white people, you could get it too, right? That's what they do. But then when the Democrats get in, they start claiming, they look at our debt ceiling. Look what's going on. What are we gonna do? They the ones who did it though. And so they blame the Democrats for it. And then the Democrats then are forced because our Democratic ass be like, yeah, why? You know, even though we know why, because we saw what they did before the Democrat got in. And then the Democrats go and blame the poor people. And so they'll say, well, you got to work for your welfare check. And by the way, people been working for their welfare check for a very fucking long time. Now you hear them speak on it, you think there's a whole shitload of people who are on welfare and they ain't got to do shit for it. And that's a lie. Okay, that's a lie. In fact, that's why a lot of people not on welfare, right? They especially black people, they not on welfare because they got the welfare to work program and they still get, maybe they check and they still get the welfare, but they got to go to work for it. So they on the program, but they actually working for their money. And if they make more than that check would be, then they don't get the money at all. But if they make less than that check would be, then they will get the difference between their check that they make and that check. And if they can't get a job, these motherfuckers will make them volunteer like they got a job to get that check. And by the way, that check is small in my state. And I think in Louisiana, I remember one of my cousins getting 90 something dollars, y'all, in cash. What the fuck? A month. This not a week. This a month. Here in Delaware, me and 2 kids. I don't know. It might be if I had 2 kids. You know I ain't got 2 kids no more. But if I had 2 kids, it might be 5 something a month. 500 something a month. Rent ain't costing nothing less than $1,100, and that's probably a 1-bedroom or studio apartment. But you only gonna get that 500 something dollars a month. You got to come up with the rest of that motherfucking money for the rent. Everybody not on Section 8. But there's a lot of people who, low income who deserve to be on Section 8, like they qualify. But the line is long. The line is long, and the line to get on the list is non-existent because it's so long. And I saw a video, I think it was in California, where they have something called a lottery, right? First, they got a long line of people on the list to get housing. And that might be years long. But then when they open the list, they allow so many people come. And then after those people filled, they had something called a lottery. And then I saw a video with, like, it looked like hundreds of thousands of people out there, right? Outside. And soon as the place opened, you see all these people running. And they just running just to get the application. They only giving out so many applications. So you got to run. They race. These motherfuckers is racing just to get an application. If they get an application, there's hope. But I also heard, check this shit out. So you get the application and get approved. Let's say you got the application and you got approved. If you don't find a place to rent to you in 3 months, it's over. It's like, yeah, it's over. You got to give up your spot.
Damn.
And people in a lot of places don't want to rent to Section 8. And even if they do, it might be based on what you look like, right? They might let a white person who got the Section 8 voucher in, but not the black person with the Section 8 voucher. And you have this thing, this valuable thing in your hand, and you can't even fucking get nobody to rent you. Nothing. After 3 months, you lose it. You done did all that work, stood in that line, did everything. I was like, God damn. Now, if the smart people who really homeless and they really try, like I try to tell people what to do. You got to find little counties in some of these states. You call and you find out how long their list is. If their list is short, you go to that motherfucking state, go to that motherfucking county, right? And get your ass in a homeless shelter or something in that area, and then you go and apply. And you guaranteed, right, to get on Section 8. Now, this is the kicker. Some places, I think you got to be there 6 months or a year. I think it was 6 months. I don't know if it changed, right? That means you got to be in that area for 6 months to a year. with your voucher. And then after that, you could go where the fuck you want in this whole goddamn nation with that Section 8 voucher. You want to move to Hawaii? You could go to Hawaii. Wherever in this nation, you could go with that Section 8 voucher.
I remember that whole ass nigga Beans was saying that. He's like, you need to move. Why you still
Yeah,
$0 red ass nigga?
Yeah, that's. And the only thing, remember when you the one who told me about beans, remember? I remember that. I'll never forget. I was like, what? Because I couldn't believe. Remember, I've been saying that there's lots of black men on Section 8. Lots of single. I'm talking about single with no children, right? You do not have to have children to be on Section 8. But that is one of the lies that these men spread. All kinds of lies they were spreading. So when you said, "Wow, nah, he's over there talking about his Section 8," I was like, what? Shit, I couldn't wait to go over there. I'm like, wait a minute. He gonna be like, yeah, he on Section 8. When these men were lying, acting like they could never get it. It's only for the woman. It's only for the woman.
Yeah.
He shitted on all of them, and them men didn't know what to do after that.
No, they didn't. Crazy. And you hear too that they're getting rid of you know how they were giving out vouchers for daycare, like different like subsidies. Daycare's so expensive, they getting rid of that shit too.
Man, they about to break the whole country. No, I can assure you, I had daycare vouchers, right? Through the voucher, I never had to, I had to pay an amount. And shit, I wish I didn't even have to pay that amount, right? But for 2 kids, I don't know, I can't remember how much I was paying because it was so long ago, but I just was responsible maybe for maybe $35 a week or some shit like that. And them people will hold you to that shit too. Okay? You ain't pay your $35 a week, then you better not bring them kids back until you catch up on this motherfucking bill. Okay, wait. Too fast for y'all. Hold up. I gotta make a change to the settings before I let people up. I don't recognize their name. Hold up. Host tools. Make sure the kids turn on their video. Okay. But yeah. So yeah, they why would a woman go to work? Like I can't afford
That's what I'm
daycare.
telling you. Why? Like, what's the purpose of going to work and paying for daycare when you're making minimum wage and you basically working to pay daycare costs? That's bullshit. No, stay home.
I don't look. They when they couldn't come, they couldn't change. They couldn't turn on the cam, so they popped off. But yeah, I don't even think at one point I was making enough to pay daycare. Like I would have been, like you said, I would have been just able to pay daycare. I wasn't going to work just to pay daycare. It wouldn't have benefited. You know what I mean? It would have been cheaper to stay home. Yeah. The only good thing is if we could get through the 4 years. I just hate that we got to go through 4. I hope somebody do something. Okay, impeachment or something, motherfucker. I hope COVID come in a different strand and take him away or something. Anything. I don't give a fuck, right? But hopefully this country can get through this 4 years. And maybe it's a need though, right? Because remember when I was speaking, you forgot some of the men came up, especially the white men, right? Their goal was to dismantle the fucking government. Even some of the black people, they were like, oh, the government is bad. Yeah. Okay. While someone was in the military and black, and you know what they doing with them black men in the military. They finding all kinds of ways to get them out. If they need a profile for their beards and shit, you got to go. If they saying DEI hire, they pointing up, then they got to go. Uh, then you're gonna find out that there's a lot of DEI hires, right? The women in the military, they got to go. Um,
A lot
if
of
you
them veterans are DEI hires, especially within the federal government. That's what people don't fucking realize.
right,
So they fucked themselves at the end of the day.
yes, they did,
Both
because
of them.
they all see the veterans mostly vote Republican because, like I said, Republican give more money. Right? They fuck up the budget. They do all that. They give more money. But they knew that, and I kept arguing with them. I'm like, you do know that this is Trump, and Trump is not a real Republican. Trump is not even a real politician. He don't even know what the fuck he's doing. I'm like, y'all don't remember last time? But they got the ones who want the government to be messed up until they realize that the government helps them every day. And what's weird though, they want the government jobs to be gone, which means unemployment on a large scale. And then with unemployment, a lot of commercial or what they call them, the private sector gonna be getting fired too because what they don't understand is the economy, right? If we don't have money to spend, then businesses don't have money to keep people working. Target have started releasing people. I heard Walmart, who not even a good employer anyway, started
No.
getting rid of fucking people, right? The industry, our what you call them industry has fallen so much. The tourism goes down because this man got everybody against Americans. They say it's not safe to come here. It's not safe for them to see if they're gonna get across the border because they might be in jail for a couple of weeks, even with their paperwork in order. Tourism is down in Los Angeles and everywhere across the U.S. Then it's about to be summer. We're gonna watch how this shit go. And all I say is grow y'all some fruits and vegetables, y'all, and keep y'all shit right so y'all have some food. Uh, less money spending out there to them. They got some black people say they're leaving the whole country. Even I
Damn.
think they leaving the country. They say they're not. I think she's a federal worker, and she got on there. She was concerned about losing her job. She was doing videos, and then she said she lost a job, and she said she's not even paying no money into this economy. Her and her husband, they gonna go travel for the next couple of years, and not they gonna just pay their bills that they got here. Right? They still got a mortgage and things like that. He said she ain't put no money into this economy. I don't blame them. I wish I knew where I could go. I don't do passports expire. I don't even know where that my shit is. But if it expired, it's probably expired because it's been a very, 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 very long time. Okay, over 20 years. You ain't need no passport to go on cruises, and now you do though. I think they changed that maybe a few years back. Here go this dumbass nigga trying to come up, fat ass. We're gonna let him up. Fat ass nigga with the short ass dick. What you got to say? Go ahead. Short ass nigga with the short ass dick. What you got to say? Go ahead. Short ass nigga with the short ass dick. What you got to say?
He's
Go
a
ahead.
liar,
Short
voluntary.
ass
We
nigga
all seen
with
your
the short
Instagram.
ass dick. What you got to say? Go ahead. Ah, yeah, slow ass, retarded ass nigga. What you up here for? Okay? Always want to come over here with bomb cherry. Always want to show your big ass belly. Okay? You want me to show everybody how you went and said that you were a trick and the tricks are the real daddies. The real daddy. You do look like you had a whole baby over that nigga. While you was telling everybody you was a six-figure earner, but on that you was talking about how you worked at a warehouse. You don't make six figures. And you're not beautiful and you're not tall. You're not 6'5". Broke ass nigga. And you taking the hose behind the church on the ground because you ain't got no car. How the hell a nigga like that think he could play around with me? That's what I want to know. That nigga killed himself when he went on Soft White Underbelly. Nigga, you went on a page called Soft White Underbelly and told everybody you was a trick and that you the real daddy and that you can only afford $80. Nigga, you couldn't even come close. Look, I'm gonna charge you $80 for a phone call that's only gonna last like 15 minutes. But I could tell I ain't gonna need 15 minutes with you. But the truth is, I'm gonna keep you on the phone for 15 minutes. I'm gonna start asking about your mama, ask about your little sisters. Once I realize you're slow, nigga, and I realize how much money you got on your card, nigga, I'm gonna let that thing run. Okay, I know you lonely, you need a conversation, and I am going to talk to your ass about your parents. Okay, and then right when I realize the car going in because you out of money, I'm gonna ask you what you wearing, and you gonna be like, and click, it's gonna click on your ass. Okay, that's how that works with slow ass niggas like you. Anybody got anything to say? Man, man, I don't want to talk about you. You going to have to pay me. This nigga talking about I'm gonna pay him for a conversation. You work at Amazon, you never broke. You broke when you go and see a hoe 2 times. What you said, 2 times a day? You said one time I went twice in a day. Ha ha. And then you look like your heart was broken because she, right? Oh, it's every 10 years? Yeah, my shit been. I gotta go get me a new passport, y'all. I can't even go nowhere if I wanted to, right? I've been and left the country. And then the motherfuckers won't let me back in. I'll be like, let me back. Okay, only after his ass is gone. But anyway, I promised to God I asked him to take that video down. I know you asked him to take that video down. But you can't take mine down. You tried though. You tried, slow ass nigga. You tried though. And then I beat you though, right? Cause the shit's still up. It's not up on his. Your parents had to go and request him to take that shit down. Did you give him your money back? Did he pay you? But the thing is, it's still on mine. Okay. You could pay me though. I'll take it down. Okay. I need $1,000. And I'm gonna need $1,000 every 6 months, right? You give me $1,000, I take it down for 6 months. Okay. After 6 months, I put it back up. You give me another $1,000, I take it down for another 6 months. Other than that, it's gonna stay up. Every 6 months, I'm gonna replay it so we can remember who you are. Cause you can't even move around in this space. That's why you changed your name. Dumbass nigga. They was over there on that site dogging your ass out. I even told people, hey, I know this dude. I gave them the link over there by Kendra G. And they was laughing at you. Like, they don't even really laugh at all the men because they know they slow. But you, on the other hand, you just something special. Okay, you something special. Now I know you hurt. Okay, you used to be over here. We used to rock. Everything was good, but you can't take shots at me, baby, and think you're gonna be a winner. Okay, when you take shots at me, I'm gonna take them back at you. Now I don't have no problem with you taking shots at me. You got a problem when I take shots at you. Okay, and then you gave us all the material. I don't even have to make up not a goddamn thing. All I gotta do is play the video, and you lose. Your own words. Your own desperation. You riding a bike to go buy pussy. Okay? You went and rode a motherfucking bike to get pussy. When he asks you what you have sex in the car, and you like, yeah, I got a bike. Right? I got a bike. That man should have known you was slow. Did a motherfucking not. I'm not sure if you ever looked at his page, but you know he got a book. His book is showing slow people through incest. Incest, y'all. Incest. Right? He went into the mountains over there with DJ JD Vance, where his people's from. That's where he went into the mountains and he interviewed those people. And they got some people in there howling like dogs, barking like dogs. And he goes there, he interviewed them. And then he interviewed you, slow ass nigga. Okay? Now you give me $1,000 and I got you every 6 months. I could have made it more reasonable, but no, sir. You ain't see? No, he went to go get some pussy on the bike, and then he had sex with her on the ground behind the church. That's what he claimed anyway. Now I ain't gonna lie to you. That don't sound like the type he claimed he get, right? He claimed he get the young tenderonis, the youngins. Them youngins ain't having no sex on the ground with no busted ass, big belly ass nigga. Okay? Them women ain't doing that for no $80 neither. So he just told a whole lie that nobody believed him, which is why they probably took it down as well. Because ain't nobody believing that shit he talking. Okay? Baby, what you ate? Oh, did you have more left? Well, I was gonna make you some. They got some more? They got more of them. Oh. Yeah, I think our oldest son didn't know I cooked. That's the only way that shit was still down there. Then I went last night. Anyway, so YouTube nerd, y'all know that's Randy Slowcal, okay? I don't want nobody to be confused. That's Randy. Randy Slowcal. He used to be with the Less crew, okay? The one who rode the bike. The one who have all them carts in his backyard. when he goes shopping, he had to push the cart all the way to his house as a grown ass goddamn man. Okay. You know, I live right behind a Walmart, y'all, and I'm not even joking when I say that. Right, the like right through. If I go on the main kind of circle road, I can look through the back, through some woods right there, and you can see the back of the Walmart. I ain't never had to bring no cart to no goddamn house. Even if hubby decide, I'm not gonna drive. Let me just walk, right? Because hubby, he had no problem walking right there. Me and him and we even walk to the Walmart right there. We ain't never had to bring no goddamn cart with us though. Okay? Man, we ain't never had to push the cart all the way to the goddamn house. Now some of these people, them goddamn kids, they was getting them carts and they would be in our neighborhood. They was pushing them in our community pond and shit. Had to call them people come get these carts. And then I started thinking of Randy. Randy and his ass needing carts. Go buy your mama cart, nigga. They sell them. Little carts on wheels, right? And you can pull it. You might be able to attach it to your bicycle. Put your basket. Remember them little girl baskets that went on the handlebars on the bicycles? Get your basket like that and put the groceries there, okay? I'm talking about YouTube nerd. You see him? That's Randy Slowcal. He was having sex on bikes. Now I'm gonna play this song one more again, and then I'm gonna end this stream because hubby just got in the bed. Okay, he's sick. Hold up. Did you see? You did see the song, right? Taylor. You muted. You saw the song that somebody put up that I made, apparently. Let me see if I can find y'all. That shit funny. Okay, we're gonna play it one more again. And then we're gonna say goodnight, y'all. Okay, am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Okay, here we go.
I said I was gonna get to her. She easy. She trying to give JP that pussy, baby. She trying to give him that pussy. Let me find me a beat. Let me see if I can put something on. I might be able, she trying to give him that pussy.
Doctor? Doctor?
Bitch, I let JP know. Now this is.
That's why Robin's mad at you, Bone.
I forgot. I was like, why Robin mad at me? What I done did you, girl? Oh damn. Oh, that's that. Look, I be forgetting now. I don't know. That shit. Well, put that to that beat, guy. Cause remember, I didn't have a beat. I didn't grab one. I just said I don't need a beat. Oh, and then I just started saying some stupid shit. Oh, they got that cat doing the twerk.
What's funny?
Oh,
Did you watch that Izzy Bands where he had that angry man up there and then that white boy?
Nah, what happened?
Girl, listen. These niggas is so fucking pathetic. It's so fucking sad. There's this, some white dude named Imperious, whatever.
Oh yeah, he be trying to get on the panel over there by what you call him in the morning, but they told him he got to pay to get up there. Cause I think what you call him paid a lot of money to keep his ass from up there.
He of course they were talking about black women, of course, and Izzy was saying as far as like white women being more, y'all think white women are less treacherous as black women, and Angry Man's dumbass up there, of course, caping until the white boy started talking shit about them, and then it became a problem. I don't know if he has that. I don't know if he has the stream on behind a paywall or something. But it's still up there.
We gonna review that tomorrow, y'all. Okay, y'all remind me. Cause they done got tricked like that before, right?
They sure have. And it's ridiculous.
Oh man, it's easy. It's so easy to trick their ass because they get up there with the men while they talk about the black woman, and then the man start talking about, well, hey, you just like the black woman, if not worse.
Yeah.
Right? Low brow, low IQ, low this. Why you can't keep your women? And they just go in, and But girl, I saw a lot of people over there with maybe this weekend, maybe over there, and I was thinking, good Lord, good for him, okay? Because that nigga homeless as the fuck, okay? Or he lied about being homeless, one of the two, okay?
Oh, so he
And
lied
so
about being homeless? Wow.
you didn't see that nigga? That nigga was living in a car just last week.
No, I knew that. But he was
Yeah.
lying about that shit.
Well, I don't know. What he saying now? While they over there watching him,
Well,
is
I'm
he still
assuming
in?
he got a place to stay now.
So he was homeless only for a day, and in order for everybody to send him money.
Listen, that nigga,
Girl,
these niggas
girl,
up there e-begging.
girl. He begging, lying. Remember he lied on his daughter for some money before, and now the nigga either homeless but they'll beg. They don't give no shit. What
They
kind of
really
fucking men
don't.
are that? Like my husband got pride. Like I mean, they got some certain thing is pride, where you would rather go and work for some money than to be at least lying. It's one thing. Is anything wrong with asking for help when you need it? No.
No,
Right?
not at all.
But you shouldn't be lying and tricking people, telling people somebody died, and then your excuse was, "I thought she died." How the fuck you thought your daughter died?
How you? Yeah, you better be for sure for that, not thought.
And they was getting money for that. We all watched that shit. That man over there getting all that money because he told people his daughter was dead.
Yep.
So we know he ain't beyond it. And that's the thing, right? Sometimes I take down videos and shit and I be thinking why? Because these niggas gonna use the same tactic. But I warned people. I told him, right? When he
Gonna say
came
he
over there about
sorry. He didn't say he never said he was homeless. He just said he was just doing live streams out of his car, bro.
that nigga said he was homeless.
I'm just kidding. I would say that's what that would be his response.
Oh, okay, yeah, and that's what
Yeah.
he'll do too, huh? He'll be like, "Well, Bob, you misunderstood and shit." Like I'm like, "Oh, we misunderstood while you was telling people this bullshit ass story about how you paid somebody for the room, and then when you went to the room, they said they don't even use that service to offer a room, and yeah, and then girl, it was crazy, girl. I knew it was a lie. I don't know something about me. Like when I listen, I'm like, oh Lord, it just be like alert, liar, liar, liar. And I know people don't like when I be like, well, y'all, this don't sound like the truth. And then people be like, well, Bob, it could be true. Nah, my sister's telling me, liar, 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 liar.
Definitely, you lying. Nigga, you lying.
Nigga, you lying. And they be lying too. Okay. You be like, well, he could have went to that school. Nah, that nigga ain't go to no school. Okay. That nigga called his professor, right? His teacher. And then when he was, and I'm talking about Beans right now, right? Beans was talking about, yeah, when I went to college, I took class. You know goddamn well that nigga did not take no goddamn college courses. That nigga went to special ed, okay?
He was in
That
comics.
nigga went to night school to get his GED. That nigga
I was
said
up
when he
all
did
night
his
at school. Like, nigga, you was getting your GED. Stop all that fucking line.
girl, that nigga said when I did my dissertation, I ain't even gonna lie.
A
Okay.
dissertation.
Girl, I damn near like I waited like I cracked up laughing. You could probably hear me in the background over there by Sharon. But I hurry up and grab my mouth, and I was gonna see if Dr. G or somebody gonna say something. But see, they not there to prove them wrong. But see, I'm gonna prove them niggas as liars, right? This nigga said he did a dissertation. You don't even do that until you're getting a PhD, girl. Even when I joked about, yeah, y'all, when I'm doing my dissertation, right? But my joke was I called it a dickentation, right? I was making jokes and shit. And that nigga said when I had to do my dissertation, my teacher, I'm like your professor, but your dissertation, like what degree?
What did nigga write a dissertation?
Girl,
Why
he
ain't
said it.
nobody asking questions?
Girl, I did ask and he ignored me, right? And so I realized, okay,
I'm
he
sorry.
ignored the fuck out of me.
I'm high as hell, but that is funny. I'd be like, "Where you doing? What the fuck you do a dissertation
Girl,
on?"
I forgot.
What
He
was the
told us what he
subject?
did it on too, girl, and I was just and then that's the day when he mentioned the A, when you use a A. He said, I'm smart enough to know that you put an A before da 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 da. And I was like, I didn't know, like he just said that out the fucking blue. Right? And I was thinking, you don't always put an A before a word that start with I think he said a vowel or something like that, right?
No, not always. Not always.
Yeah, but no, but see, we now know what he was talking about, but he just said that out the blue. He said, I'm smart enough that you, and I was like, so in my mind, the nigga had already mentioned dissertation, right? I'm already, it's saying liar all over him. And then I start thinking about what he's saying, like, the word A don't always go before a word. So I'm like, now, then I mention it, right? That's when I mention it.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's when people said, well, maybe Bob. I said, what? So
Maybe.
I gave a sentence. Yeah. I gave a sentence with no A. But then what he meant to say, which he did not say, is if you have the choice with A, N, or an, A-N, right? A or an, that if it starts with I guess, the vowel, you use A instead of an. But
right, but yeah, okay.
Right? So that makes sense, right? But
That makes
before, the way he just said that shit, I was like, what this nigga talking about? Like, we got a lot of sentences that you won't have to put a word A in front. I said, I said the apple is red. You ain't have to put A in front of it, And so, girl,
they
and
need to shut the entire fuck up. Seriously, like they just, they have no shame. They have no shame.
None. And he swears up and down he's smart. Like, I'm the smartest one. I'm the best debater. I'm like, you the best masturbator possibly, but you're the only debater you might be good at. Cause Lord have mercy. Yeah, he don't like me, girl. I was only in the
Who has he debated?
Girl, he be claiming he debating all kinds of people. He was trying to debate Dr. G over there, girl.
Oh, I remember the Dr. G thing. I was like, Dr. G. I talked to her in the chat. I said, "Ma'am, are you serious right now? Is this what we doing?" Like, you know damn well you.
You and him when they was like, it's gonna be great. I'm like, and then old girl, there was somebody up there trying to volunteer me as being a girl. I'm thinking to myself, I won't be involved in this shit. Okay, I'm only because money. I was telling Dr. G, like, hey, if you're gonna win $200, there's nothing to lose. You get the money, but that nigga gonna claim he won no matter what, and then but he didn't even want to go by the rules. Like, and I stayed in the back because we was in the back after the stream ended. It was me and her, and he was back there. So they were still talking about how they're gonna set it up. And the only reason I stayed there was to protect her because, like, she not with the mess and shit like that.
Right.
And so I'm like, I know what he'll do, right? I know what he'll do. So I stayed there and listened, and then that shit was crazy. Is that you, Ruth?
You're rocking with a pedophile. A pedo.
I knew that was
pedo. He's a 6-year-old. Rudolph is a 6-year-old.
You mean like you? You mean like when you?
Rudolph is a pedo. You retarded. Your son's retarded. You dumb. Your son's still living behind my 30. You're at home like you had a dildo in your ass on Instagram. You're a slut. You're a.
You forgot when you were talking. So this nigga went over there with his prostitutions, and he like them young, but he don't like them too young, but they gotta be young. Okay.
Damn. Randy, what you doing, Randy? What are you doing, Randy?
Randy is sad, and his big ass belly. Randy, what I suggest you do is try to take it down again. Now this time on my channel, right? Now this time I am going to recommend because YouTube has changed some rules, baby. YouTube has really changed some rules, and they now have it where if somebody make a false claim, like you got some check marks, they tell you, hey, if you make this claim, and we can review it, instantly put it back up instantly, and then we review it. And if we do it this way, though, if we find that you're lying, you're gonna lose your channel. He's trying to come up as I am now.
We know it's you, nigga. Like,
but girl, he love him some Rude and I Am. Okay, he love them. But what I was saying, I forgot. I'm hubby could sleep, so he's sick. I'ma go, but we gonna go tomorrow. So I'm gonna look and see if I can find that stream.
I'll send it to you.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'll send it. I'll send it to you actually right now.
Cause you know we like that what we call that fantastic switcheroo, right? When Fantastic them got switched on over there. Them motherfuckers didn't know what to do. They were like, wait a minute. He was so excited. It sounded like he got turned on. He was like, ooh, yeah, I'm gonna have to interview you. Really? It is that simple for you to date black girls? And they really open up and have sex with you like that? Ooh, I'm gonna need to interview you. He said, we're gonna set up a day and a time. And he was acting like he had to go somewhere. That nigga ain't never go nowhere. And then so the man came back up there, the white man. And before you know it, he waited his turn. He just waited patiently. And then he started to talk about how the black man brain. Remember
how their
that?
asses was stupid.
Oh, damn.
He said y'all IQ is low.
Your IQ is low. He said it makes sense why the black woman would want to be with me. Because the black man IQ is low. They just went, what? Wait, what? Then now they want to talk differently.
I sent it to you in the back bar.
Oh, okay. Let me grab it real quick.
Yeah. The long stream. But he wasn't up there the entire time, the Imperious dude. You know, it's all kiki and fun when you get ready to drag black women, but when they start talking about the ills of the black man, then it's a problem, you know. But I'm here for it. I'm here for it all.
Man, Imperious always get his ass handed to him over there by PhD. She be dragging the shit out of him.
Is he like a white nationalist, or who is this dude?
I don't know too much about him. But he tried to prove me wrong on some shit, and I proved him wrong because I think because PhD wasn't there, Sharon didn't let him up one day, and he was in the back. Girl, even the white men can't read, girl. All they just know they could get over on the black men by just putting up any fucking thing.
That dude said that white women don't wear weave like black women. That's what he said.
They was wearing it before us.
And I'm like, what do you think fusions or clip-ins are? That's weave.
Exactly. Yeah, they call it clip-ins. So that's why they don't know these white men. But them motherfuckers know. They see their hair all around that house on their dirty ass floor with all that goddamn with them hoarders. Girl, them white people be filthy as fuck. Okay? Imperious can't tell me shit. Right?
No, he can't. Until you explain to me why y'all don't use washcloths to wash your ass.
Wash their legs. They don't wash their legs at all.
Their legs at all. You just let the water run in there. You's a nasty. You supposed to scrub because you're supposed to, you know. I exfoliate my legs, so I be scrubbing, you know, and then putting on the lotion or shea butter so it's smooth.
Mm-hmm.
Smooth like a baby's butt. That's what you're supposed
Soft.
to do.
Can be soft. Look at this nigga in the chat talking about you mute me and kick me off. And then he talking about you won't have a conversation. Nigga, you ain't come up here to have no conversation.
Right.
You keep using the P word, right? Because you think they're gonna get me kicked off, but it's not, right? Because you the one who said it, and it showed that I kicked you off for saying it. Okay. Anyway, and you don't know how to have a real conversation anyway. Okay, you barely can spell conversation. I be wondering how these niggas be knowing how to spell. You think they over there using what they call it? That AI, and they be speaking into their phone.
Oh, the chat GBT?
Yeah, between him and with that other slow ass nigga named Jalen.
Oh Lord,
These
not
niggas be
Jalen.
typing real fast. I'd be like,
Jalen
God.
a hitter now, you know that?
What you mean?
Jalen a hitter. He bowdy.
Oh, he body, huh?
He
He showing
talking
that niggas
about he talk
pulling out guns.
he told that he gonna pull up and all this other stuff. I'm like, all right, Jalen.
He wanted to pull a gun out on somebody, and then the nigga went and said, "My mama," because I was like, "Nigga, what you gonna go get your mama's gun?" The nigga come back talking about my mama said I can't get the gun, but here you go. He showed a box cutter, and the box cutter had no blades in it, girl. It was green, girl. That's when this nigga right here showed his moped, talking about he got a real motorcycle. Was you there that day? We was over there by Brownie.
I think I was in the chat.
Girl, this nigga told him, I told him I'd give him money if he show it. And then he thought he could go by super fast, but he forgot. We can capture that shit, nigga. Somebody slowed it down and we saw your moped. Okay, your e-bike, which is not even an e-bike, it's run by gas. That's
What
that
is it
nigga
called?
rig
The
bike.
moped?
Yeah, that's what they used to be called. Moped.
Uh-huh.
Now you trying to come up under Mr. Bomb Chat.
I had to Google a moped. I'm fucking hollering.
Oh, you see what it is?
Yes.
Oh man, I be forgetting y'all younger, so y'all know, different names for things. But yeah, let me see, y'all. It's just a scooter, right? That's what this nigga had. This nigga had a scooter. Look like a little bike. It might have a long ass handle, little basket in the back. They got all kinds of things. They call them different names now, like e-bikes, right?
They be riding them on the sidewalk. They don't be riding them in the road.
Nah, you can ride them on. You can ride them on the road though. They go something 40-something miles per hour. This little thing right here. You can ride it on the sidewalk, but you can also ride it on the road. You don't. I don't know if you need a helmet if you're on the road, but that nigga tried to claim he had a bike like this red one, and that nigga ended up with a bike like this one right here. that nigga had a little scooter trying to trick people. We know you ain't got no driving license, okay? We know you can't pass no test. And you showed us your bike before. And
I can't believe that nigga went on that soft white underbelly show.
This is what kind of bike this nigga got. And his nigga rig is gas. He have a little tank, a little gas tank he put right in this area where he put a little gas, talking about, he was telling everybody how far he get. Like 10 miles per gallon or some shit. I forget what the amount was. And he was over there bragging about that shit.
He said you a liar, bro.
Okay. Now I'm lying, huh? Boy, listen, I do not. This was more like your bike right here. This it right here. This what this nigga had. In fact, go right here. What he had, this thing is a gas tank right here. And it has where you could pedal it, but because he nigga rigged it. But a gas thing, he don't have to pedal it all the way. It'll go. This look just like his bike where he refurbished it, right? And now he gonna tell me I'm lying. You forgot we saw it, dude. You showed it on your channel. Okay? This the one you need though. So you can put your mama on the back seat. Okay? Or your mama can put you on the back seat. This let your mama drive and you get in the back seat. Y'all can put y'all groceries in the very back there. Okay? And y'all can get around. Oh, they got a two seat scooter.
Uh-oh.
Let me see. Oh, his fat ass need both because that nigga getting fat over there. Okay. There you go. That go your mobility scooter. I think that's for shit. How fast it go?
That'll be an upgrade, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd be an upgrade. He tried to show us some shit, trying to claim he got a bike, girl, a motorcycle. We know that. And look, he gonna have to get one of these plastic things when it rains. Where is that? Go. Look. Yeah. You see, he gonna have to get that rain plastic and put it around his bike if it rains outside. You better go outside in your scooter in the rain.
Lord Jesus.
He doing better though. I don't know, He claimed he got children. We know he ain't got no goddamn children. Okay, maybe some woman told him he might be the daddy, but he know his penis ain't touched no inside of no vagina. It was on the outside, and she ain't feel nothing. Talking about she a 10. Everybody we was a 10. Well, didn't he say she was a 10 or a 9 or some shit? He put her at a high. Okay, and she wanted to know, well, what about them women? Why you not with them? Then he started talking about me, girl, without saying my name. He was like, well, the last relationship was long distance. She lived in Louisiana. That nigga imagining being with me. I was like, oh, Lord. No.
He having dreams, Mom.
He used to, he just like he stalked Jessica, he used to stalk me too. He used to have pictures of me over there talking about how he loved Bomb Cherry. All of that. I asked that nigga nicely.
I think these parents need to do a better job of being caretakers to their vulnerable adult children. So they keep being online, fucking with people the way they fucking with people. And you think if someone's supposed to handle them with kid gloves just because they have an impairment, well, again, get your kid. Better get them.
You better get them, because they on here wilding out. Got one dude now talking about pulling guns out on people. Everybody's not going to put up with that. And he's over there by Sharon, and Sharon let him up, which is no problem. And then a lot of times Sharon might not let him up. He be in the back talking about, let me up, let me talk.
When I was a kid, we had this boy in our class, and he was autistic. At the time, I really didn't know what autism was like that until I got a little older. But this dude gonna get loose and put his fucking hands on me, and I must have knocked the fucking shit right back out of him. And they tried to punish me about it. And like, Taylor, you shouldn't have done that because he is autistic. I'm like, the fuck that got to do with me? Him being autistic. He hit me. Like, so I'm supposed to take the abuse because he's autistic? Hell no. He ain't gonna put his hands on nobody else because I knocked the fuck out of him. He ain't hit nobody else.
Now that you say that, I realize nobody ever taught us with autistic, or the only reason I know because I had autistic people in my family, right? That I grew up with. And so, but when you just said that they don't, you didn't know, because I'm telling you, I could tell. Like, I could tell right away. It don't even matter where you could barely see it. I can. I could see it. I could sense it. Some of them have tics. Some of them, it is all kinds of variations of things that they do or don't do. So I recognize. I even used to work with autistic people,
Mm-hmm.
and so, but it is better if they tell people, right? Because I'm gonna tell you, them motherfuckers be strong as hell. If they get
Yeah,
mad, girl, they strong. They got like
they
that super
are
strength.
strong.
Yeah,
That hurt when he hit me. I ain't
yeah,
gonna
girl.
lie, it hurt. Yeah, I was like, ow.
Yeah, they got that super strength. That shit could be dangerous. Um, and but yeah, but I do think like no, nobody should be accepting no abuse. Better when they hit, and then they want to fault you because you hit back. Ain't that some shit? That's
Right,
crazy.
because he has an impairment. A lot of these autistic people are so highly intelligent. It ain't even funny.
Yeah,
Uh, they're really smart. So that motherfucker knew he wasn't supposed to be hitting people.
yeah. They have like back then they didn't really have them in classes, right? They would have them like in special ed, and then they had even regular people
This
in
nigga was
special ed.
high
Girl.
functioning, bomb.
Huh?
This nigga was high functioning.
Yeah, they could be very high functioning. But back then, they just kind of pushed them to the side. Because, like I said, I had three cousins, they brothers. And one of them, you wouldn't have known. You know what I mean? Like, he just seemed quiet. But he could do everything we did. Everything. Okay. Um, and then one of my cousins, like, he could cook and clean. He liked that type of thing. Um, but he would be in the room, counting. Now, this is the thing. I kept thinking to myself, young, like he looked like he was counting. He would just be counting to himself on his fingers
Mhm.
all the time. And but they never had him nowhere doing those studies trying to figure out what he was doing. But I used to look at him and be like, he would be sitting there talking to himself and counting. And they would try to make him stop, doing that. And I'm like, well, he's not doing anything, right? Not doing
Right.
nothing bad. I bet you if they went back in time and went back in time, did some testing, I bet you he would have been a genius at numbers and shit. But like I'm saying, back then they just put him in some, whether in a class in special ed or in some program where, in the program that I worked for, girl, it was crazy, right? The teachers used to act like they was teaching. Now, some of the people could learn. Then they had one, I remember he was deaf, blind, right, and dumb. And dumb doesn't mean you're dumb, but it meant like you can't speak, right? You can't speak, you can't see, or none of that. So that's what they
So
used to call it.
he was Helen Keller.
Yeah. But this is the thing. He used to go to this program, this day program. And this program was supposed to be teaching. And I'm the secretary, right? I'm helping them get because they had just gotten a computer. Girl, this was this was in the 80s.
Uh-huh.
So they didn't know how to use a computer. I know how to use a computer. I'm over there doing all that. And I'm noticing how this teacher, they have to, just like school today, they got to send a report on how they been doing. And I used to ask her, like, how you checking that they're doing great when they're not doing nothing? Right? Like, he can't read. He can't, he's deaf, he can't hear or anything. So she would be sitting at the table with him, holding him by his hand and helping him grab things because that's what she had to do. She had to do that. But the report card would be showing that he's doing better, progressing. But she didn't know how to really handle that. And I used to think to myself, like, the ones who can learn, they learning. right? They learn how to clean themselves, take care of themselves. That's the kind of stuff that you would think they would mostly teach, right? So they learn how to do that. But they was expecting her to teach them, like how to read and shit.
Right.
And I used to just be like, wow, it's crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. That's before I went into the army. I was in the army, but I hadn't gone. I had already did basic when was still in school, and I got this little job right across the track from where I live. And yeah, but yeah, I don't have no problem working with people with disabilities, but that some of these niggas are high functioning, and I would smack the fuck out of them too, right? Like this little nigga in the chat, thinking he got jokes and shit, want to start on women, right? Dangerous as fucking be. Okay, this nigga done got a loose from his house while he was on that bike, and when he got interviewed, but that nigga when he got interviewed to where his family had to get involved and get them to take that shit down.
He got
They,
loose.
when his parents saw that shit on YouTube, I bet you they
I
flipped
know they
out.
were.
Like
what the fuck is this motherfucker?
Like, when the hell he got out long enough to do this interview? We gotta keep an eye on his head. Oh, you making a skirt, recent? This nigga.
They left that nigga unattended for so fucking long.
That nigga, it didn't take him long, right? He unattended for like 3 hours, and this nigga did a whole interview.
I was like, did it dawn on them that he was gone for so long?
Oh man. Oh shit. Risa said when they saw that video, they was like, what the fuck? They busted in his room and said and cussed him out. When the fuck? When did you do this motherfucker shit?
Talking about he's a fucking trick.
He the real daddy.
What's going on?
Real daddy.
Oh god. Oh, Randy.
Hey.
Don't do that shit again.
Hey, Jonesy, come on. They're so into fashion with David. How you doing? So into fashion said, oh, you upload a video? Oh, I'm gonna have to go check it out. Wait, let me see if I'm subscribed. Y'all know I like the sewing videos and everything. I like watching the men sew too. I really what his name is, so into fashion. I might be subscribed already because I'm not sure though. Let me see. With David. Okay. There you go. Thank you for coming over. So into fashion with David. I just subscribed to you. I will be checking you out. Okay. You look familiar though. Let me see. Wait. Oh, I do like watching the men, boy. Them men be over there, baby. Let me tell you, them men be over there, especially them men from Africa and things like that. They be drafting. Oh, they be doing it. Okay. So I subscribe to you. Okay. Love to support people. If anybody got a channel who's over here, I think I'm subscribed to almost everybody. YouTube nerd got another. He got an account, y'all. He got a few of them, right? That's where we saw that goddamn bike, but he took that bike off. He had that shit up there for years, and then he finally took it off. And he also had Jessica X over there, and then he cried. He even had a video of him when he went by Kendra G, did that interview, and right after the interview, he went to his channel crying and saying that she was mean, right? But she wasn't mean. She told you the facts. You the one who told her that you wanted a woman who's a 10 and that you deserve a 10. And then when you gave her your Instagram, you were stalking LeBron James' wife, right?
Wasn't it Kobe Bryant's?
Oh, Kobe Bryant. Okay, yeah. I be mixing them up, girl. You know, I don't be knowing them motherfucking people. Kobe Bryant's wife, right? Because he passed away. Yeah, that's right. And you had all them pictures, and everybody was like, she was like, this is you, but you had no pictures of you over there, just her. And you were like, I'm a fan of his. If you're a fan of his, and he passed away, why you got pictures of him, his wife, while she grieving and shit, right? And like, they knew you was a stalker by just your page. Now we know you to be a stalker because you've been over here in this sector stalking people for years. Okay? Now they picked up on that real quick. And you cried. Okay? You was like, she was mean and she didn't have to do that. Now she told you the truth. You want her to tell black women the truth, right? You want, if a chubby, unattractive woman get up there and claim that she want a man who makes $1 million a year, right? And da-da-da. Y'all, everybody gonna be cool with Kendra telling her, well, you think you're gonna be able to get a man like that? What make you gonna get a man like that? You think you pretty enough? Or you healthy enough? How do you get in these circles? And y'all happy when Kendra do that to a woman. You just happen to be that woman, nigga, on that day. Okay? That chubby, unattractive, out of shape, okay? And you got up there with an attitude like you deserve nothing less than a 10. And she was really nice to you. She was like, well, you wouldn't take a 5 or a 6. And you was like, no. You was like, no, I'm not, I deserve nothing but the best. And you don't have a car, you don't have a job, you don't, like, dude, you riding a moped, okay? The old style, back in the day, not even a new e-bike, and you riding a moped, and like you live with your parents and you still ain't got no car. Like, you can live with your parents, nothing wrong with that, right? Nothing wrong with living with the parents or your family if you don't have no children or no wife, right? Nothing wrong with that. But you should have something like a car, a horse, some cattle. I don't know, nigga. Go get something, okay? I don't want to put just a car on you because everybody don't need a car, right? Depending on where you live. But you happen to live in an area where you need a car. Now, they got some areas, if you live in New York, if you live in San Francisco, there's a lot of places around this country where people don't need cars. They live in these big metro cities.
Like Japan.
Yeah. Girl, insurance on a car will make me get rid of a fucking car, okay? If you didn't need one in the area I live in, the insurance by itself, some insurances cost more than goddamn car notes. But now people paying $700-800 a month for a car. I remember telling my son, this was years ago, so I gotta admit that. But he had graduated. I told y'all we got him a new car, and I told him he could do $250 a month. And I was stern on that shit too. Not a penny more. I prefer $200 a month, but I said $250, right? Getting a brand new car and shit, $250 a month. And that man was like, "Can you do $300?" Hell nah. I don't know what that man did to get that shit down to $250 exactly. Okay. In fact, whatever he did almost didn't work because them motherfuckers like, hey, the bank, even though we had the car for like a week or so, they was talking about bringing the car back, something about the bank. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? So
Yo,
then the
I'm
guy,
paying off my card.
yeah, girl, 700. You
Another
pay 700,
motherfucking
huh?
car note once I pay this shit the fuck off.
Yeah. You
I'ma
ain't paying
drive.
7. Is it 7?
Hell fucking no, it ain't 7. I'll be walking to work if it was 7.
That's right, yeah.
No, it's It's only like $420 a month, but still, you know. I really didn't want a new car. I let my mom talk me into it.
This dude just said, you and Mr. Bomb have nothing in common. Remember, you said you with him for the money. I don't think anybody ever heard me say no shit like that. If anything, I said I'm not with him for the money. What money? Like, what money? Like, when we got married, right? We were both young. What money did he have then?
You know they make up shit, Mom.
Yeah, they make up shit.
They will sit up and lie.
What he heard me say is that, yeah, there's a lot of things me and husband do not have in common, right? Like, he like to fish. And can I fish? Yes. I'm okay with going fishing every once in a while. I'll go do it for him. But that's not something I'm into. I like to dance and he do not. I like hip hop and he do not. He like jazz and I do not. Like I could go into naming the things that me and him have in common or don't have in common. The most important things we had in common though were the things that kept us together, you know, like family, children, shit like that. He said he came over here because of Jessica X, who been gone for a minute. He's still chasing the dream, even though she wouldn't even say your name. She stopped even speaking to you because you was stalking her so much.
Damn.
Yes. That's how bad. She used to say, hey, you know, hi, Randy. And then she stopped saying hey to Randy when she realized Randy had a lot of her pictures and videos on his channel acting like he talking about, I love Jessica X. And then she realized, okay, something wrong with him. I said, yeah, girl, he's a little slow. Okay. It has to hurt, Randy, but listen, just face the facts and find you a woman very similar to you. It's not all is not gone, baby. Right? I'm all is not gone. You can find a woman. You might have to go to the daycare center that you need to go to, and you'll meet her there. But yeah.
He's at the day center, bro.
Yeah, the day center where he should have been. He wouldn't have done that interview if he was at that day center.
Oh right, so okay. So I think he was at the day center. he fucking he escaped the day center to go on Skid Row. And then the day center called his parents and like, hey, you know, Randy's missing. And his parents was like, yo, what the fuck? You supposed to be watching.
He's supposed to be watching. Now my son is on. My son is on a site called the Slow White Underbelly or some shit like that. What's the name of that?
Soft White Underbelly.
Soft White Underbelly. And I know your mama got into their ass. She was like, you supposed to watch him. I pay you to watch him. Okay. This nigga just said he in his own apartment. Y'all, you could go on his page and see him in that house. Okay. While he tried to play basketball. Remember that, Taylor? He was acting like he was dunking. His fat ass couldn't even jump.
I remember. I was clowning him.
Yes. I did a whole skit on his ass. And I had the beat playing every time that nigga tried to turn. I was like, look at him. His feet wouldn't even get off the ground. He would just go to his toes, acting like he's jumping. Okay?
Oh, God.
He was tippy-toeing and missing. You wasn't. That shit was funny.
Randy, better keep your black ass at that goddamn day center, boy. Don't you go wandering again.
Reese said, not slow white underbelly. Taylor, I have nothing against you. I think you're beautiful and smart, and you're just a follower. Taylor said, thank you very much. Okay. You know she's nice. She only laughing at me, that's all. She ain't say nothing about you. It's all me. Okay? Now, it's okay that you got to go to a day center. And listen,
day centers are nice.
Yeah, they're nice. I used to work at one. Remember, I just said it. I used to
Yeah.
work there. I was nice to the clients. They called them clients. Now, I would have lost my job if you would have got away, went and did an interview. By the time your parents would have been yelling at my boss would have yelled at me, and they would have told me to pack my shit and go. Okay? Just because you just snuck out the day center.
I'd have whooped your ass if I was your mama, Randy. You'd have got a whooping sneaking off like that. Like you grown.
Like, yeah, acting like he a grown ass man on that moped, that bike and shit. And nigga got on his bike with his backpack and started strolling down the strip to buy him a hoe. Okay? And he had to have sex outside the church.
Behind the trash can, right? That's what he said.
Yeah. This nigga said, I was like, God damn. His story, like, even the men who have issues like of incest, because they, they mama's brother, they mama's brother and they mama's, the son, right? Even they, when they go get them some hoes, they pay the appropriate amount. They know what a hotel room is and everything. This nigga got a bicycle. Okay. We got to do better, black people. We got to do black people better. Okay. When we get people like Randy in our family, we got to offer them love and guidance. Okay. Hold them by their hand. Okay. And walk them to the bathroom door. Tell them before you come back out, wash your hand, nigga. Because I got to hold your hand and walk you back into the classroom. You get it? That's what we got to do.
Don't you run off now.
Don't you run off. Okay.
Damn.
This dude talking about you got me blocked. How, if I got you blocked, how can I read you if I got you blocked? Dumbass. I'm reading everything you said. Okay. You tried to come up here under 2 other names, and even when you got up here, you wanted to just talk about Rude Dip or I Am or Mr. Bob, right? You say, I promise to God you mute and kick me off your panel. Yes.
Yeah.
First of all, yes, you use the P word. You like using words that you know we shouldn't be using. That's all you come up here to say the same thing over and over again. Don't act like we don't know you do. You've been coming over here for years doing the same bullshit. It took this nigga like 8 years to even get on the panel to say anything. He would come up and be quiet. Remember that time I gave him, I praised him. I was like, this nigga came up and said 3 words. He came up and said 3 words and ran. And then I was like, nothing wrong with, come on up. Maybe I may turn you into this devil who like to go and sneak away from the day center,
Oh God.
I apologize, okay? Go give me your phone number. Let me call your mom. I'm gonna apologize to her. Hey, Dimples. We are doomed as black people, man. He said, with all that going on in the world, we still on this bullshit, man. Come on now. What's up, beautiful lady Bob and Taylor? We good. We good.
Hey, Dimples.
Girl, we over here having fun, girl.
Yeah, we cutting up.
Yeah. We know who Randy is. Randy enjoyed his attention. Randy not sensitive.
This nigga said I'm on child support and my child's mothers are YouTube content creators. You are a liar.
Wait a minute. Your baby's mothers are YouTube content creators now?
Who are
That's a
they?
great. Yeah, give us the link. We'll go check them out so we can give them some support. So your children can eat. We know they make believe children, but it's okay.
I like playing pretend. How old are your kids, Randy?
How old are they, Randy? Dimple said, "Hey, Queens, I'm not doing well, but y'all, I'm managing. I hope you
Oh,
feel better.
I hope
We
you
over
feel
here sick
better.
too. Yeah, Mr. Baum's sick, so am I. I just gotta watch out for him. Okay. Uh,
I'm 41, soon to be 42. You said I was in my early 30s. Who said that?
said, I don't know who said he was in his early 30s. We remember what year he said he was born on that show. You went to Kendra. You forgot. You told her how old you were. That's why we was laughing at your old ass. Okay. You don't look like you in your early 30s. Why would anybody say you in your early 30s? We say you go to school, daycare center. Okay. you go. You gotta have somebody gonna see over you, watch over you, make sure you don't get in no trouble, make sure you don't harm yourself, all that good old stuff.
Make sure you don't sneak off again, too.
Right.
Your ass snuck off, Randy. Where you find Mark at? On the is that his name?
Who?
Mark? On Soft White Underbelly?
I don't even know. That is a good question. How did you find him? Besides you emailing him, wanting to interview, just like
Where
he
you
went over
find
there and
him at,
found.
Randy? And who picked you up?
Why he didn't pick you out no clothes? Cause that did he have? No, he had on that gray shirt over there by Kendra when she asked him to stand up. She didn't even. She was like, stand up. He was like, can you see me? Like, all we saw was your big ass belly, okay? Looked like you was pregnant. And she said, never mind, Randy, it's okay. Okay. She understood the situation too. It
Right.
wasn't that yeah, she understood everything. Some of them be tricky over there. Some of them be over there tricky. And she don't be picking up. Like, did you see that guy, her most views was the guy who she asked him his age, and I think he said he was 29. That nigga looked like he was 59.
Mm-mm.
He did an update, girl. Let me go see, girl. Ooh, Lord. Let me see. He did a whole update. Let me see.
He
Kendra.
did an update with her?
Uh-huh.
Uh-oh. Did he cuss her out?
Again.
Not again.
Okay, I'm gonna show you the one from 2 years ago, and then I'm gonna see if I can find the updated one. But girl, everybody remember his ass, girl. Ooh, Lord. She said it's her most viewed one.
Hello? Oh, you gotta sit up, baby. Hello?
Yeah.
What's
Hello.
your name?
Deshaun,
Deshaun from where?
Detroit, Michigan,
Detroit. How old are you, Deshaun?
29.
I know you fucking lying.
What's the problem?
You didn't hear the question.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
You said where I'm from. I said Detroit. You said how old are you? I said 29.
No, yeah, I said how old are you?
I said 29.
That means how many years have you been on Earth?
I'm 29 years old, you fucking bozo.
Girl. Woo. Girl.
He ain't 29.
Girl, he swears it. He
That's
can't.
all. I could see a birth certificate.
I know she even. Girl, let's finish playing. Girl, this shit right here. Woo.
29?
Yeah. Hey, I know, girl. I know you ain't trying to go there with the reeds, because you without no makeup on, you're hideous. Like, don't play with me. Cause I can go there. I'm trying to be nice. That wig, bitch, like don't play with me.
He mad.
Don't play with me, Kendra. Please don't do it.
I mean, well, listen, I'm the one with a show that you stayed up to be on, so you can
Nobody gives a fuck though. Cause
I mean, if nobody
like
gives
you're
a
not
fuck,
a nice
why are you
person.
here?
You're ugly in the inside. You trying to throw little jabs at people. Look at you, bitch. Your shiny ass face. Bitch, ugly. Fucking ugly. Look at you. Look at you. What type of person are you? Trying to throw jabs at people. And bitch, under that makeup, bitch, you look 100. Come on. We see the pictures of you at the motherfucking airport, bitch. You're ugly.
Do you want me? Okay, I just have one question. Do you think you're hurting my feelings?
I don't give a fuck, bitch. Don't try to comfort me. Bitch, don't comfort me if I didn't send for you, okay?
And how did I comfort you? Because I'm just confused that you're 29 years old?
Like I said, I'm 29. I'm confused. How old are you, bitch?
What year was you born?
1993. What year you was born?
If child. Well, listen, bless your soul. Life has been challenging.
Wow.
That's a hard 29.
That's hard. Okay.
Oh,
and so he did this read, and then his ass appeared back like last week. Let me see.
Look better.
You said better? Let's see if we can find it. Let's see, 29-year-old. Let's see if we can. He did a. There you go. 8 days ago, girl.
Ma'am.
Hey, Kendra.
Hi.
Hey, Pooh.
Wait a minute. I think I know you.
The all-new Kendra G singles dating app is...
That nigga looked the same.
He did.
She said, I think I know you. You look the same age older.
Now.
Yeah, you know me. Hey, girl.
This is the first time you've been on my show since that time.
Yeah. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, look, it's been crazy. Like, everywhere I go, they be like, you the one cussed out Kendra. I'm like, oh, my God. It's so funny.
Let me say this. Now, I was the only reason, I didn't mind anything you said, but I'm gonna tell you in advance. Don't say anything about anybody other than me, because I end up hanging up on you because you spoke about my father. So now that's if we go too far. But anything you say about me, you know, I'm Michelle. So that's, I just want to preface you. But you gotta turn off the TV.
Hold on. I'm not turning it off.
DJ Bands was out. He couldn't make.
Well, let's say, okay,
fuck
yeah. Okay, so as long as you know you don't say nothing about anybody other than me, we can talk. Are we clear on that?
Yeah, we good,
okay,
girl. Your wig looking all right.
So here's the deal. You are the most popular guest to ever be on my show. I mean, hands down. If people don't know, this is the infamous Are You Really 29?
Mr. 29.
Okay, so let's start right there. Now, okay, I apologize. I can tell that my disbelief, you wasn't having it. But so if that was so that means you're 31 right now. If you was really 29 then?
Yeah.
So you're really 31.
Yeah.
She's still not believing it.
Let me ask you this.
You want to see
Am
my
I the first person that didn't believe your age?
It wasn't that. It was the way you went by and like how you was. I feel like you was coming for me. So my defense mechanism was like, oh, she want that.
Okay, listen, that's fair. Listen, like I said, I'm an open book. If I try you, you get the right to try me. That's why I literally, if people watched it, I don't know if you remember, I let you go on the whole time until you brought up my dad. I didn't like, when you brought up my dad, then I had to hang up on you. But I let you go off. I said, I'm going to let him go off. But you know, people still, I'm not the only person that did not believe you were 29.
But you don't think that's rude. That at that time, the way you was coming off and trying
Girl, he about to damn near cry and he gonna go off again, girl. Okay. Now I could tell he got on here because he was like, "Hey Kendra," and he was talking about how excited people noticed him and shit like that. I think I skipped through a little bit of it, but girl, he couldn't wait to go off. He didn't even give her a chance because she apologized for how she made him feel, but she also said, "Hey, like you didn't look like you 29, and you still don't look like you 31 today."
He's still. That was a hard 29 then, and it's a hard 31 now.
Yes.
Poor thing.
Poor thing. He gonna go off, right? Walking through his house with all the
to interact with people, Kendra. That is not cool. You feel me? That is not cool. You don't have no type of coof about yourself when it comes.
Here's the deal. Listen. I will say this. I genuinely don't have intentions to hurt people. I know that my facial expressions, people say this all the time, but I gotta be myself. And at the end of the day, you could not call the show, or you could call the show. And there's a component of me, there's a component of the comment section, there's a component of the internet. And I just think that I can't apologize for making you feel a certain way, but I do think it's unfair for you to act like no one's ever not believed your age before. And that's the part you're trying to
be right now. You trying to be funny now. And
I'm not trying to be funny. No, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to have you be, listen, I want you to be honest from your perspective. From my perspective, I apologize if your feelings were hurt. But from your perspective, I'm sure you should admit I'm not the first person that did not believe your age. That's all that I'm saying. You're acting like I'm the first person.
He looked rough.
He looked very rough.
Ooh.
That alligator ass skin.
Oh, look at this. Oh my God. If he would have said he was like we seen I think OG J Speed, right, looks younger than this man, and he is like 70. You know OG, right? J Speed.
Oh, the old man?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
OG look younger than this man right here.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And OG is in his 70s for real. Okay. And so, you know, this dude just got out of his fucking 20s, yo. But you know, they do say that. They say that the millennials, these millennials look old. They had a picture, like this guy, this video, and you may have seen it because I think it went viral. Young black man, right? With a beard, full beard, but at least full beard. And he said that he was only 25. And I was like, what? Nobody believed it. We were like, whoa. Now, the difference, though, in that situation is he fully beard. But the millennials and them zennials do look old. Some of them. Not everybody. So the COVID did something. I don't know what it did. But they looking old. Okay? This dude right here is a goddamn millennial. A young one at that. This nigga is like one of the last millennials. God damn. I don't even know what to say. Let me see how it went down.
This. Here's what I'll repeat.
Let's have dialogue, babe.
Well, I host a dating show, so either we're gonna do the full questions or we're gonna rap. But what I'm saying is, when you called in the beginning, you seem happy and joyful, and you love that people still come up to you.
Well, you apologize. That's all I needed. You pussy asshole. Thank you. Good night.
God damn.
Oh, child, what was the plan B pill when your mama was pregnant with you? Where was the plan? Who invented the plan B pill? You needed to be 31 years earlier. Whoever made.
Now, okay, so I'm gonna just say something. Cause remember, she didn't like that he mentioned her dad on the last one. And people was in the chat saying, "Hey, he shouldn't have mentioned his mom when he was gone. So I don't know, but everybody got their own viewpoint on that part. But yeah, he got girl. You got to go watch the whole thing. I ain't want to play the whole thing, just in case. But that shit is crazy. He Mr. 29. That's what he's called. He's known as Mr. 29. That nigga looks 79. Okay, and that's me being nice. He looks really old. And then that nigga sassy as fuck. I was wondering, like, was he gonna tell us he looking for a man or a woman? That's what I was, cause he sure was sassy. He like, don't come for me unless I send for you. I'm like, damn, I ain't hear no man really speak like that in many years, Usually it's us women and our girlfriends who wear dresses, but you know. Anyway, let me how do I cause it's large, gotta hit the escape maybe. I don't know. He said, where is the plan B pill? Okay, y'all, I'm gone. I've been saying that for a while now. And Taylor keep holding me back, baby. She holding me back. She said, Bomb, where you going? Well, I gotta.
I'll let you go because I'm high.
She said that's why that man looked like he 102 years old to you, huh?
Yeah, he look like a goddamn mummy, like a mummy artifact.
Ooh, man, I'm over here yawning. Usually I be asleep, y'all, early, but I'm not feeling well, so I slept until like 11. Actually, no, I slept later than that. Whenever I got on Sharon, I had just got out of bed. Girl. Anyway, I'm gonna save this stream for tomorrow. Number one reason why black women don't belong to you. I did see some of this. This the one I think it was this weekend, but I didn't stay long. Like I was over there for a very short period of time. Cause I just be wondering. Okay. And is that nigga face all on the dollar? And I did see Angry Man up there. And they had this woman up there too. And then I was like, why these women get up there?
Right.
And you gotta get up there. You better push back because they gonna surely try to destroy you. And then we got some butch ass bitches who always around these men. She done turned herself. She's so mammy that she turned into a whole nigga. I don't even know. That might be a man, but that looked like old girl. What her name was? And not until they attacked her, like the men that she was picking me for. They always gonna come out their bag and slam whatever woman is the closest. If no other woman is there, they gonna turn on them, the pickamies. I forget what her name is though. That bitch be over there smoking weed with them niggas. Which nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that, but her lips black and her fingers black, her fingertips black. And she be putting on hoodies, and I be like, girl, what you doing? Nobody be talking. I forget her name. Let me see. What is her? She be over there by Hank.
Black?
Huh?
You said her lips are black?
Yeah, her lips are turned black. And she sound like them niggas.
She can get a lip.
She don't like me because I called her a mammy. But I only called her a mammy because, like, she wasn't even agreeing. She was agreeing with them for no reason, and she knew it wasn't true. I go up there and I start asking questions, and they change everything. They change everything they said. It's like they scared of these men. Just stay out of these niggas' faces if you scared of them. Getting up there being a mammy. Because I like to kick them in their motherfucking teeth. Once I realized they ain't nothing but hurt for the women. And, and these men use them to attack women. What is her goddamn name?
Kick them in the pussy.
She be over there by Hank.
Hank?
Yeah. And she used to come over by Sharon every once in a while, but they don't really like me, because I get up there.
She got black lips and black fingers.
Yeah, that bitch got black lips. It might be only in my mind, but I see black lips. Now I don't know if this might be a guy. Let me see. They ain't got the name showing right now. This look like her to me though, but I could be wrong. I'm tired. Let me show y'all. I'm gonna share. Okay, y'all tell me if this is her. Okay. Now she gonna be mad if that is her, but it ain't my fault if that's her. Okay, cause she look like a nigga. I don't know what to say. Okay, right here. This is her, and in them lips black with that black hoodie on right there.
Trying to find her. Where's she at?
She in the center at the bottom.
Oh,
center.
That's a woman.
Girl, yes. That's her name. Don't that look like a nigga?
I thought that was a nigga bomb.
And
I
isn't
swear
her lips
before
black?
Jesus.
Isn't her lip black?
Let me screw. I'm zooming in. I'm sorry. I'm too high for this shit.
Her lips look like that goddamn like
they
that
are
hoodie.
a little crusty.
Yes. Her fingertips looking black too. Okay. And that's her. Okay. Unless somebody that is her. Yeah, that's her. Let me see if we can get her to talk. Let me see. Oh, it's muted. Let's see. I can't
treated like less.
Let me see.
Anybody seen this video?
I was trying to. Cause you know people will be like, nah, but that do look like a nigga.
Somebody drops, but angry
Now,
man can't be touched.
Now here's the other thing.
Let's see. I'm gonna get off here.
On his panel talking.
There she go again. See her? Wait, watch. Now this must be because they had her up and she had on something else. Wait, look like she talking right here or moving us.
White girls, you're gonna tell me what white.
Wait, what just happened?
White girls do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
White
unfortunately,
women wear
you don't.
weave,
No,
bro.
unfortunately, black women spend $100 billion a year buying Asian women hair.
On weed.
No,
nigga.
they don't.
Period.
White women buy
Just like
plastic
white
surgery,
girls, biggest
expensive
recipients of
things,
welfare,
not
nigga.
hair.
See, that's her. That's her. She moving right there. Let me see if I can catch her talking though. See if she's gonna say something. Look, wait. Let me see. I think I saw her nails.
Nope.
Look, you see her hair?
So why the hell we negotiate?
That weed be fucking them lips up. Okay, your lips not black like this, are they?
No. Hell no, bomb. I use a lip scrub anyway, so my lips will never be black.
Listen, she over there dressing like a nigga, being like a nigga, acting like a nigga. Here she go, right here. You see her here? She got on blue.
Prime VA 757 said dudes be weak for bum.
See? That is a woman. That's not a man. Now she do look like a nigga. And she got to stop it. Okay. What I say is free the bitch in you, honey. Free, let her out. Okay. Let her out. Let her ass out. Huh?
Let the inner nigga out.
Yeah. She got to let the inner woman out because she got too much nigga showing and about. The nigga is out. You see? The nigga out. We need her to grab the nigga, choke him out, so she could get back into her feminine ways. Cause that hoe look like she over there diking everybody. She diking the men, the women.
Like she eating pussy bomb. She like she eating.
Oh yeah. Shit. I'm scared of her. Shit. That bitch start coming for me. I'm gonna be like, nigga be gone, nigga be gone. I don't know what's going on with these women, ladies. Okay, first you become pick-me's, you become so much of a pick-me that you end up becoming look, we got just me up on there. Let's see what she got to say.
That's to build your shit. But hold on, AM. This is the thing though. If this is the
thing. Go ahead.
Hold on. My thing is this: if y'all were having a back and forth, you agreed to a back and forth with him in the beginning.
Okay, we're gonna go through this tomorrow, where I can find because I passed where the white man was up there, and I want to see what he got to say about them. Okay, who is that? Who knows? When you get up there with angry man, you got to know you gonna. And then somebody else that's what made me look at this video because Beans was over there talking about him. And he was calling him angry man's bitch. He was calling Janelle's angry man's bitch.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, and so I went over there to see what he was talking about. But I ain't got the patience to listen to no dumbass niggas for too long. Okay.
I know that's right.
Me and Anger Man, that nigga stand far away. Cause I used to get up there with him and we used to have good conversations until that Fight Club incident. And now that nigga know to stay the fuck away, right? That nigga ain't coming on no panel I'm on no more. Cause I had to let him know, nigga, no, nigga. No, nigga. It's all the way until you die, nigga. Okay, I don't know who the fuck he thought I was.
Well,
You
no,
only
that's right.
play with my husband only one time, nigga. Okay? You can play with me and make it all cool. That nigga was over there talking about go make me some biscuits. Bomb cherry, you know better. I don't even know. The nigga just started saying shit out of the blue. All off topic. Nigga he
But you
came up
know
there with
better.
some
But you know better, Mom. What he
girl,
doing?
apparently I'm supposed to, because I'm a wife, I'm supposed to he told me I need to treat all men like I treat my husband.
Oh,
That's the most
God.
ridiculous shit ever. I know he would like that. So he could finally probably get some good pussy that I know he ain't getting from that flat back ass bitch plain wife he got. Now he didn't like when I said that, when I told everybody his wife was ugly and flat in the back, right? And then the nigga gonna try to pull up a picture that he never pulled up, girl. It was funny. He was nervous. I like, pull that bitch up, nigga. Pull that bitch up. We was on Fight Club. He ain't never pulled that picture up. Okay? He ain't gonna better sit that bitch down somewhere. That's what I told him. Okay? So I don't fuck with him no more. And every chance I get, if I get on a panel with him, I'ma eat his ass up alive. He got no chances. Okay?
None.
If y'all see this nigga in some space where I be, and y'all know I can get on a panel, like Sharon, Jay Prince, or if he get over there, Bob, what his name, Drip, anybody y'all know where they'll let me up. Shit, even if that nigga over there by Daryl will let me up there, and I will get up there and eat this motherfucking nigga alive. Okay, that nigga stayed away after I made them songs about it. Remember, we was over here calling. I dragged this nigga so hard that day. There was a lot of people over here. People was giving me all his information. Now, I didn't dox the nigga, but I could have, because I'm telling you, this nigga got a lot of people do not like him. They gave me his real name. Remember, he had gotten a car. He was bragging and showing himself in his new car. It looked like a Mustang or something. And then they had the paperwork where the motherfucker got repoed, yo. Had the repo papers and every fucking thing.
His car got repo. I don't know if it was 13 years old or not, but
oh man,
his
this
car
nigga
got repo.
Everybody remember that song, man. Yeah. But yeah, these niggas be claiming they doing this and that, and they living bad. They living bad. Yeah. And that nigga was crying because his girl left him and shit. When she came in that room and told him to shut the fuck up, she got to work the next day.
I remember that shit. I remember he was being loud, hollering, waking everybody up in the household, and she smooth told him he needs to shut the fuck up. Oh God.
Since I would grab the clip, I think he took that shit down. Okay. That nigga got straight cussed out. And then when she left him, he was crying, right? It was like a whining thing. That nigga was over there on Instagram. That's when I was like, what your girl left you? Nigga, what? And then this nigga right here, his bestie, right? Dick sucking ass Izzy Mills or whatever this nigga name is. This nigga can't do nothing but suck Angry Man's dick. Angry Man done dogged this nigga so many times. I even got clips. I was like, this nigga is sad. And Angry Man will come over there just to destroy his shit. Or he'll only come over there when he got a lot of people watching. Look like Daryl ass up there too. He said he wants some views. Okay, who else is over there? Old girl looking like a nigga. We're gonna give her a name, okay? We're gonna come up with one tomorrow when we go through this video.
Yes.
Okay. She is she's sitting over there butching it up. I don't know when she gonna do her hair. While she got on a fucking jacket sitting in her house. Right? We don't know what the fuck is going on. Okay? That go Imperious. This nigga ain't got no picture. We don't know if he white, black. We don't know. He could be African. Right? Let me see if there's anybody on this panel who I haven't dragged. Let me see. Yeah, I dragged all them. Who is, yeah, him too. Who is this? Roddy, I don't know. That's not Governor Rod. I don't know who that is. Jalen slow ass up there. Remember when we got into it with Poppy Blanco because of that picture he'd have, remember? But he came over here and straightened it out. He said that's his daughter. And we had a great conversation. Okay. I don't know. Okay. Sometimes we look at shit a certain way. I think it's a signal to the rest of the niggas. They be knowing who is who. You know, men used to have codes, right? And I learned this shit through Criminal Minds. I ain't gonna lie. They was talking about these pedos, right? I thought a pedo is a pedo. That's a pedo who like children. But they got different categories, right? They got the men who like boys, and the men who like girls, and the men who like, you don't care if it's a boy or girl, they just need to be under a certain age or over a certain age. And so they have these symbols. And they was trying to make this shit legal. They was trying to become a part of the LGBT. I think that shit was done on purpose to try to disparage the LGBT. Like, you know, the LGBT started turning away from trans women.
Mm-hmm.
They say, well, they going a little too far, I guess. Especially with the women conversation. You know, like when motherfuckers can't tell you how to define a woman, then the world we in is kind of crazy. You know? Motherfucking politicians scared to answer the question. How do you define a woman? A bitch who bleed every month and have babies. That's what I define as a woman. Okay? Now, if you ask me how you define a trans woman, that's the bitch who don't bleed every month, can have children, and she want to be sexy and fly. The answers is real simple. People may not like them, but it's still my answer still. Right? And these motherfucking politicians, I don't know what's wrong with them. Okay? At least Trump, they asked him Trump what a woman is, and the nigga said it. And no, he ain't scared. I think that's why a lot of them motherfuckers like his ass, right? Because he don't give a shit. He said a woman who can have a baby. He said, as simple as that. These motherfucking politicians be stumbled. You know, I don't know. Fuck out of here. Okay. I'm being mean, y'all. I'm gone.
Good night, Mom.
Good night, Taylor.
Yes.
Have a good dreams. While you floating.
I'm floating right now.
Send me some of them goddamn jelly beans or whatever you're eating on over there, okay?
I got you.
Okay, bye.
Good night.
I'm going to play this song one more again, y'all. I'm going to play it one more again because this shit is funny. Okay. Hubby was laughing before he went to sleep. Let me see if I can find it. Do I even have it? I might not have it. Let me see. I might have to. Boom. Oh, Lord.
Hello? Oh, you gotta sit up, baby.
Oh, no, we're not going through him. Uh-oh. Nah, that's not it, is it? Yeah, that's it.
Now, Robin, I said I'm gonna gonna get to her. She easy. She trying to give JP that pussy, baby. She trying to give him that pussy. Let me find me a beat. Let me see if I can put something on. I might be able, she trying to give him that pussy.
Doctor? Doctor?
Nah, bitch, I let JP know. Now, this is something I'm about to let y'all know, because I kind of scurried off on some shit. So Robin M is trying to give JP that fucking trim, right? She trying to fuck that nigga. And that's their way of flirting. Now, I know some of y'all say, Bomb, that's crazy, Bomb. Robin, why would she do that, Bomb? She calling him this and calling him that and calling him this. Oh, you mean like nagger? Ah, you just a nagger. Why, nigga, you just a nagger. Oh, you just a nagger. You ain't nothing but y'all naggers. You mean like that? Baby, I need some sound effects, honey. You mean, what you mean? You mean she can't be over there all under JP every time he go live, right? Calling him this, telling him that, telling him this, right? And she can't like it. That's her way of flirting. She want to be Flora 0.2. Not 2.0, because that would be too high for them bitches, right? She want to be Flora 0.2. And I know some of y'all thinking, nah, Bomb, why would anybody be interested in JP? You be shocked how many of these women done been with JP, baby. Okay? You only will know when he get mad at me. If something pop off, you know what I'm saying? If something pop off, and then we be wondering why he going off on her that hard and shit, because their relationship is a little more different than what you know. A little more different than what you know. He done had 7 fallouts with 7 motherfucking women who was all over there trying to get that nut. Women who was all over there trying to get that nut. And if I told you the names of these women, which I will not, right? But if I did, some of y'all would be like, nah. And some of y'all be like, those of us who reason be like, oh, yeah. Pockets. Now, Robin M, I said I was going to get to her. She easy. She trying to give JP that pussy, baby. She trying to give him that pussy. Let me find me a beat. Let me see if I can put something on. I might be able, she trying to give him that pussy.
And we want some pussy. And give him that pussy. What you want to do? And give him that pussy. Robert M. want to give JP that pussy. I don't even need a beat hoe, cause you know that she's a hoe. But that bitch got to go. I'ma knock her to the floor. Fuck that bitch and fuck flow. I don't give a fuck though. Fuck that hoe. Fuck that hoe. She wanna give that pussy though. Hey, give him that pussy. Give him that pussy. Robin M wanna give him that pussy. Give JP pussy. Robin M wanna give him that pussy. Girl, you's a ratchet hoe. Okay. You wanna get that nigga your motherfucking pussy, huh? Girl, you need to stop it. Okay? Robin M is trying to give him her pussy. Okay? Jesus Christ. And y'all, listen, ladies, just watch. Just look. All you gotta do is sit back when JP go live and just watch. She wants his attention every moment, every motherfucking moment. Right? Every fucking moment. And then every woman who got kind of a little close to him, she had even a problem with the woman. Yeah. She trying to give him that kitty cat. That thing that smell like a rat. Right? She want to beat it up with a bat. That bitch a hoe, that's a fact. Okay. Anyway, I told you it was gonna be easy on her because she's simple and she ain't gonna do shit except try to block you. You know what I mean? And I was making fun over there about Sharon. I actually just simply said something that Sharon said. I repeated. Now I'm not gonna go through the video to go through it, but I'm rarely ever in the chat. Right? And you could tell which device I'm on if I am in the chat for a short period of time, because if I don't really speak to people, it's because I'm on my phone and shit, right? And I ain't typing out all your names, baby. We all got them. Give him that book.
During President Biden's tenure,
Lord.
there were 14 nationwide injunctions. Did you denounce any of them?
I'm not denouncing any of these.
Did you believe any of them should be reined in?
I haven't looked at the details.
That shit changed quick. What they talking about? That was today. GOP leaders get cross-examined and fold at here. What they talking about? They must be talking about that military shit, huh? Anyway, y'all, I'm gone. I'll see y'all later. I'm gonna catch up on my politics. Is what it is in the back there. Well, these be some weirdos. That's that dude. What that dude is? Is that what you call my boyfriend back there? These be some fucking weirdos. All these motherfuckers is weirdos. Okay?